Chapter 976 Old Friend. As Leland brought him up to speed on various matters related to the KNG, the military convoy emerged in the Bentheim system faster than he thought. After undergoing a thorough security inspection that nevertheless completely missed the secret compartment where Leland hid, the supply ship finally reached a military space station. Ves sat debarked from the ship with a hovering luggage coffer while wearing his service uniform. As a liaison officer, he was tasked with the duty of representing the interests of the Mech Corps at the Caternavis group. He did not come as part of a fighting unit like before with the Vandals. Therefore, he constantly needed to dress as a representative befitting the dignity of the Mech Corps, which meant he wore his service uniform with his awards in ribbon form. In this case, he wore them on his chest in the form of a ribbon rack. Now that wasn't anything unusual. Many liaisons mech designers carried something of the sort. Careerists especially tended to accumulate a fair amount of campaign, service, and training awards. Ves even figured that many of them were actually invented by mech designers for the sole purpose of padding a military mech designer's chest. This not only allowed them to stand out from the conscripts, but also made them look less pathetic when standing next to mech pilots. Of course, in the case of Ves, his 3 top awards looked very out of place to a mech designer like him. As soon as he stepped aboard the public area of the military space station, those that glanced at him couldn't help but rub their eyes or question their judgment. Darkness Eater? Torchbearer? On a mech designer of all people? That's the Golden Mech. How can that be? He's too young. And there's been no word of an award ceremony. He knew he would elicit this kind of reaction, though he found the servicemen in transit to be a bit more expressive in their astonishment than he expected. Still, this time Ves aimed to achieve this kind of reaction. The more astonishment he received, the more attention he drew. The more attention he drew, the higher his public profile. Ves smirked at the thought of how he would spend his time as a liaison on Bentheim. Private interests shouldn't interfere with public duty, but who's there to stop me this time? Ordinarily, a liaison mech designer stationed on Bentheim enjoyed very loose supervision. As long as the military mechs came out from the manufacturing complexes all right, the higher-ups didn't tend to care too much how they spent their time. The entire purpose of the job of liaison mech designer is to pull mech designers from the front lines so that they can spend their time in comfort and leisure far away from the action. Just like the mech designers assigned to the analysis teams at Frozen Point, many mech designers with promise or connections aimed for these low-risk positions. Each of them would be able to ride out the war in almost complete safety while still being able to claim they served in the war. Ves shook his head at the thought that he worked hard to be just like them once. While the role he adopted ostensibly spared him from the ravages of war, who truly knew how safe it was at Bentheim these days? In addition, he needed to snoop around the production facilities of the KNG. If the large mech manufacturer possessed no ties with the Bentheim liberation movement, then nothing would happen. The dangerous moments came if they did, for Ves doubted that the BLM would allow any nosy mech designers like him to find out anything amiss. In the end, he was merely acting out a role, which was a short distance away from embodying it. The only thing on his mind right now was how he could leverage this temporary role to his own advantage. Since he wasn't really answering to anyone except Leland this time, he figured he could get away with a lot more than the average liaison on official duty. To that end, his first goal was to raise his public profile and become a recognized figure in the public sphere. Right now, there was no better way to do so than appearing in public. The noteworthiness of his 3 top awards would do the rest. Already, the visitors of the space station started to consult their comms. They began to ask around about any news regarding his exploits, or looked up his record to confirm what they saw. If they did look him up, they would see a very condensed record with very few details. Yet that was enough. The combination of his Larkinson name, his top awards, and his association with the 6 flagrant vandals should be enough to send tongues wagging. As he calmly waited for the next shuttle ride to the surface, a couple of drafted mech designers on leave summoned up the courage to approach him. "Sir? Could you tell us how you earned your golden mech? I thought only senior mech designers won this medal." Ves smiled at them. They happened to be cute female mech designers. "I am not at liberty to say. You know how it goes. Classified and all." "Oh, how exciting!" they giggled. His answer raised his mystique and sparked their interest even further. "Can you please tell us anything? How was the frontier? Why did the Mech Corps send you all the way out there?" "I'm sorry, but to say anything about it would violate my obligations to keep everything a secret. My ride is just coming up. Good day, ladies." A short interaction like that would be enough to spread more gossip around. While Ves was tempted to invent some stories about his travails in the frontier, it wouldn't do to skirt his vows of secrecy. The shuttle ride brought him down to one of the many military bases on the surface of Bentheim. From there, he reported to his nominal superior, some bureaucratic officer who was actually a plant from Flashlight. The meeting went short as the only purpose of V's arrival was to formally receive his new orders and get all of his administration in order. After that, the Mech Corps let him off his leash. He smiled as he exited the interior of base and stepped out to a shuttle parking zone. He boarded a small armored shuttle, and instead of heading to the KNG, he instead requested the shuttle pilot to bring him to the offices of Ballinger's Mechs. "Pardon me?" The shuttle pilot turned around his head and asked. "Mr. Larkinson, according to your itinerary you should be heading to the headquarters of the Caternavis Group. Nowhere in the schedule does it state that you have to head to Ballinger's Mechs." Ves waved aside the pilot's concern. "Don't ask too many questions. I'm a busy mech designer. Not everything is put into the schedule, don't you know that? Bring me to Ballinger's Mech in downtown Durham, and better make it quick." His demeanor and imperious tone brooked no refusal. Even if the shuttle pilot still had questions, he didn't dare to voice them, especially when word of these prestigious decorations already spread through the military gossip network. The armored shuttle smoothly lifted off the landing pad and flew to downtown Durham, the capital of Bentheim and the most densely populated city on the planet. As he looked out of the viewports, Ves noted a bit fewer air traffic than before. Much fewer aircars flew around these days, but military shuttles and aerial mechs began to impose a heavier presence on the surface, depressing the mirth that previously defined the planet. "If Bentheim already looks depressing from here, who knows how awful the actual economic outlook has become?" he muttered to himself. After a quiet transit, the shuttle landed in the landing pad reserved for visitors to the nearby offices. The shuttle would keep waiting here for his next appointment, so Ves did not have to instruct anything to the pilot as he stepped out and faced the familiar facade of Marcella's downtown office. Marcella owned several properties. The one at the outskirts of Durham was where she stored and delivered her products to customers dropping by in person. The property here formed the front office where she received her customers and did most of her sales work. As far as he knew, Marcella was a savvy mech broker who operated multiple lines of businesses. Besides Ballinger's Mechs, which was a brokerage that mainly sold individual and small batches of mechs directly to customers, she also maintained a parent company called Ballinger Mech Trade. It mainly dealt with establishing export contracts and selling larger batches of mechs to bigger clients, though their high value made such transactions very infrequent. Technically, Ballinger Mech Trade possessed a 5% stake in the Living Mech Corporation. However, Marcella Ballinger was the founder and owner of Ballinger Mech Trade, so in effect the legal distinction between person and company was meaningless. Even though Ves hadn't come with an invitation, the receptionist took one glance at Ves and recognized his face. "Mr. Larkinson! What brings you here? Are you here on behalf of the LMC or the Mech Corps? He couldn't fault her confusion as he came in his Mech Designer uniform. Let's say I'm here for a personal visit. The military has nothing to do with my visit this time. Very well. I'll call ahead and tell Marcella to expect you. You already have a standing invitation to meet with her whenever she's in her office. He entered an elevator which brought him to the top office where Bollinger didn't appear to have changed much since the last time he talked to her. Life as an injured, retired veteran mech pilot softened her up a little, though her stocky physique and artificial limbs still conveyed her military roots. As for Ves, he hadn't grown taller or bigger. He even looked a little smoother as his previous gene optimization treatments elevated his physical appearance closer to the human ideal. Nonetheless, the ensemble of his bearing, his service uniform, and the decorations plastered on it completely transformed him in Marcella's perspective. "Ves! You grew up!" she remarked with astonishment, and rose up from her seat. "I've heard word about a mech designer bearing combat awards, but I thought it was a hoax." "They're very much real." He smiled back as he walked close to shake her hand with a confident grip. "It's good to see you again after all this time, old friend." She snorted. "I'm not that old yet, even if I've lived through the last war." The handshake completed the change in impression in her mind. Ves was no longer a young, inexperienced mech designer who barely ventured out of the Bentheim region anymore. Now, even though only a couple of years went by, he already carried the demeanor of a veteran and someone who experienced what the wider galaxy had to offer. "So, not to pry or anything, but are you even allowed to visit me? A man in uniform like you doesn't look like you're on leave." "It's okay. As long as I don't take too long, I don't think anyone will mind." Ves dismissed her concerns. If there was anything he learned in his time with the Vandals, it was that he could get away with a lot more than he ought to as long as he had the prestige to back it up. "Let's talk about my business. Please brief me how the LMC is doing right nowadays." "Do you want the short version or the long version?" "Short." "Well, the short version is that the Bright Republic's economy is in a depression. Prices of everything have risen, particularly that of raw materials. The needs of the military take precedence over the needs of the private market, so most mech manufacturers have seen their profit margins dwindle. I've also heard about debt piling up at the LMC. What is going on with that?" Marcella smiled sardonically at Ves. "It's the new shareholder that directly and indirectly have taken over the board. The TNC Holding Group now owns 21% of the LMC's shares, but their actual influence is much greater. It's a front for the Ministry of Economic Development." "Damn. So it happened already." Ves sighed. Chapter 977. "What?" Ves erupted. "The Ministry of Economic Development bestowed 21% of the LMC's shares to the TNC Holding Group in exchange for permits and approval." "Those permits aren't worthless," Marcella told him. "In fact, every large mech manufacturer with ambitions to sell a large volume of mechs per year needs to have the consent of the Bright Republic. Any company that doesn't play along will be stymied by the various government institutions that issue those permits and approvals." "Why didn't you tell me?" "The LMC scaled up much faster than I anticipated. I always intended to inform you, but you were already off before I knew it. No matter. Even if you were still around, you'd surrender to the inevitable. Besides, it's not as if they paid for your shares for nothing. That girl Kelsey you put up as your representative managed to negotiate a sum of around 13 billion credits in exchange for 21% of your shares to the LMC. For now, that money is stored in a trust fund in your name." Ves blew his top off. "What kind of biased evaluation is that? The LMC may not have been around for long, but a fifth of my company is worth a lot more than 13 billion credits in my judgment." The auditors in the employ of the Ministry of Economic Development don't think so. Are you questioning their judgment? She sent him a deprecating smile. Properly speaking, Mini-CDEV should have hired impartial auditors to determine the worth of the shares of the LMC. Yet according to Marcella, the ministry set its own rules, so whatever it did was absolutely legal. It was utter nonsense, of course. Using their own people to inspect the finances of the LMC in order to determine how much they should pay for its shares was like a kid pointing to a toy and saying that it's worth nothing so that he could get to play with it for free. What a scummy ministry, Ves muttered. If they're already like this at the start, I am dreading what I'll hear next. They moved on to the current share structure of the LMC. Marcella summoned up a flat projection that listed the current shareholders of the LMC to this date. Ves Larkinson, 49%. Larkinson Estate, 25%. TNC Holding Group, 21%. Bollinger Mech Trade, 5%. Overall, the front for the Ministry of Economic Development wrangled just enough shares out of his hands to lose absolute control over his company. He didn't think that was a coincidence. Why leave me with 49%? If the ministry takes any more, you'd be less invested in your own company, the mech broker explained. Who won't say you'll neglect the LMC and start up a new company instead? The purpose of the Mini-CDEV isn't to drive you away, but to bind you and your company to the state. Every company that has gained some influence in the economy is a tool to enhance the power and prosperity of the Republic. They don't want this tool to fall into other people's hands. Marcella briefly explained the rationale behind this policy of taking a substantial minority stake in major companies. Not only did the Bright Republic want it to keep the company in their clutches and prevent them from transferring their headquarters to another state, they also wanted to reign in the absolute control of the founders of the company. The Bright Republic isn't the exception here, she said. Many states have adopted similar industrial policies at the higher level. The states don't care about startups and small businesses within their borders. However, it is critically irresponsible to let their larger companies do what they want. Companies pursue their own interests, and the interests of their CEOs and shareholders. Sometimes, those interests conflict with the interests of the state. Ves understood the logic of the inherent solution adopted by the states. Even if he didn't entirely agree with them in his position as a business leader, he could see why the states did not wish to be at the mercy of the whims of the companies within their borders. You can't fight against the Republic on this point, Ves, Marcella warned him. Many have tried and failed. Free market economies are out of vogue these days. They moved on to the role of the TNC Holding Group. Even though only a portion of the members of the board directly represented their interests, the other members actually deferred to the TNC and in extension the Ministry of Economic Development. As someone who took liberties with power himself, Ves knew that the Ministry of Economic Development was throwing their weight around, making it difficult for others to refuse their demands. According to Marcella, Mini-CDEV wielded a substantial amount of power in shaping the Republic's economy. Anyone who didn't play ball with them would find their business environment constrained while the conditions of their competitors eased up. In that fashion, Mini-CDEV's policy of holding only a minor say in matters within the company effectively morphed into a voice that couldn't be ignored. Ves glowered at the description of the infamous ministry. While he heard some things about their overbearingness in the mech industry, he didn't think they took so many liberties and that his company would fall within their clutches so soon after he founded his company. It's actually remarkable how fast they moved to acquire a stake in your company, Marcella half complimented him. That means they are paying special attention to you. Mini-CDEV sees promise in your career prospects and remain hopeful about the LMC's growth trajectory. To that end, they pushed aggressively to expand the mech nursery's production capacity, and thereby piling mountains of debt on the LMC's balance sheet. That as well, Marcella smiled sardonically at him. MiniCdev is making a gamble that sales of the LMC's silver label mechs will continue to grow in volume and popularity over time. From what it sounds like, they've gambled and lost. Not entirely. The operation is still profitable, just less so than usual. The main problem is that MiniCdev never expected the ongoing war to impact Bentheim so directly. With the Vesians encroaching on the Bentheim region, many trade routes are cut off and the supply of raw materials has decreased. Along with the economic depression, it costs significantly more to produce the same mechs. Have prices of mechs risen as well? A lot of mech companies ought to have gone out of business by now. Only the small players. The bigger, more established mech manufacturers with strong financial muscle can easily bear the temporary difficulties. They're led by far-sighted CEOs and mech designers who have accumulated an abundant war chest during the good times. Not only have they snapped up some of the more attractive failing businesses, they're also outright selling mechs at no profit in order to maintain and expand their market share. VS really had to hand it to the bigger players. They certainly knew how to exploit this crisis, especially when they predicted years or even decades ago. The conduct of the larger and more established mech companies meant that it was completely unviable for the smaller players who struggled with rising production costs to jack up the prices of their own products. The bigger fish are increasing the pressure on the smaller fish, he remarked in an exasperated tone. Are they deliberately trying to drive the smaller mech companies out of business? Yup. And before you asked, the Ministry of Economic Development not only condones their behavior, but actively encourages it. In their perspective, any mech company that succumbs to a little difficulty like this does not deserve to stay in business. Well, there's a problem there. Companies that fall into the middle like mine are small enough to be affected by the market actions of the bigger players, but also large enough for them to obtain a minority stake. Isn't there an inherent contradiction there? Shouldn't they lend a hand to the LMC or something to tide it over? Marcella shrugged. MiniCdev is so large and possesses a minority stake in thousands of companies across multiple industries. Just because they are invested in the LMC doesn't mean it cares for the company to the point it will stop it from failing. Companies fail all the time. The officials at the ministry aren't inclined to subsidize failure. However, that doesn't stop them from profiting off the successes of the companies in their sphere of influence. It all sounded delightfully opportunistic on the part of the ministry. VS couldn't help but laugh a bit helplessly at their shrewdness. If companies under their supervision went bust, then all they lost was other people's tax money. Yet if some of them went on to enjoy an explosively growth, then they stood to rake in a lot of money that falls directly under their control. The way you paint the ministry makes it sound as if it's a giant patronage center, VS remarked. Oh, the Bright Republic is fairly moderate in that regard. She idly dismissed his concerns. There are states where the equivalent government institutions have a much lighter touch, but there are even more states where the government is much more involved with their own companies. However, you have to remember that the most precious asset of a mech company are their leading mech designers. MiniCdev may want to push you around, but they don't dare to drive you away. Even if he'd be enormously disadvantaged for doing so, as a last resort VS could always pack his bags and emigrate to another state. He'd have to start over again, though, and compete in a completely unfamiliar market environment that usually favored their domestic producers over foreigners. Even if his second company grew successful again, he'd still have to deal with the same government interference all over again, putting him back to square one. All right, I get it. It's not a good idea to fight against the Ministry of Economic Development at this point, he concluded. Let's move on then. So the company's in debt and profit margins are slumping. How are our mech sales, by the way? There's at least some good news there, VS. While the bronze label mechs aren't being made anymore because there's no profit to be gained, Sales of the silver label mechs are actually stable and have steadily grown over time as more mech pilots begin to appreciate them. The LMC sells 2 very good products, and word of mouth has continued to grow. Marcella handed over a data pad that described the overall sales patterns for his 2 main mech models. The Black Beak offensive night mech model earned a reputation for being hardy, dependable, and mobile enough among the mercenary community. The Crystal Lord, on the other hand, became a small hit among well-off mech pilots specialized in rifleman mechs. Due to the war, sales of both models in the domestic market rose steadily. Even though the Mercenary Corps and other outfits operating in the Bright Republic didn't fight at the front lines, they were still tasked with protecting mines and production facilities not important or strategic enough to warrant attention from the Mech Corps. These Mercenary Corps therefore experienced sporadic fighting against the Mech Legion, or some of the more daring Vision Mercenary Corps contracted to raid brighter properties. Both the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord models acquitted themselves well in actual combat. The mostly positive combat footage spread around in the galactic net continued to raise people's interest, though their premium price tags scared most potential buyers away. The overall decrease in quality that Marcella briefly touched upon also started to discourage some buyers. Mechs produced later exhibited a notable difference in quality compared to the LMC's earlier products. The toadies from the TNC holding group constantly pushed to expand the LMC's production volume and speed at the detriment of quality. Overall, the situation of the LMC could be worse, Marcella said in a lackadaisical manner, as if VS was making too big of a deal out of the ministry's shenanigans. The key takeaway here is that the LMC has managed to stay above water under the economic malaise. Although the government has tasked the company with allocating several production lines towards the producing military supplies at cost prices, at least you have a company to return to after the war. Many mech designers don't enjoy that particular luxury. In other words, VS should count his luck. The problem was that he didn't feel so fortunate. Chapter 978. His meeting with Marcella stretched out longer than VS anticipated. As Marcella was in control of 5% of the shares of the LMC and had a representative on the board, she was fully up to speed with its circumstances. VS listened and commented to her descriptions, but overall he saw little need to issue new instructions. With Kelsey, your grandfather, and me in control of the majority of the shares, we have enough power to resist the worst excesses of the Ministry of Economic Development. None of us want the company to falter. That's good to hear. How is Kelsey doing as interim CEO, by the way? I've heard that she's been holding the fort to an extent. It's difficult to say, Marcella replied. She has her own ideas on company policy. However, she's done an honest job adhering to your interests where it matters. The only problem is that everyone considers her a pushover, so she isn't able to wield as much authority as you. She clearly doesn't have the chops to be the leader of a multi-billion credit mech company. The former is more important than the latter to me. Besides, as long as everyone else is doing an adequate job, the CEO doesn't really need to be an expert. If I put a more experienced executive at the helm, I risk inviting someone else's agent. I can't afford to take the risk of letting another influence gain an inroad into my own company, he said. That's really paranoid of you, you know. Why not let someone from the Larkinson estate take charge instead? The Larkinsons look out for the Larkinsons. You're a Larkinson as well. I am my own man. That said a lot about VS. Marcella declined to comment on that any further, as this was something personal between VS and the Larkinsons. Overall, even if it took a lot more time than anticipated, VS learned enough about the company to reassure him somewhat of its continued existence even in his absence. Marcella pressed the back of her hand against her forehead in a dramatic fashion. I've worked very hard to keep the LMC's mech sales going, you know. The Bright Republic's mech market can only buy up so many expensive silver label mechs a month. I've constantly had to search for foreign partners in foreign states to export the rest of our mechs to. Word of mouth travels slower outside the Republic, and your mechs face much stiffer competition there. Still, I've managed to close enough deals to offload the bulk of the LMC's direct production to foreign states. I appreciate your effort, but don't think I'm aware of the real reason why you're doing so. Ves chuckled. You don't want your 5% stake in the LMC to become worthless. When the LMC prospers, so do you. It's in your best interest to help my company grow. For now, Ves laid aside the fortunes of the LMC to the side. While he was tempted to take the reins again, his official duties made it highly improper to do so. In addition, with the Ministry of Economic Development continuing to exert their influence on the company, it wasn't as if anything Ves tried to do would stick. He recognized that the only way to rid the LMC of this scummy ministry's influence was to replace it with a better government institution. His current mission on behalf of Flashlight might pave the way for that if he performed up to their satisfaction. Ves should get a move on to performing his actual duties as opposed to spending time in Marcella's office. That didn't mean he had no way of influencing the fortunes of the LMC while he was working for Flashlight, though. A devious light entered his eyes. Right now, I've been pulled from my previous assignment, he explained. The Mech Corps has seen fit to turn me into a liaison mech designer for the Caternavis group. Marcella looked impressed. From the medals you've earned, there's no doubt you've earned a break. As for the KNG, that's a rising star among the local mech companies. They're substantially more developed than the LMC, and they're continuing to rise under the leadership of their 2 journeyman mech designers. I think it's a really good opportunity for you to learn the tricks of the trade from them if you're assigned to babysit the production of their military mechs. I intend to do more than that. Ves smiled. The important thing here is that I'll be showing up in public in my current appearance from time to time. Tell me, how will the public respond when they see me like this? He tapped his ribbon rack for emphasis. There was no way Marcella missed the message. Darkness Eater, Torchbearer, Golden Mech, War Saint, Frontier Service Medal, Mech Corps Commendation. You sure know how to stand out, Ves. I can see the news portals and the discussion forums on the galactic net going wild for a time. She snorted with amusement. Ves smirked. Let's capitalize on that. While I'm not allowed to shill for my company while I'm in the service, just showing up in public from time to time will be sufficient to arouse everyone's interests. I want you and the LMC to take advantage of all of that attention and help my company sell more mechs. Her eyes gleamed. What a great idea! Although I don't expect the interest in your possible exploits to last, the LMC will surely be able to leverage your reputation to increase their sales in the domestic market. It will even have a ripple effect on your foreign sales, though not as directly. Both of them began to scheme how they could turn his dashing appearances into a short and long-term marketing advantage. The initial boost in interest would be the biggest, but as long as Ves didn't tarnish his reputation, his company would definitely continue to stand out against the competition by the mere fact that it was founded and led by a war hero. Marcella showed some misgivings, however. I don't disagree with you, Ves, but don't think you are capitalizing on your elevated status a bit too blatantly? Earning those distinctions is a personal honor. I don't think the Mech Corps intended to give them to you just so you can profiteer off the good associations those medals carry. All the other honorable bearers of the Darkness Eater will resent you for being so shameless. Every businessman has to learn how to be shameless. Ves casually dismissed her concerns. I'm no different than the winning athletes of the Rimward Games showing up in commercials to shill for various products. I don't think the Mech Corps will appreciate some of their prestigious awards being devolved into devices for commercial gain. Then they shouldn't have awarded them to a business owner like me in the first place. I think I understand now why the Mech Corps almost never awards their more prestigious medals to mech designers. Nevertheless, the marketing push concocted by Ves and Marcella benefited her substantially, so she did not object too strongly. In the face of naked commercial interest, personal honor no longer became a concern. After shaking their hands to conclude this new arrangement, Ves asked one more thing before he bid her goodbye. By the way, you seem to be a little familiar with the KNG. Can you tell me more about the company I'm about to liaise with on behalf of the Mech Corps? Sure. As an insider in the Bentheim mech industry, she knew almost all of the larger players. The KNG has a rich mech catalog in both spaceborne mechs and frontline mechs. Cater specializes in designing spaceborne mechs while Navis excels in designing frontline mechs. The KNG therefore has a strong presence in the lower end of the mech market. They have a strong cross-border presence as well, but they still derive most of their sales from the domestic market. The KNG differed from the LMC in that their pair of journeyman mech designers were good enough to compete directly against the mainstream mech models in some of the major market segments. While the mainstream mech models always won out slightly in terms of price-to-performance ratio, mechs designed by locals were a bit more suitable for use in practical terms. Marcella showed him some of their publicly disclosed figures. This is where the KNG's mechs excel at. Their mechs are easier on the pocketbooks compared to the well-engineered mainstream mech models that are a lot more finicky to maintain and troublesome to repair. This was the predominant business model among mech manufacturing companies with the chops to compete directly against the popular mech models. While they still couldn't beat the sheer design talent and insane level of optimization in the hands of the big transgalactic enterprises, their products nevertheless didn't entirely fit the local circumstances. The disparity between a mech designed by an apprentice and a mainstream mech model was quite big. The gap in performance when everything else was equal made it so that apprentices couldn't charge the same price for their inferior products. A journeyman, on the other hand, possessed the ability to design a mech where the performance gap narrowed to a small enough margin that many customers could be persuaded to purchase local products instead. Of course, it took savvy marketing, a trusted brand and good performance in the field to be able to snatch up a significant amount of market share in multiple segments. It sounds as if the KNG are doing well for themselves. Not exactly. Marcella shook her head. Their foundation is strong, but the adverse business climate that has swept over Bentheim affected the KNG much more severely than your LMC. Do you know why? It took a moment for Ves to recognize the crucial difference. The LMC is a lot smaller, but my company mainly sells premium mechs with high profit margins. Even if production costs have risen lately, my company can still absorb the pain by giving up some of the profit. The KNG, on the other hand, has much less room for maneuver. Exactly. I mentioned earlier that the KNG mainly services the lower end of the mech market. Their annual production volume is a lot larger than that of the LMC, but the profits of each mech sale is no more than 1 to 3 million credits for their cheaper offerings. A 20% increase in the cost of production can easily wipe out those razor-thin profit margins. How has the KNG responded? They're aiming to maintain their market share and market presence by selling their mechs at a loss. Keeping their manufacturing complexes operating at full capacity also allows them to retain their favorable bulk contracts with material suppliers as well as retain their large body of trained and loyal fabricators and mech technicians. All told, they are losing up to 1 million credits for each mech sold. Ves nonetheless widened his eyes. Are they even allowed to do that, Marcella? How can they even sustain such a loss-making venture? Well, there's rumors that someone in Rittersberg is very friendly towards the KNG. The Ministry of Economic Development has a good relationship with Mrs. Catter from what I've been told. MiniCDev has even offered to help the KNG absorb their losses with subsidies and interest-free loans. Ves wanted to vomit when he heard that. The disparity in treatment towards the LMC and the KNG couldn't be more stark. Also, Mr. Navis has the backing of his family, which owns a long-standing company in Bentheim, so the K&G is not at risk of running out of funds anytime soon. The calculus of the company is to ride out the war and make everything back when they capitalize on the decreased competition and recovering market prospects. Even so, there was no way the Ves group could get away with this much without the advantages bestowed by their connections. Ves always believed that government and business shouldn't mix, but evidently the K&G found a way to make that work. Still, this entire situation sounded a bit too fishy. Selling mechs at a loss would definitely be a huge burden to the K&G regardless of all the help they received. Such a desperate circumstance may make them vulnerable to certain solicitations, perhaps even from the BLM. Chapter 979. The armored shuttle finally touched down on the landing pad next to the headquarters of one of Bentheim's large mech manufacturers. The Ves group may not be the most established mech company on the planet, but everyone considered it to be on the rise. This was mainly due to the rare fact that the K&G was led by two married journeyman mech designers. While marriage between mech designers wasn't all that uncommon, it took a rare set of conditions to make two journeymen, already not that numerous, fall in love and set the conditions to maintain a harmonious personal, business, and design relationship. That Mrs. Catter and Mr. Nevis made their union work without a hitch made for a very encouraging sign for their business prospects. The headquarters of K&G was located in downtown Durham like many other notable mech companies. While companies fought hard to open and maintain an office building in the center of the city, a company as renowned like the K&G shouldn't have any problem setting up shop in the most coveted areas of the capital city. The K&G even managed to place their headquarters at Mech Designer Row, a narrow but highly coveted city district with land prices that went through the roof. Mech Designer Row's prime position close to several important government institutions, convention centers, mass transit, cultural attractions, shops and more made it into an extremely attractive piece of real estate. For example, the old commercial district next door hosted one of Bosworth's big mech showroom. Ves remembered that he visited Bosworth's a long time ago to witness a mastercraft copy of the Caesar Augustus design. It would be nice if my products entered Bosworth's product listing one day. The big mech wholesaler, distributor, and seller built up an expansive commercial network throughout the third-rate states of the Komodo Star sector. A company like Bosworth's likely didn't put a relatively small player like the LMC in their eyes. Even the K&G still had ways to go before they became worthy of the big mech wholesaler's attention. Still, the K&G is a pretty big deal already in the Bright Republic. They took up a position in the mech market which Ves aimed to elevate the LMC to as well one day. The LMC only offered two main product lines, a night mech model and a laser rifleman mech model. Both of them were land-bound designs priced in the premium segment, making them fairly niche products with relatively little competition but also little mass appeal. The K&G pursued a much bolder product strategy. They designed dozens of mechs falling into a much wider range of mech types and roles. They didn't spread themselves too thin and aimed to achieve a stable market position in the market for budget space-borne mechs and then very cheap frontline mechs. From Marcella's analysis of the K&G's current business strategy, their space-borne mech division headed by Estella Catter turned a small but steady stream of profits. On the other hand, their frontline mech division headed by Antoine Nevis was much more susceptible to economic boom and bust cycles. When times were good, frontline mechs sold by the thousands every day. When times became slightly worse, a glut of supply and a shortage of demand meant that they became extremely unprofitable. Right now, the K&G fell into a time where they became forced to sell their frontline mechs at a loss in order to maintain their perceived market position. If they stopped selling mechs entirely, then they signaled to the market that the fundamentals of their company was weak. Mech buyers didn't like to purchase mechs from losers because who knew if the company would collapse one day, depriving the buyers of various support services such as repairs, the supply of replacement parts, and upgrades. Even if Marcella knew more about the KNG than the public had on hand, she wasn't an insider of the company. She couldn't accurately guess how long the company could keep up its loss-making ventures. Every healthy company saves for a rainy day, but it's a question whether the KNG's reserves are enough. A man in his 30s in a formal business suit greeted Ves shortly after he stepped off the military shuttle. "Mr. Larkinson, pleased to meet you. I am Jeffrey Arlett, a relationship manager of the Public Relations Department of the Cater Navis Group. I'll be accompanying you around our great company during your visits at our headquarters, manufacturing complexes, and other facilities." Ves shook hands with the man and surprised him with a strong grip. "Please take care of me, Mr. Arlett. Please call me Jeff, is that okay?" "Sure. You can call me Ves. Right now, pretend my uniform doesn't exist." Naturally, no one could ever stop staring at his uniform. Jeff kept glancing at his decorations as if he wanted to confirm the rumors about Ves that already swirled around the galactic net. In fact, much of those rumors gained a lot of momentum all of a sudden when Marcella tasked her company to proliferate them. Soon almost everyone would hear of the new mech designer hero that made the rounds in Bentheim. The pair walked out of the shuttle parking zone and into the tall main structure that housed the main corporate office of the KNG. The structure radiated a sense of class and prestige. The interior's sterile, white and transparent interior but with a lively touch of plants and trees made Ves feel as if he entered an artificial paradise. The relations manager began to introduce the company to Ves as they walked to a central elevator. The Cater Navis Group emerged after the merger of the Cater Group and Age Mechs. As such, we have spent years fusing all of our aspects together to form a new and stronger company that is ready to grow to the top. Ves looked very impressed at that claim. That's a high ambition. There's a lot of competition at the top. All of us within the company are confident that Mrs. Cater and Mr. Navis will be able to turn their vision into reality, Jeff boasted confidently. We believe our mechs are sufficiently distinct and valuable enough that we are able to capture the hearts of many customers in the Bright Republic and beyond its borders. The two entered an elevator upon which Jeff sent an authorization from his comm to bring them straight to the top. What are the core values of the KNG? With regards to our products, we aim to combine affordability with excellent after-sales support. Our mechs are priced competitively and they are often bundled with a range of support services where we provide long-term insurance, repairs and replacements to our loyal customers. Over the years, we have drawn a considerable amount of fixed customers who have fallen in love with our robust mech ecosystem and continue to purchase new mechs from us at favorable rates. Ves understood the KNG's business strategy from here. It's a very far-sighted strategy to sell mechs at close to bottom prices but recover some profit with your after-sales services. I imagine it takes a huge upfront financial commitment to wait that long until you are finally able to earn a profit on an old mech sale. The financial health of our company is extremely robust, Jeff immediately emphasized with a bright smile. With two very capable and experienced journeyman mech designers as our lead designers, all of our products are competitive against the competing offerings on the market. Our market shares in several market segments is very significant. Customers are attracted by our competitively priced mechs, and they know that they can rely on us to service their needs. Yeah, right, Ves thought. If he hadn't heard Marcella's own take on the company, then he would have been fooled by Jeff's overly rosy descriptions. As a representative from the Public Relations Department, it was his job to impress the various stakeholders of the KNG. Obviously, such a person would never badmouth his own employer on a voluntary basis. The elevator rose up fairly slowly, all considered. However, the transparent shaft gave Ves a very complete glimpse of some of the hallways and offices where various employees diligently worked for the company. As you can see, we employ a large amount of talented people. Many of them are old hands from the Cater Group or Age Mechs. We pride ourselves on the good treatment of our employees, no matter if they are top managers or lowly clerks. From the lowest mech technicians to the members of our esteemed design teams, the Ves Group is a closely knit community of like-minded people who are united in our desire to propel our company to the top. Uh-huh. Ves nodded a bit lamely. This Jeff was laying it a little thick. What kind of people does the KNG employ? Are they mainly Bentheimers? We are a local Bentheim mech manufacturer, so it is a given that we draw most of our talents locally. Nevertheless, we pride ourselves on our diversity, and we are always open for talent from other regions of the Republic. A substantial portion of our management comes from Rittersburg. It sounded like a contradiction to Ves. How could a company simultaneously be proud of their diversity while tacitly admitting they mostly employed people from Bentheim and Rittersburg? While he didn't know exactly who came from where, it would be a really bad idea if the upper management consists of graduates from Rittersburg, while most of the lower jobs were taken up by local Bentheimers. Ah, we are here. Please follow me, Jeff said as the elevator finally reached the top. Our founders can't wait to greet you in person. They walked through an impressive-looking entrance hall that simultaneously served as a showcase of KNG's best sellers. Various scale models of their most popular mech designs stood on both sides of the hall. Ves recognized the care and attention put into manually fabricating and assembling each of these smaller mechs. Obviously, both Kater and Ves felt the need to work on them personally. This amount of care shown in their products lifted his opinion of the two journeymen a little. Once they entered through the tall double doors, they entered a very wide office space where the two famed mech designers stood in the middle. Welcome, Mr. Larkinson, to the Ves Group. A matronly woman greeted him with a bright smile. Please come closer and let me see you. Both of them greeted each other politely and exchanged handshakes. Mrs. Kater emanated a matronly vibe only seen among happy mothers. Leaf! Aislinn! Come here and meet our guest! Two rambunctious children playing in a playpen set aside in the office chamber scampered over to their mother while holding their plushy mech toys. This is Aislinn, my lovely daughter. The 4-year-old greeted shyly. And this is Leaf, her older brother. Mommy, is he a soldier or a mech designer? He asked in a young voice as the 6-year-old admired his uniform and his ribbons. Oh, he's both. In fact, I dare say he's the bravest mech designer in the mech corps. Ves chuckled politely. There are many brave mech designers in the mech corps. Your parents served in the previous war as well, if I recall. Oh, we were a bit too young back then, Mr. Ves replied modestly. We hadn't even graduated yet when we were drafted by the mech corps in the final years of our study. I can't say we served with distinction, but we did our duty to the Republic. What Ves didn't mention was that as promising students of the Ansel University of Mech Design, they almost certainly received cushy rear position jobs. This allowed them to claim they did their time in the previous war while barely spending a year in actual service. Of course, it would be very impolite for Ves to bring that up. Instead, he smiled at the children, for they were really cute. What lovely mechs you hold! What models are they based on? Aha! Leaf proudly extended the plushy version of a space-borne mech. This is my mommy's latest model! The Ves Group Havocon Executor AXA 2000. It's fast and it's got lasers and pew pew pew. Ves felt as if he was watching a younger version of himself. He used to play with miniatures of plushies of mechs as well when he was their age. Mrs. Kater laughed in an indulgent manner. The Havocon Executor is a new product that is popular with security companies. They are economic but capable enough to be employed in guarding space stations and other fixed facilities in space. Ahem. Mr. Ves coughed. We can introduce our other products to Ves at a later date. Do you mind if I call you that? I don't mind, Antoine, Ves said, agreeing to the looser customs. One of his goals here was to lower the guard of his hosts, and going by a first-name basis helped allow him to get closer. So what is on the agenda today? Chapter 980 Wholesome Family. Estella and Antoine brought their children and Ves to a shuttle landing pad at the top of the headquarters where they traveled to an exclusive restaurant called the Lyrical Kitchen in the entertainment district. Unobtrusive security guards accompanied each member of the happy family, while another shuttle with heavier armed guards followed them from the rear. Meanwhile, Ves made do with Jeff, who looked like he couldn't even take a single punch. The trip didn't last that long as the entertainment district was very close to Mech Designer Row. As the shuttle landed on a parking zone which hosted many expensive shuttles and aircars, the processing walked a short distance before arriving at the famed Bentheim restaurant. I hope you don't mind inviting you to dine at the Lyrical Kitchen, Antoine said. While there are many fine establishments in Durham, the Lyrical Kitchen is a treat to our children. I understand. Ves nodded. I admit this is my first time at the Lyrical Kitchen. I've heard they're famed for their musicians. You are in for a treat, my dear! Estella smiled brightly at him as she ushered her children through the door. It turned out that the happy family were regular customers and had a standing invitation to dine at this establishment, so the attendants quickly ushered them to a semi-closed corner in the fancy, multi-level restaurant. As a projection of a menu along with food items emerged in front of all of them, Ves became a bit lost at the various exotic food options. He enjoyed a solidly middle-class upbringing at Cloudy Curtain, and even his extensive stays on Rittersberg were never marked with excessive luxury and spending. Therefore, he never truly got exposed to the greater luxuries in life. He hardly knew the difference between all of the expensive food options on offer. To Ves, the only item he recognized was cloud rice grown from his very own home planet. As for the rest, he saw no difference between them and the contents of a nutrient pack. In fact, Ves much preferred the simplicity of a nutrient pack over some of the weirder options on the menu. Fortunately, Estella noticed his hesitation and tactfully helped him out of his fix. Is this your first time here? Let me recommend you some dishes for a start. The Lyrical Kitchen is known for their excellent meat dishes prepared in the local style of Bentheim cuisine. Half of their meat is sourced from wild exobeasts imported from the frontier. My dear, Ves here wears the Frontier Service Medal. I forgot. How exciting! Estella exclaimed while she quickly selected some dishes for him. Did you eat a lot of exobeast meat on your deployment to the frontier? Ves smiled as recalled the time he had a bite of God's species meat. The taste of some of the exobeasts that you can find in the frontier is indescribable. I will never forget the first time I tasted the cooked flesh of a very formidable exobeast. What exobeast did you taste? Is it possible for the local restaurants to import their meat someday? Unlikely. Ves shook his head. Some bounties of the frontier are destined to remain out of our reach. It's too hard to bring back all of the treasures the Ferris Star region has to offer. Right now, Aeon Corona 7 must be in an extremely chaotic spot. He hadn't heard any mention about the Aeon Corona system in the news, but he was sure that Sigrid already made himself scarce while the CFA sent a war fleet to figure out what happened there or something. As the appetizers arrived on hovering plates, a band of musicians arrived at a stage in their corner. Leif and Aislinn both cheered in their raised seats and requested them to play a tune. One of the specialties of the Lyrical Kitchen is that they employ talented musicians who can improve a song for every occasion, Antoine explained to Ves. They boast that their musicians never play the same song twice. Ves knew that it took a lot of practice and coordination between the musicians to accomplish something like that. He half suspected them to be carrying a brain implant that connected their minds together. Still, the musicians played well and they easily managed to impress the two young children. Seeing Estella and Antoine looking at each other and their children with loving eyes made Ves feel inadequate. Compared to his lonesome self, the two journeymen already found each other and developed a wholesome relationship that looked too perfect to be true. "What is on your mind, Ves?" Antoine asked as he spotted V's melancholic eyes. "I'm very impressed with your family. Your children are very lucky to have you as their parents. You are still young. You have lots of time to find the perfect girl." Estella smiled. "As a woman, I can state that a mech designer of your talents and accomplishments won't have any trouble searching for a suitable partner. I can introduce you to the daughters of some of our friends if you'd like." "No thanks, Estella. Right now, my duty to the Mech Corps comes before my private matters. As you said, I still have plenty of time yet to find a partner." At this phase in his life, Ves still aimed to spend all of his time on furthering his career and his company. Finding a girlfriend and planning for marriage seemed too far ahead for him right now. As the main courses started to arrive, Ves began to chat about casual topics with the two other mech designers. Their children mainly clapped and asked for more songs from the musicians while Jeff and the guards stood quietly at the sides. None of them discussed any serious business as of yet. Presumably, Estella and Antoine preferred to keep Ves away from poking his nose in their business. No one liked their guests to go through their dirty laundry, after all. Ves would do the same if another mech designer came to inspect his business. Before he arrived at Bentheim, Ves already discussed the role he should adopt with Leland. The intelligence officer wanted Ves to present himself in a distinct manner that was different from his real self. The whole point of sending in Ves instead of someone else from Flashlight was because they quickly needed to ascertain if the KNG truly collaborated with the Separatists, or not. Not only did Ves have to conduct his investigation quickly, he also needed to do so quietly without attracting any suspicion at all. To that end, Leland wanted to craft a disarming version of Ves for him to adopt. The key was to reinforce certain biases in those that Ves interacted. Instead of presenting himself as a very competent apprentice mech designer, Ves instead pretended to be a more average mech designer. During his talks with the leaders of the KNG, the topic strayed to his exploits from time to time. While Ves faithfully kept his mouth shut about the classified aspects of his mission, he did mention some tidbits expressly spoken to downplay his actual accomplishments. "To be frank, the honors bestowed to me by the Mech Corps makes me feel ashamed," Ves admitted to the married couple. "A powerful official from Rittersberg advocated for my case to the generals of the Mech Corps and magnified my modest accomplishments to serve certain political needs. The Bright Republic needed a war hero to keep everyone's spirits high. In truth, it's mostly propaganda. Even so, what you are doing is doubtlessly noble," Estella said with an understanding smile. "I'm from Rittersberg, so I understand the calculus behind their decisions. I can easily see why they would prop you up as a war hero. It's easier to settle on you as you're a Larkin son." The three of them shared seemingly understanding gazes. Ves figured he accomplished the message he tried to convey. In their minds, Ves must have been some average drafted mech designer that made a mild accomplishment during a mission. One of the political masters back at Rittersberg liked what he saw, so he exaggerated V's accomplishments and forced the Mech Corps to cough up some of their prestigious medals to manufacture a war hero to inspire the Republic. Hopefully, Estella and Antoine bought this story. One of the strongest aspects about this story was that it was based on a very real truth. If Estella used her connections with Rittersberg to investigate the claims, she would find out that Senator Tovar himself pushed strongly to convince the generals to award medals like the Darkness Eater and the Golden Mech to Ves. All of it actually happened. The more the KNG regarded Ves as a political appointee, the less they thought of his actual ability, and thereby lower his guard around him. This was just the first step. Still, even if he wanted to pretend to be a bumbling mech designer who earned his medals through political intervention rather than earning supreme merit, he still needed to make a show of being earnest in performing his latest responsibilities. I'm thankful for inviting me to this establishment, but the Mech Corps won't be pleased if I spend my time outside your company all day, Ves said, turning a little more serious. I intend to discharge my duties to the best of my abilities while I'm assigned as your company's liaison. Of course, Ves. Antoine nodded while showing an understanding if slightly patronizing expression. We wouldn't want to displease your superiors. We have scheduled an extensive tour of the company for you over the next few days. We plan to show you around our headquarters, our design center, our manufacturing complexes, our testing and distribution complex, and our service complex to start with. While we own several other properties elsewhere, it wouldn't be convenient to visit them as they are located in other star systems. That's a lot of complexes, Ves commented. Our company is very large. Our sales volume is very large, so we require a large number of facilities to sustain our activities. I don't think you'll be able to visit them all in a single day, so we spread out your visits over a number of days if that's all right. That's okay. For now, a quick visit to each of your company's facilities is enough to get me started. My job is mainly to supervise the production of military mechs and supplies, so it isn't necessary for me to pay attention to every aspect of your company. I'm fine with a short tour as a start. Flashlight mainly wanted Ves to poke around the KNG's manufacturing complexes and the testing and distribution complex. If the BLM did infiltrate the KNG, then they would be sure to focus their efforts at the production and distribution sites. Where else would they be able to smuggle away mechs and supplies under everyone's noses? Even so, Ves did not refuse the opportunity to learn how a larger and more developed mech manufacturer such as the KNG ran its various operations. He knew that Estella and Antoine attempted to charm him with this upcoming tour. They hoped to build up a favorable relationship with Ves by showing him around and teaching him a bit on how to run a mech company. Technically, they were competitors, so it took some consideration on the part of the married couple to give Ves a good glimpse on how they ran their company. Besides, as journeymen, they didn't feel very threatened by an average apprentice such as Ves. Perhaps they would even be generous enough to give Ves some pointers on designing mechs. Ves tried to stifle a laugh as he perceived that Estella and Antoine bought his act. While Ves wasn't a great actor by any means, he didn't act completely outside the norm. It was a wonder what a few lies and misdirections could do to shape a completely different image from the truth. Chapter 981 Facade. After his sumptuous and extravagant dinner with the Caternavis family, Ves separated from them after receiving a schedule for his upcoming tour. He hailed a military shuttle from his comm, which picked him up and brought him back to a military base which housed his assigned accommodation. As Ves entered his private quarters, Leland Toll already waited for him there. I trust you made a good impression on Mrs. Catter and Mr. Navis? You tell me, Leland. Surely Flashlight managed to hook into the monitoring system of the Lyrical Kitchen, right? His case officer smirked. Correct. And I'm sure that Spotlight hacked into it as well. It's not very useful, however, as guests know better than to discuss anything sensitive in such a semi-public location. From what I've witnessed, you did a good enough job in lowering their guard. Even if I lied, I didn't lie too much, Ves responded. That will remain the key throughout your interactions with the KNG. You need to be genuine enough for you to come across as authentic. The last thing we want to do is to evoke their suspicion that you've been sent to do some actual investigation. Ves snorted at that. Is the entire position of liaison mech designer even useful? Oh, they are still very much needed. Especially to mech companies in the control of a single strong mech designer, they often tend to take weird directions from time to time. Having a liaison in place will force entrepreneurs to rein in some of their wildest actions. Liaisons aren't there to act as cops who will stop crimes when they happen. They are placed among companies as a form of deterrence in order to ensure stability and continuity in operations. I see then. Ves nodded. Even if the liaison is overly friendly with the companies they are meant to supervise, just having another mech designer present that isn't completely loyal is already enough to stop most antics. Let's move on to Kater and Ves. Having met them in person, what are your impressions of the two? They're a very happy pair. I really like their children. It's hard to imagine that there is anything amiss at the KNG. That's what they wanted you to believe. Don't fall for their act. Leland shook his head. Perhaps you are too close and taken in by their impression of a perfect family, but even the best of people can take a wrong turn. The fact that they have a wondrous family doesn't rule out that they are guilty of treason. I can see what you mean, Leland, but it's really hard for me to imagine that Kater or Ves are willing to ruin everything they built up so far. Their family is bound to be ruined and broken up if it turns out that they are really working together with the BLM. The main culprits behind any possible collusion may not even reach that high up. Even so, I don't want you to develop the impression that the two mech designers are completely innocent. You need to keep your eyes open as you inspect each aspect of the KNG. Base your judgment on facts and logic instead of your emotions. The two discussed some other matters related to the job. Overall, the first meeting didn't leave Ves with much to go on. He needed to wait for the tour of the KNG's various facilities before he could return with more intelligence. The various properties of the KNG are well guarded against real and virtual intrusions, Leland said. We won't be able to monitor what is happening inside without risking detection. That would be very bad. So I'll be on my own when I do my inspections? Correct, but a strike team of operatives will always be a few blocks away. Even now, they are still in hiding outside this base. They will follow you around discreetly and come to your aid if there is a need for intervention. However, all of this rests on the premise that Flashlight's involvement remains unknown. The strike team that is backing you up are constantly in disguise. Hopefully, Ves wouldn't see the need to call for their help. That's reassuring to hear. So to sum it up, I'll have to do all the actual inspections myself? Correct. Otherwise, why would we have a need of a mech designer of your caliber? Right now, we need you because Flashlight has faith that you are skilled enough to detect any irregularities at the KNG's facilities in a very short amount of time. The faster you spot anything amiss, the sooner we can decide upon an appropriate response. How much time do I have? We're not sure, but by my reckoning you should return to us with a definite confirmation no longer than 3 weeks. 3 weeks sounded short, too short for Ves to develop a close trust with Kater and Ves. He'd have to be a bit more brazen and assertive in his role as liaison to wrap up his investigation in that short amount of time. Why 3 weeks? Is that when the threat of Vision intrusion becomes real? I can't say. Just know that we can only spare 3 weeks for your investigation before we have to pull you out and move to another plan. Leland quickly left after mentioning a few more things about the happy family. Overall, the spy wanted Ves to remain sober and not be taken in too much by the overly rosy picture painted by the happy family. Once Ves was left alone, he sat behind his terminal and wrote up a report of his activities for his cover role. Even though he didn't include any important details in this casual report, it was nonetheless a necessary activity for every liaison. The next day, Ves ate a quick breakfast at the base, thereby also showing himself off at the personnel present there, before boarding a military shuttle again. Where to, Mr. Larkinson? Take me to the headquarters of the Kater Ves group. The time limit imposed by Leland gave Ves a lot of pressure. He cancelled some of his initial plans of visiting other areas of Durham for the sole purpose of appearing in public to show off his awards like a nouveau riche. Even if I spend most of my time with the KNG, I'll already be exposed as it is. There's no need for me to visit some busy street to attract attention from the public. During the shuttle ride, he idly activated his comm and browsed some of the local news portals. He searched his own name and found that a few outlets already started to report on these eye-catching awards. He smirked. This is just the start. He already encountered some ads showcasing his connection to the LMC. The more people looked him up, the more people would see those ads, and thereby become exposed to his company's products. The shuttle landed at the familiar parking zone. As VS left the shuttle, a familiar relations manager greeted him again. VS, pleased to see you again. Mrs. Catter and Mr. Navis both have business to attend, so they are not able to accompany you on your tour this time. That's okay. They are busy mech designers and I know that time is money to them. I can still do my job without their presence. In fact, VS preferred not to be accompanied by the two journeymen because he wouldn't be able to get away with as much. Mech designers knew each other the best. If VS showed an undue amount of interest in some of the more sensitive areas of the company, Catter and Navis would easily be able to observe his unusual behavior. He much preferred to be accompanied by a technical neophyte like Jeff who was good with people but bad with technology. He just had to make sure he wouldn't appear suspicious to any of the security guards or monitoring systems while he made his inspections. Today, there are 2 visits on the agenda. In the morning, I'll show you around our headquarters. In the afternoon, I'll take you to the design center where most of the magic happens. Sounds good. Jeff brought VS inside the headquarters and gave him a brief tour in every department. Of course, he only obtained a shallow glimpse at the work being done related to the company's financing, marketing, strategy, and public relations activities. What struck VS the most during his tour throughout the headquarters was that everyone appeared genuinely happy and loyal. No one appeared stressed and none of the managers rode their subordinates very hard. Jeff noticed his astonishment. Our leaders are very concerned with the well-being of their employees. Treating our people as valued individuals instead of wage slaves is the first step to building an enduring company. We pay our people above average wages and we offer generous benefits as well as bountiful bonuses to them. Besides inspiring everyone's loyalty and devotion to the company, we've also managed to cut down attrition to a minimum while boosting productivity. It sounds really expensive though. Can the KNG actually afford such generous treatment to its employees? Our company is more than profitable enough to sustain such activities. The fact that very few of our people quit saves us a lot of time and money that we would have otherwise spent on retraining newcomers. Even so, VS still remained somewhat skeptical on the claim that the company wasn't wasting a lot of money on unnecessary benefits. He found it somewhat regretful that the tour hadn't allowed him a deeper glimpse into the company's finances. Understanding their current financial state would help him a lot in determining whether they were desperate enough to look for alternative sources of funding. Even so, the accountants and managers at the financial department showed a bit less enthusiasm in front of VS. Obviously, they coped with a bit more concerns than the other departments, but they did their best to show their best faces in front of VS. VS realized that the entire visit so far consisted of theater. Jeff brought him along a guided tour through fabricated impressions of happy and productive workers. Only once they neared the top of the headquarters did VS get to meet with some of the top management team. An executive solely responsible for supervising the production of military assets greeted them at his office. Good morning, Mr. Larkinson, the older man said as they shook hands. My name is Charlie Rosen, and I am the Executive Director for Military Production. Put simply, that means that all the assets we produce for the Mech Corps. Can you walk me over what the KNG produces right now? Certainly. I have prepared a short presentation. Once everyone sat down, Mr. Rosen presented the facts, most of which VS already knew. We produce 35 different mech models for 5 different mech regiments of the Mech Corps at a time. That sounds impressive at first, but we don't run our production lines for each of these models at all times. We only need to produce enough military mechs to replenish the losses of the mech regiments deployed on the front lines of the war. Even so, trying to retain enough ability and know-how to be able to fabricate so many military mech models must require a considerable amount of skill and manpower. How many mechs have you produced in, say, the last year? Charlie Rosen raised his eyes as if to recall the figure. I'd say over 7,000 mechs. That's quite a lot, Ves replied with considerable surprise. The war is very hard on the mech regiments, as I'm sure you know from your own service. In most cases, mechs fall easily, but their mech pilots are able to eject in time. Sometimes, the fallen mechs can be recovered, but there are many times when they aren't able to restore their damaged machines. That is where we come in. 5 different mech regiments rely on our production to cover a part, or even their entire mech roster. This was a very major responsibility. If the KNG was a loyal and trustworthy mech manufacturer, then there was nothing wrong about their supply contracts with the individual mech regiments. However, such a strong responsibility could easily be turned against the military. If someone powerful enough at the KNG wanted to sabotage the mech regiments, they could easily tamper with the mechs intended for the military. This was why the Mech Corps felt the need to send liaison mech designers to the companies contracted to supply the military. Ves realized that even as he was tasked with finding out if the KNG covertly supplied the BLM with mechs and supplies, he also needed to take his cover role more seriously. He needed to investigate whether the KNG also fudged the mechs they supplied to the mech regiments. Chapter 982 Different Design Methodology. After his informative meeting with the Executive Director for Military Production, Ves became more aware of the KNG's importance in the Republic's war apparatus. Bentheim's industrial capacity is enormous, Charlie Rosen stated at the close of his presentation. During our wars against the Vesians, every company has to do their part. While a mech manufacturer is already helping the Republic's economy by continuing their commercial activities, in many cases the state needs more direct assistance. The Caternavis Group is proud to partner up with several military mech regiments and do our part in keeping them supplied with mechs and supplies. That is a very admirable sentiment, Mr. Rosen. Ves nodded in apparent appreciation. On behalf of the Mech Corps, we hope to continue our fruitful cooperation. In the next couple of days, Jeff brought him to visit the KNG's design complex. Located in the outskirts of Durham away from the hustle and bustle of the center of the city, the design complex exuded an academic mood. The mech designers who worked here all enjoyed the complex's rich greenery, peaceful parks, and various recreational activities. Our bosses always state that designing mechs is a creative job, the relations manager told him as they calmly walked through a wooded area. Whoever designed the outdoor areas of the complex did a marvelous job, because Ves couldn't help but feel his stress levels decreasing amidst all of this peace and quiet. Therefore, they specifically erected this design complex in order to provide a refreshing and uplifting environment for our mech designers. I can feel the remarkable design behind the layout and architecture here. Ves nodded in agreement. Anyone who works here will probably feel as if they are in a paradise. That's the idea behind this design center. Here at the Caternavis Group, we pay a lot of attention to the comfort and well-being of our employees. After all, how can we be one of those gauche companies where our upper management earns millions of credits while our backbone is barely making a pittance? That's a very progressive attitude for the KNG to take, Ves commented without making too much of a judgment. While Ves could see the appeal behind shaping the expansive complex into a peaceful, Zen-like environment, he himself found it to be rather adverse to his own style of designing mechs. Ves believed he designed the best mechs when fired up with passion. The higher the pressure, the more frantic he worked and the less he second-guessed himself. Even though he'd slip up from time to time, the creative solutions he formed under pressure made all of the shortcomings worth it in the end. A calm and serene design environment like this may be able to lower a mech designer's stress level, but it would also douse their more excitable impulses. As a mech designer, Ves understood how deeply their profession depended on emotional outbursts to design original mechs. Nonetheless, it also made sense for the KNG to offer this kind of relaxing environment to mech designers if they didn't contribute to anything substantial in the company's designs. Flashes of inspiration and passion-fueled adrenaline rushes served the lead designers of a design project well, but their subordinate mech designers would never have a chance to introduce some of their own innovations to the design. Mech designers who only did grunt work such as modeling and simulating mech designs in order to optimize them and expose any flaws did not depend too much on creativity. The tedious, mind-numbing work wore out any mech designer, so to offer this kind of placid environment to them was like injecting them with sedates and other mind-calming drugs. This was perhaps the most nefarious aspect about this design complex. Anyone who worked here would be shaped by the environment into becoming an unthinking drone for the KNG. The subliminal messages suffused in the complex's design depressed all of their excitable aspects in order to reinforce a mood of numb compliance. He didn't mention all of this, Jeff. In fact, Ves thought it was a great example on how to treat lower-level mech designers. Such a well-designed complex for mech designers prolonged their usefulness and allowed them to last longer before burning out. I've seen enough of the periphery. Please bring me inside. They entered the main entrance and went through a pretty thorough security check where Ves had been forced to leave behind his military calm. My apologies, Ves, but you will have to leave behind any electronic devices. The work we undertake here is of vital importance to the company. We cannot allow anything we do inside to fall in the hands of our competitors. I understand. Once they passed the security check, they entered deep within the bowels of the main facility. The overwhelmingly white interior with round smooth shapes and lack of sharp angles only reinforced the impression that this entire environment had been shaped to reinforce a sense of peace and calm. Many concurrent design projects take place in this facility, Jeff started to explain. The KNG offers over 50 different mech models, many of which are only the latest versions in their product lines. It is here that work on the Mark IIs, Mark IIIs, Mark IVs of our existing models are constantly being refined. Do the lead designers of all of these projects solely consist of Mrs. Catter and Mr. Navis? For the most part, they do. Sometimes they invite their fellow journeyman colleagues to collaborate on a special mech design, but in most cases they are good enough to set the tone for the projects by themselves. How can they juggle this many design projects at once? Their approach to designing mechs is to lead the design projects through intermittent guidance. Mrs. Catter or Mr. Navis only has to spend a day or 3 to set an overall design a specific aspect, whereupon the assisting mech designers flesh out the direction through careful study and examination. Ves wasn't too unfamiliar with this approach to designing mechs. A mech designer like him always engaged in only one design project at a time. Each time he embarked on a major design project, he put down everything else and devoted his entire attention span on designing a mech at the cost of losing track of external concerns. Catter and Navis couldn't afford to be too engulfed by their own design projects. Not only did they hold many responsibilities such as meeting with stakeholders and spending time with their children, they also needed to keep all of those design projects moving forward. Just going from one design project after another one at a time sounded extremely inefficient to Ves. Therefore, he saw the logic in this distant and more imperious style of designing mechs. It wasn't too dissimilar from Professor Velton's approach to designing the Inheritor, Hellcat and Akara designs back at the Flagrant Vandals. It put Ves to thought as they visited some of the project workplaces. The design methodologies he witnessed seemed much more suited to a large mech company that continuously developed many designs at a time. With only 2 lead designers but so many design projects all calling out for their attention, it was impossible for them to dedicate their full time on each of them. Katter and Ves would run themselves ragged if they spent as much time on each design as Ves did on his own. Ves only designed 2 original mechs for the market, while the 2 older journeymen designed more than 50 commercial designs. As Ves visited several design teams, he noted that all of them consisted of apprentices and novices. Not a single journeyman mech designer could be found in their midst, and even the apprentices themselves didn't seem too bright. Are there any other journeymen or talented mech designers working here? How could we? Jeff shook his head in an honest fashion. Any mech designer that is good enough to run their own companies have already done so. A mech designer of your caliber is very hard to retain. The only way to realistically pull over a mech designer with promise is to offer them a substantial amount of shares in the company. Or you could partner up with them. That's the case with Mrs. Katter and Mr. Ves, right? Jeff smiled brightly. Exactly. A personal union between our 2 bosses is very rare, but the Katter-Ves group that formed as a merger between their 2 former companies is much more powerful than the sum of its parts. The combination of 2 journeyman mech designers who share everything they have together has been an absolute boon to our company's rise. Overall, as they toured the different design teams, Ves didn't get to see too much of their work. It wouldn't do for Ves to press for greater access, as none of the design work on the KNG's commercial mechs had any bearing with the military. This visit alone was only just a courtesy to the new liaison. Still, Ves picked up plenty of insights. For example, for all of Jeff and other people's claims that the KNG looked out for their employees, he could see that the KNG didn't particularly value their mech designers. This overly placid environment, and the company's overall treatment of their lower-ranked mech designers all served the interests of the company owners. The mech designers all enjoyed stable positions in the design teams, but Ves figured they did not enjoy that many prospects for improvement and advancement. A mech designer who joined the KNG's design teams would be destined to stall in their careers. However, this was how the mech industry worked. The lead designers captured most of the benefits that came with designing mechs by exercising their creativity and coming up with innovations. As for the mech designers that came after to refine the initial concept and optimize it into a form ready for the market, they held no say in how the mech design would shape out. All of the mech designs published by the KNG either came at the hand of Katter or Ves. Besides the occasional guest designer, no other mech designer earned any credit for developing the company's many designs. Ves fell into a slightly introspective mood at the end of his tour through the facility. Perhaps if he hadn't obtained the system, Ves might have aspired to work for the KNG in a similar fashion. Unlike all the other alternative jobs that desperate mech designers ended up with, working as an assisting mech designer for the KNG seemed like a wish come true, as at least he'd be able to exercise his design ability, although to a very minor extent. As Ves ended the tour for the day and took a shuttle ride back to base, he wondered how he should shape the LMC's design teams in the future. Should he adopt the model used by the KNG? The important point is that it works. He knew that many mech companies above a certain scale with robust design teams adopted the same design methodology as the KNG. It aimed to solve the problem of maintaining many design projects while having far too few design talents to go around. For now, the LMC only offered 2 original mech models, but how long would that last? Any self-respecting mech company that did not specialize in a single type of mechs always offered a few varieties of mech types. Ves himself dreamed of designing a dozen or so mechs belonging to the same product family. He wanted to design different mech models of different mech types but with several shared aspects and interchangeable parts. A set of related mech models, each of which used several common parts and behaved in a similar fashion, was the dream of every mech designer. This was because many large customers often preferred to order large batches of mechs from the same seller. This not only simplified their logistical needs. Adopting mechs from the same product family also trained their mech pilots and mech technicians to excel in working with the same kinds of mechs. Naturally, to develop an entire product family of mechs was easier said than done. However, Ves personally saw that the KNG made it work. The KNG maintains two product families, one for spaceborne mechs and one for frontline mechs. Some of them share the same engines, the same power reactors, the same energy cells, same performance profile, and more. Chapter 983 Dominant Institution. Developing an entire product family asked a lot out of a mech designer. They needed to be skilled and creative enough to adapt the same set of component licenses to vastly different mech types. In one perspective, the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord could partially be considered to be part of the same product family. Ves recycled many of the component licenses used in the Black Beak designs, such as the Veltrex armor system and the Trailblazer mech engine in his Crystal Lord design. However, Ves never set out to make their designs share many aspects in common. Overall, they still diverged substantially with regards to their internal architecture, power usage, and more. The only reason why I reuse the same component licenses is because I'm not rich enough to afford another set of licenses of the same quality. Many mech designers ended up designing mechs in that fashion, sharing similar design traits out of helpless necessity instead of a predetermined plan to design an entire product family. It's still too soon for me to think on embarking on such an ambitious project. Besides the incredibly stringent demands on his design ability, starting up an entire product family also required him to select versatile component licenses that worked well in many different mech types. While Ves thought he had the skills necessary to do so, he was still short on money and manpower. Also, it took an extremely long time to finish designing all of those mechs, enough for him to give up any notions of doing so when the current generation of mechs soon came to an end. There's no point starting a major design project when new technologies and standards will turn my efforts into cheap, last-gen goods. In the mech industry, only journeyman mech designers embarked on the path of starting up a product family. Once the shuttle returned to the military base, Ves met up with Leland in his quarters again. The flashlight intelligence officer seemed to have a way to sneak into his sleeping place without letting any guard or security system pick up his presence. The thought frightened him for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Flashlight had no reason to sneak up on him in the middle of the night. Ves. How was your day today? I visited their design complex. It was a very informative visit to me as a mech designer and a businessman. However, it has nothing to do with my job as a liaison. There's nothing going on there that is relevant to the investigation. Everything is relevant as long as you ask the right questions, Leland retorted. Oh? Did I miss something today? Ves sat down at his bed while Leland took up the seat next to the desk terminal. Where do you think most of the mech designers who work at the KNG come from, Ves? Now that he thought about it, many of the design teams he visited shared the same vibe he had seen many times at Frozen Point. They are all graduates of Ansel. Exactly. The Ansel University of Mech Design prides itself on being the most premier institute for mech designers in the Republic. While the AUMD is not as good as the prestigious institutions of the Friday Coalition, anyone who graduates from Ansel expects to be a mech designer of note. Yet the mech market can't accommodate that many mech designers, Ves replied, seeing the point that Leland tried to make. Ansel is famous for their high selection criteria. Those that manage to get in and study diligently are always above every other mech designer from the Republic. Even so, too many of them graduate each year. There simply isn't room for all of them to start their own businesses. Therefore, unless they are truly excellent, wealthy, or connected enough to start up their own companies and propel them to success, most of their careers aren't very distinguished. Their outcomes are better than the graduates of other institutions such as your very own alma mater, but if nothing changes, they will still be nobodies by the time they retire. A mech designer hungered for success and acknowledgement. The best mech designers always dreamt of founding their own mech companies and grow them step by step towards a dominant market position. Yet the mech market was cruel and vicious. The intense competition and finite amount of buyers left no room for every graduate of the AUMD to carve out their own places in the market. For some reason, even if the AUMD restricted their intake of students somewhat, they were just like every other institution and pumped out way too many mech designers, much more than the mech industry could take in fact. At the very least, these Ansel alumni are better off than their peers who mostly have to abandon their design careers. Ves concluded. I've seen many mech designers forced to give up their primary vocation in order to become a mech appraiser or mech repairer. Leland sneered. I'm not so sure the elite Ansel mech designers will be content with what you said. Ansel's way of bringing up their mech designers is meant to prepare them for success. That serves the winners just fine, but what about the losers? How would it feel to be treated as design royalty during your studies at Ansel, only to be begging for a design job once you are back on the streets? It sounds like you take this problem as a lot more seriously than anyone else. Flashlight has a reason to be concerned. We admire Ansel for raising loyal and patriotic mech designers, some of whom are just as good as those who return after graduating from the famed institutions of the Friday Coalition. Yet we are also concerned what the disaffected among them will try to do when their dream careers fail to materialize. You think they'll join the BLM? We don't think. We know. A fair number of mech designers from Ansel that are collaborating or outright working for the Bentheim liberation movement is very substantial. This sounded completely incongruent to Ves. Even if many of the graduates from Ansel might not be able to succeed in their startups, they should still be able to work for the Mech Corps or the various mech companies like the KNG. How could they even contemplate working for the most notorious terrorist organization in the Republic? I see the question in your mind, Ves. You wonder how those proud Ansel alumni would even deign to work with the separatists. It is exactly because they are so proud that they can't accept becoming anyone's lackey. Working for the BLM is a form of rebellion for them. If they can't join the mech industry as a successful mech designer, then they would rather burn it all down. What twisted logic is that? Ves exclaimed. It is not a logical response, but rather an emotional one. Ansel's hyper-intense focus on producing winners who can compete with the best has a very significant downside. The AUMD is very poor at raising mech designers who can cope with setbacks and losses. These aggrieved mech designers are too proud to lower themselves to working on those alternative careers, and the BLM is shrewd enough to offer them a substantial amount of power and influence in their cells. This sounded incredibly concerning to Ves. However, while it surprised him a lot that the BLM employed many disaffected graduates from Ansel, he still questioned what all of this had to do with his current mission. You mentioned this for a reason, right? What does this have to do with the situation at the KNG? If there is anything amiss at the KNG, their collaboration with the BLM may not be limited to providing material support. There is a possibility that some of the mech designers working at the KNG's design complex are in cahoots with the BLM, Leland revealed. This sounded paranoid even to Ves. In addition, even if something like this really went on, it was very hard to catch the colluding mech designers in the act. The help that these mech designers provided to the BLM could merely be confined to leaking some data on the KNG's mechs. It sounds like Flashlight is not very comfortable with the AUMD. We have a reason to be concerned. Ansel's influence in Bentheim's mech industry is substantial and pervasive. While most of our senior mech designers have emerged from that school, a lot of bad apples have come from there as well. Unfortunately, even if some of those bad apples ended up at the K&G, VS didn't have the opportunity to investigate them all. While a couple of mech designers did in fact got sent to the manufacturing complexes from time to time in order to supervise the complex production operations, most of them just spent their times in the secretive design labs deep inside the K&G's design complex. So what do I have to do? While Kader and Navis are two very capable mech designers, it's impossible for them to extend their awareness everywhere. They spent much of their time either at their headquarters or their design complex. As for the manufacturing complexes, the only times they visit there is when they need to ready the production lines for a major shift in production. Other times, they leave it to other mech designers to keep an eye there. VS learned from Leland that Kader and Navis entrusted the overall functioning of each manufacturing complex to trusted subordinate mech designers. Subsequently, if anything dubious happened at these sites, then those trusted mech designers would very likely be at the heart of those schemes. All of them are Ansel alumni with a lot of weight within the K&G, Leland mentioned. While they don't have much influence in the design work, when it comes to production they are absolutely side bosses. Even so, being in charge of production is not as fulfilling as being able to design mechs, VS observed. Does the K&G really not allow any of their other mech designers to publish mech designs they develop themselves? Nope. Publishing inferior products not only complicates their production efforts, but it will also tarnish their brand name. The K&G is very much a two-man show. Besides Kader and Navis, no other mech designer is allowed to influence their product offerings. At the end of the briefing, Leland left VS alone to write his report for the Mech Corps. As he summarized his visit to the design complex, he couldn't help but think back on how a mech company ought to treat their mech designers. Sending mech designers to supervise the production or relegating them to grunt work in numerous design teams is not in their best interests. The K&G basically treated their non-lead mech designers like commodities. For all of the company's claims of treating their employees well, they insidiously exploited them behind their polite facade. It made VS reflect on how he should shape his own company's policies regarding any mech designers he intended to hire. From what he already observed at the K&G, he knew that any major mech company couldn't do without a design team. VS already tasted the limits of operating solo, and he simply couldn't dedicate that much time on designing individual mechs. However, even if the LMC made use of design teams in the future, VS needed to be very thoughtful about the treatment of his mech designers. The central premise of both his design philosophy and his company was to elevate the dignity of mechs. VS wanted his products to be treated with the respect afforded to living human beings. However, for him to care so much about mechs, he should not neglect his own people. If VS wanted to be consistent in his convictions, then he needed to find some way to allow his subordinate mech designers to express their design ability without compromising the best interests of the LMC. I'll have to think on this problem. There's no easy way to solve this conundrum. Chapter 984 Blood Champion. As his visit to the K&G's design complex only stretched in the afternoon, after Leland left his quarters, VS still had the evening to himself. He decided to abuse his privileges again, left the base after appropriating another military shuttle. In any case, as a liaison mech designer, he didn't have to pay too much attention on staying at his posts. He wasn't assigned to a ship of a base after all, so hardly anyone cared if he departed without asking for leave. Where to, Mr. Larkinson? Take me to the center of the Rain District. The shuttle pilot actually turned around from his seat. The Rain District, sir? That's not advisable. That district is the turf of the Blood Claws. Yes, I know. I'll be perfectly safe there. It's not as if they would ever dare to hurt a man in uniform. Now stop asking questions and get this shuttle in the air. Even if he didn't have much free time to spend on Bentheim, Ves still wanted to get some private matters done. It was a rare opportunity for him to be able to run around on Bentheim while the war still went on, so how could he not abuse this privilege until it was bleeding and crying on the floor? The shuttle spent a short time crossing above the city before it landed in the Rain District, a less well-off city district of Durham. A lot of visitors and locals at the parking zone looked at Ves with askance as soon as he stepped out. His service uniform looked completely out of place in the seedier part of the capital. Ves merely smiled at the gawkers and began to walk along the main avenues of the district. Everywhere he walked, he drew many stares. Word would spread and footage of him would leak out. Perhaps many of them would wonder why he entered the Rain District in this get-up alone, and the uncertainties from that would fuel the spread of his appearance. While he didn't intend to catch the public's attention this way, it was a nice bonus even if it slightly tarnished his reputation for entering the Rain District. After all, everyone and their mother knew that the Blood Claws held sway here. The gang owned many properties here through various dummy corporations, and they operated many businesses in the dark. For example, Ves knew that the Blood Claws operated an underground mech arena as well as a black market here. The scale of both wasn't that big or extensive due to their fears of attracting too much attention from the authorities. As long as these shady establishments didn't draw too much attention to themselves, the local authorities on Bentheim weren't inclined to spoil the party. Ves couldn't help but smile at the implicit cooperation. What took place on Bentheim sounded no different than the shady businesses that operated in the Larkinson system. The only point of consideration was that Bentheim cared a lot more about maintaining a clean reputation on the surface. As a legitimate port system, they derived most of their revenue from honest industry and legal trade. The problem was that illicit activities always followed everywhere where the money flowed. Port systems drew even more gangs than usual because of the sheer amount of transactions that went on. Therefore, the dominant position the Blood Claws held in Bentheim's underworld was so strong that even the Planetary Guard closed their eyes to their activities as long as they upheld a social accord. The three dominant gangs all effectively ruled their territories autonomously. Having witnessed the blatant codependence of legal and less than legal activities, Ves knew that it reflected a sense of helplessness with regards to the authorities. Crime followed everywhere, and have always existed since the dawn of time. No matter if it was the Galactic Rim or the Galactic Center, plenty of people found ways to cheat the system or find a way to fulfill a need that the government frowned upon. Bentheim may be less safe and more chaotic with all the gangs vying for a slice of the pie here, but it could have been much worse if the Blood Claws didn't depress the violence on their turf. Fighting was bad for business. While small rivaling gangs of lowlives constantly fought over the less desirable parts of Bentheim, a place like the Rain District maintained relative order in order to make visitors feel safe enough to frequent their establishments. Ves entered a rundown bar called the Three-Legged Mech. "Oi, you that Larkinson fella?" a thug who waited near the entrance called. "Yep. The Blood Champion told me to bring you upstairs. Let's go." Ves followed the fellow up some steps in the dingy but strangely homely bar. He drew countless stares from the thugs and other lowlives drinking at this grungy establishment. Once upstairs, they entered a private room where a single other person had already sank on a couch with beer stains on it. The woman looked up at his arrival and raised a lazy hand. "Yo. We haven't seen each other in years, and that's all you can say to me, Riella?" "What do you expect, Ves?" his brash cousin said in a heated tone. "Do you want me to get all googly-eyed at your well-cut uniform and your impressive decorations? I left the Larkinsons because I want to pursue my own career instead of mindlessly joining the military like everyone else." "Whoa there, I just wanted to meet cousin," I'm not here to preach to you or drag you back to the family. Huh! Seeing you in your uniform just pisses me off. It reminds me of all the other aunts and uncles who are disappointed in me for not following the family tradition. It didn't help that you tracked down my contact and ordered me to meet up with you. Just like that. I remember I specifically sent you a request. If you didn't want to meet me, you could have just said no. Ves replied aggrievedly. Yeah, right. Who the hell would be able to say no to the latest darling of the family? Except for that fellow Ganso, you're the most decorated Larkinson of our generation. Ves should have felt proud of that, but Riella made it sound as if he became a mindless Larkinson drone who followed the family's tradition of volunteering for military service. I don't want to argue with you about this. Can we move on? It's been a long time since we've last met, and even if you cut ties with the family, we're still related to each other. Fine. You better not talk about anything that pisses me off, though. As Ves sat next to the mech pilot on the couch, he regarded her with a curious eye. She didn't appear too different since last time, but just like Ves, she had gained an edge in her demeanor. She also matured a bit, and seemed more assertive and confident than before. How are you faring with the blood claws? I'm doing great. I've won and lost my fair share of fights in the underground arenas. There's something delightfully blood-pumping about those fights. Were you ever at risk of dying? Sure. I usually know when to eject or give up in time, though. It's an essential skill to learn while you're fighting a mech duel with almost no rules. Ves felt as if she was understating the risks. Even if the underground arena duels didn't always end in death, the possibility of fatalities was still substantially higher. Likely, the main reason why Riella survived up to now despite losing some fights was because she was an insider and a very capable mech pilot. The blood claws would be crazy to treat her like dirt. Her Larkinson mech pilot training gave her an edge over most of the rabble that tended to compete in these kinds of underground mech duels. The guy at the entrance called you a blood champion. What's that? He asked. Oh, that? It's basically their word for a mech champion. I've done quite well for myself lately. She grinned at Ves. All those hair-raising fights finally allowed me to showcase my dueling talents. I'm nothing like the mech pilot I was before. As a blood champion, I've entered into the middle ranks of the blood claws. While I'm not in charge of any businesses or anything, I get paid really well and get any mech I want. That sounds very generous. However, it doesn't sound as if you're getting all of that treatment for free. Oh, it only lasts as long as I'm alive and in fighting shape. I also have to represent the blood claws in ritual duels whenever they fight against their rivals. While Riella sounded very nonchalant about the risks, Ves figured that she was constantly at risk of dying or coming away with severe injuries. While he wanted to lecture her about the idiocy she volunteered for, he held himself back. It wasn't as if serving in the war was any less risky right now, and she made her own choice. After a bit of chit-chat on how they were doing, Ves moved on to the main purpose of his visit. Riella, the reason I asked to meet with you is not just to see how you're doing. I wanted to ask a favor from you. She raised her eyebrow at him. Truly? The mighty Ves deigns to lower himself to my level to ask for help? Don't make it sound like as if I look down on you. I never did. She threw a skeptical expression at him. Yeah, right. Well, spit it out. What do you want? I want to ask you to use your sway with the blood claws to gather all the information it has about a local mech company called the Catanevis Group. Why the hell do you want something like that? Right now, I've been assigned to the KNG as a liaison mech designer. I want to have a better understanding of the company, but it's hard to tell them to expose their dirty laundry to me. I figured that a gang as powerful and established on Bentheim as the Blood Claws knows more about the KNG than the local authorities. Therefore, could you please ask around and see if they're willing to hand over some of their dirt on the company to me? Quietly, please, I don't want anyone to find out. Riella frowned deeply at his request. It's really hard to do anything quietly within the organization. The Blood Claws is really large and I'm just part of their mech pilots. All the business stuff is handled by another part of the gang. Can you do it or not? She smirked. Sure. Who do you think I am? I'm a blood champion. It sounds a little sad, but I'm one of their best mech pilots. Except for the old dogs who have fought at Monty the Beheader's side for decades, everyone respects my skills. I'm sure I can drop by at the organization's business offices and dig out the intel on that mech company for you. However, it'll cost you, Ves. Oh, come on, aren't we family? We are. That's why I haven't said no. I can't even promise you that I can get my hands on the dirt, but as long as you pay me back, I'll do my best. Ves thought for a while before he sighed. As long as we're not talking about treason or something, then fine. What is it you want me to do? I want you to give me 3 of your company's highly rated crystal lords. The silver label versions, not the crappy bronze label ones. He almost grew sick. Mechs don't grow on trees, you know? Do you know how many credits worth of mechs you're talking about? It's a much larger sum of money than you have ever spent. I don't care. I want some mechs so I can give them to my seniors to curry favor with them. Besides, it'll help you out as well. The LMC and you will be able to get in the good books of the Blood Claws if you offer them this kind of tribute. All the other mech companies do something like this all the time, you know. That's how Bentheim really works. Any company who's too slow in offering tribute, well, they don't exist for long. While Ves wasn't aware of the exact state of the LMC's finances, he figured that they shouldn't be fragile enough to go bankrupt if they gifted 3 crystal lords to Riella. If that wasn't the case, then he could always compensate the company with his personal funds. Even though the upfront cost of this repayment was very high, as long as it furthered the mission and therefore improved his relationship with Flashlight, it was all worth it. No matter how shady it all sounded, at the end of the day it was all for a good cause. Deal. Chapter 985 Perplexing Business Strategy. In the following days, Ves went on a series of tours through the Caternavis Group's manufacturing complexes. They owned 4 in total, spread across different parts of Bentheim. Jeff brought Ves to the Haston complex first. Situated in the poorest city of Bentheim, the surroundings looked awfully rough, but those who worked here seemed happy and grateful to be working for the KNG. It must be very hard to base production in Haston, Ves idly commented as he casually inspected the entire plant under the guidance of one of the presiding mech designers. This is the old production plant of Ves Mechs back before the merger, the mech designer said. We are a familiar institution in Haston. The Ves family has a good relationship with the local Haston communities. By working together with the locals, we've managed to avoid the travails that other mech companies suffer when they think they can just drop down a factory here to take advantage of the cheap labor. What does the Ves family do? Ves asked, even though he already knew the question due to his prior studies. Jeff answered this question quickly and confidently. The Ves family is a familiar mainstay in the Bentheim business community. They have long been in the banking and finance sector. Their industrial and commercial bank of Bentheim has invested in many mech companies as well as many grassroots businesses. Eventually, Antoine Ves entered the mech industry and achieved great success, propelling him all the way to become the new head of the family. Does that mean that Mr. Ves is also in charge of the family's ICBB? Not directly. The bank's shares belong to the family's estate, and every major decision requires the approval of the family. Nonetheless, the ICBB has increased their cooperation with the Caternavis Group lately. As a capital-intensive industry, the vast majority of mech company startups went heavily into debt to get their foot off the ground. The harsh competition and relatively high barrier for entry did not deter many hopeful young mech designers in trying to make it as a mech entrepreneur. Most failed outright. Many more barely managed to keep their heads above water. However, the few wild successes paid off extremely well, especially if the bank held equity in the newly founded mech companies. These huge successes made it viable for banks to earn a profit despite investing in many failed ventures. Even if too many mech companies they invested in failed for some reason or another, the banks usually claimed the collateral which would be put to good use in another company. Ves figured one of the reasons why Ves Mechs managed to achieve success early on was because the Ves family accumulated a substantial amount of insider know-how on how to operate a mech company. Having invested in so many mech companies through the years and having witnessed so many successes and failures, the Ves family already knew most of the pitfalls of the mech industry. As Ves continued his tour throughout the Haston complex, he became struck by the numerous production lines, large amounts of motivated personnel, and the extremely complex supply chains intertwined in this central location. The mech designer brought them to the rear section of the plants where warehouses and landing pads stored hundreds of freshly fabricated frontline mechs packed in compact containers. Transports occasionally flew down to offload raw materials and pick up the mechs. The logistics of running a manufacturing complex that can pump out an arsenal of mechs is extremely intricate. We are involved with hundreds of suppliers, logistics firms, and distributors who ship our mechs to where they are sold. Keeping our supply chains running with all of the uncertainties of war and business has been difficult, but we are more than up to the challenge. The Haston complex shipped in a huge amount of raw resources and subsequently shipped out a large amount of cheap but very sizable mechs. This in turn meant that the KNG's logistical efforts at this particular complex was the most large-scale and intensive operation of the entire company. From the areas where the mech designer took him, Ves did not see anything amiss, at least on the surface. The large amount of people, the tight spaces, and the overall level of monitoring and inspection left very little room for individuals to smuggle anything in or out of the complex. However, as long as a substantial amount of key personnel were involved, something shady could still happen under the noses of everyone else. If Ves wanted to dig any impropriety out, then he needed to look into some of the personnel susceptible to these schemes. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to do so on this short visit. Thank you for the tour. Visiting this complex has opened up my eyes, Ves said. It is our pleasure to show off the KNG's splendor, Mr. Larkinson, the bland mech designer responded. Ves visited the 3 other manufacturing complexes of the KNG in turn. The Ansel complex was just as large as the Haston complex. It used to be the center of production of the old Kata group and still pumped out space-borne mechs to this day. While the frontline mechs produced by the Haston complex mostly sold for about 4 to 8 million credits, the mechs at the Ansel complex could be bought for around 15 to 30 million credits. This was still an extremely competitive price point, and Ves figured the profit margins were already rather skinny even during the good times. The workers at the Ansel complex generally appeared to be more competent and diligent in their work. Subsequently, they were also much better paid. Ansel is known as the mech capital of this planet, the local mech designer explained. While Ansel is famous for hosting its premier mech university, it is also known for educating some of the most best mech technicians in the Republic. Most of our mech technicians working here at our Ansel complex come from those institutions. They must be rather expensive to employ, Ves remarked. We are always known for our generous remuneration. We are always working hard to achieve the best possible quality in our output. The raving reviews and the excellent customer feedback of our space-borne mech models proves that all of our efforts here has propelled the KNG to greater prominence, VS nodded. The mech market did indeed appreciate the KNG's many offerings. They enjoyed good reputation for delivering good quality products. However, VS privately questioned whether all of these extra efforts were really worth it. Even though the good reputation helped them sell more mechs, would the additional revenue offset all of the extravagant costs incurred by employing so many highly qualified mech technicians? The KNG already paid its employees above average industry rates and offered extremely generous benefits on top of that. Certainly, employee satisfaction and subsequently their productivity all rose to the top, but VS couldn't help but suspect the KNG wasted far more money without getting enough in return. To VS, the mech company's overly generous treatment of their personnel had reached beyond the bounds of common sense. It was as wasteful as employing one of the Lyrical Kitchen's top chefs for the sole purpose of warming up nutrient packs. Frontline mechs never sold for very much. Subsequently, there wasn't much profit to be made out of a single sale. The Haston complex fabricated so many frontline mechs because the KNG needed to leverage their economy of scale to the utmost in order to make a decent living out of selling these low-value mechs. As for their operations in Ansel, while VS genuinely found the Ansel-educated mech technicians to be a pleasure to work with, they were paid much more than their regular counterparts. Was it worth it to pay twice as much for an Ansel mech technician when they only performed 20 to 40% better than some basic mech technician that barely graduated out of a local trade school? VS looked to his own business as an example. The LMC's first mech technicians consisted of a fair number of local mech technicians from Cloudy Curtain. Even though they weren't nearly as good as the mech technicians from Ansel or those working from the military, the LMC still managed to fabricate premium mechs just fine. Therefore, VS felt profoundly uncomfortable about all of the pampering the blue-collar workers received. He continued to feel that way when he quickly toured the KNG's two smaller complexes. Erected after the merger of the Kata Group and Ves Mechs, the two newer sites attempted to accommodate the expanded needs of the rising mech company. The Mosville complex was a hybrid production and repair site, and served as the center of the KNG's after-sales support services. Not only did it produce a significant quantity of spare parts and various supplies, it also ran a substantial repair operation which constantly fixed up heavily damaged mechs sent back by their customers. The Durham complex, on the other hand, was the smallest but also the most extravagant. Even though the KNG excelled in selling cheap bulk mechs, they didn't entirely ignore the premium mech segments. Kata or Ves regularly spent time here to design, develop and fabricate custom mechs, and even without them the plant still produced various specialty premium mechs for various purposes. Overall, VS found these two newer complexes to be more inefficient than the older ones. The Durham complex especially featured such low production volumes that he doubted it had ever turned a profit. As for the Mosville complex, VS had much to say about the viability of their repair operations. Having supervised the extensive and continuous repair efforts of the flagrant vandal space and ground mechs, VS was highly adept in the amount of manpower, expertise, supplies and time needed to repair the various kinds of damage that mechs tended to incur. What VS found most inefficient about the repairs being performed at Mosville was that the KNG allocated a substantial amount of manpower, resources and time to fix up cheap frontline mechs which incurred heavy battle damage. Many of them were even outright wrecked. It was safe to say it cost a lot of time and resources to reconstruct these mechs, yet their inherently low value meant that the KNG couldn't charge full price to effect these repairs. The KNG also sells a huge amount of frontline mechs every year. The more mechs they sell, the more their customers will send them back for repairs and restoration. Ostensibly, the KNG sold its frontline mechs at bottom rock prices in order to earn a profit on their after-sales services. However, how much could they mark up their prices to service their cheapest products? The mercenary corps and other customers that purchased these bargain bin mechs tended to be penny-pinching cheapskates. They would always compare prices on everything and never paid for anything that wasn't worth the cost. Subsequently, the KNG couldn't charge too much for their repair services, or otherwise those cheapskate mech owners would simply bring their damaged mechs to a cheaper repair business. Although the quality between the two services differed quite substantially, most budget-minded mech owners probably found it wasteful to put their cheap mechs in the care of the KNG's well-trained but overpaid mech repairers. As Ves finished his brief tours of all 4 manufacturing complexes, the questions in his mind continued to grow without abating. The profligate way the KNG spent its money paired with its business strategy of focusing on selling large amounts of economy and budget mechs seemed incredibly contradictory. How can the KNG even expect to make a profit? Even if they are in the green, their wasteful spending ways means that their return on investment should be a lot more morose than comparable mech companies. Ves felt as if he was missing a crucial piece of the puzzle in the KNG's business strategy. What he really wanted to do right now was to storm into the KNG's headquarters, barge into their financial department, and read through their financial records. However, as a liaison mech designer sent to the KNG for the sole purpose of babysitting their military production activities, checking the company's finances fell outside of his purview. As a private company, the KNG also didn't need to report their statements in public. Therefore, obtaining any accurate information on the true state of their finances would be very difficult. Still, Ves had a feeling that understanding how the KNGs actually earn their money would help out his investigations. Chapter 986 Fabrication. Back at his quarters at the military base, Ves explained his misgivings to his case officer. Leland Toll listened calmly. It is not so easy to peer through the accounts of a large mech manufacturer of this scale. The KNG is involved with thousands of stakeholders. From individual suppliers to massive conglomerates, each of them either obtain payment from the KNG or pays them to render a large volume of goods and services. While I'm not an expert in running a business, even I know it is impossible for any single person to get a complete grip on such a large company's financial state. I'm not asking for a complete record. It'd be swamped if I attempted to study all of their transactions. What I really want to obtain is their recent financial statement. As long as I can obtain their balance sheet, income statement, and cash flow statement, we'll know if their business strategy works as intended and if not, where they are really getting their money. Are you asking me to supply you with all of that financial data? You're a flashlight intelligence officer, right? Isn't it trivial for your agency to obtain those records? As a private corporation, the Caternavis Group indeed has to disclose some records to the state, Leland said with a wry smile. However, it's a bit more delicate than you think. The KNG submits all of the necessary financial statements to the Ministry of Economic Development. Oh. Yes. MiniCDev is a particularly powerful ministry of the Republic, and they guard their territory extremely well. Even if we have planted agents in that ministry, they cannot casually rip out the relevant data from their databases. This revelation emphasized how Cater and Navis leveraged their connections to the point where their company was highly dependent on them. Ves already heard that the KNG maintained a close relationship with MiniCDev. The powerful ministry ostensibly offered a lot of financial assistance to the KNG to keep it alive during the current adverse economic climate. Does Flashlight has any clue where they get their money at all? Leland shook his head. We aren't aware of any major inbound cash flows besides the company's own earnings and the financial assistance they received from the ministry. Even so, the financial statements they've submitted to MiniCDev might not even present the complete picture. It's pretty daring to lie to the ministry. As far as we are aware of, every mech company makes use of creative accounting to some extent. Right now, we don't have an accurate picture of the KNG's true financial state. Spotlight is supposed to keep tabs on the company, but the company's powerful connections to Rittersberg has left our colleagues leery of stepping on the KNG's toes. Ves could hear the disdain in Leland's voice towards Spotlight. How come that agency is so timid? I thought it's Spotlight's job to keep tabs on our own citizens and organizations. Shouldn't they be fearless in discharging their duties? A sneer appeared on Leland's face. It's exactly because they're charged with watching our own people and organizations for treasonous behavior that they're so inconsistent. Many of the policymakers at Rittersburg have considerable economic interests throughout the Republic. How would they feel if Spotlight exposed all of their improper dealings by shining a light on them? The Bright Senate has constantly passed laws restricting the powers and privileges of our sister agency. In addition, political appointees have taken up a much more substantial role in the running of the agency at the top. In other words, you believe Spotlight's integrity and independence are both compromised. I wouldn't put it that strongly. Many of the people that work for Spotlight are genuine servants of the Republic. However, it's undeniable that Flashlight has taken on more and more cases that Spotlight used to handle. Even though this was Leland's personal opinion, VS became struck by how much Rod had set in. Mini-CDEV supposedly regulated the Republic's domestic industries. Instead, it morphed into a greedy entity that pursued its own profits above its stated goal as a regulator. Spotlight should have kept tabs on its own citizens and organizations. Instead, it turned into a toothless entity under the influence of the very same people it ought to keep an eye on the most. How can the Bright Republic tolerate such meddling? Who in power can oppose these developments? Leland asked back. When it comes down to it, the Bright Senate that proposes and passes various laws and the cabinet that sets various policies are the ones responsible. Basically, a conflict of interest from those in power caused various institutions to diverge from their intended role. Instead of serving the Republic as a whole, they instead benefited their masters that held the reins of power. So what does this have to do with our current mission? Leland sighed. Flashlight is very concerned about these developments. The gutting of Spotlight particularly upsets us, as the weakening of our main domestic intelligence agency exposes our state to various misdeeds of our own citizens. Therefore, your investigation is of vital importance. We must find evidence of impropriety at the KNG in order to shock the cozy, lackadaisical establishment into action. The fire of conviction burned within Leland's eyes. VS found it to be very uncomfortable. I'm working on it. While my tours at their various manufacturing and support complexes hasn't allowed me to detect anything egregiously amiss, there are several sketchy points about how they are run. Good. We don't have much time, so make sure to deliver a result to Flashlight within a couple of weeks. That's not enough time. I don't think I'll be able to dig up any dirty laundry in that short amount of time. You're a resourceful mech designer, VS. I'm sure you can manage to come up with something. What Flashlight needs is evidence that the KNG is substantially involved with the BLM. The way Leland phrased those words took on an oddly ominous tone. VS narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What if I don't find any after 2 weeks? Regardless of your findings, I expect you to submit a report that isn't empty. Even if all I've managed to ascertain is that the KNG is squeaky clean? No company is completely spotless, VS. I thought you of all people knew that. The KNG should have plenty of skeletons in their closet. As long as we have probable cause, we can move into action and thereby warn Spotlight and their political masters that they really ought to be doing a better job safeguarding the Republic. We can also kick the Ansel University of Mech Design down a notch while we're at it. Maybe they'll finally temper some of the arrogance they instill in their graduates. It took longer than he ought to, but VS understood now what Leland tried to imply to him. The conclusion shocked him. You want me to lie in my report even if I haven't found anything wrong at the KNG? Investigating the KNG has never truly been about rooting any possible BLM involvement to Flashlight. Instead, you want to surprise the current establishment by crucifying one of their pet companies. Well done, VS! You've figured it out. Leland grinned at him while leaning closer. Consider it a backup plan in case your investigation is going nowhere. It's best if we can make an example out of the KNG based on the truth, but we can still manage if you can only come up with fabricated evidence at the end of your investigation. A creeping sense of horror swept through V's body as he realized how Flashlight already condemned the KNG even before they obtained any evidence of wrongdoing. This sort of action went way beyond Flashlight's mandate. The worst case was that Leland expected VS to be complicit in this radical scheme. After some thought, he finally understood why Flashlight wanted VS to undertake the investigation instead of any other mech designer. I see now, he said in a hollow voice. The true reason why Flashlight wants me on this mission is because I'm much more credible than any of the spooks that work for your organization. As a Larkinson and as a war hero who earned 3 distinguished awards, it's a lot harder for our political masters to dismiss the evidence that I bring up. Do you really expect me to fabricate evidence that the KNG is involved with the BLM? We do. We need this in order to further our aims, Leland stated simply but with force. He softened up a bit after a few seconds. Just know that you'll be doing a huge service to Flashlight. We know it's a heavy burden to drag down your fellow mech designers on fabricated charges, but if you do this, Flashlight will seriously owe you. We'll fulfill anything we've promised to you when you agreed to perform this mission. After that, Leland left shortly after, giving VS even more food for thought. In fact, VS hadn't shook off his utter shock at Flashlight's audacious intentions as of yet. It wasn't enough to look for any evidence of impropriety at the KNG. If VS really found nothing substantial, would he really be forced to cook up false evidence that Flashlight could use as an excuse to crack down on the KNG? This is way too perverse. How can I condemn an innocent company to this kind of heavy treatment? Even if Flashlight couldn't shut down the company outright or deal with them openly, the damage to the KNG and their owners would still be incalculable. So this is the true face of Flashlight, VS muttered with a short, unhinged laugh. Major Verl warned him several times that Flashlight played hardball. Yet up to now, VS hardly noticed anything extreme. Only now did Leland expose some of the military intelligence agency's murky depths. By all rights, Flashlight planned to pull off an outright conspiracy if they didn't get the evidence that they wanted. The shady intentions of Flashlight along with V's possible involvement in their scheme made him feel profoundly conflicted. Right now, the KNG happened to fall in the crosshairs. Who could say that his LMC would be targeted next? Who could stop anyone from coming up with trumped-up charges to bring down his company? The search of BLM collusion was a sideshow at best to Flashlight. What really mattered to them was their political rivalry against the government, who they perceived to be too corrupt to police their own misbehaving magnates and companies. VS somewhat regretted accepting the mission, but he had already cast his lot with Flashlight. Succeeding in the mission, whether through finding or fabricating evidence of separatist involvement, served his own interests. I'm not part of the exclusive club of politicians and officials that run the Bright Republic. Their policies don't benefit me and most of the government institutions won't favor me. I can't even make use of the connections of the Larkinson family to help me out because we simply aren't that influential compared to the bigger and more prosperous families. Since VS had no hope of aligning himself to the ranks of the established elite, his best bet was still to cast his lot with Flashlight. Unlike Spotlight, Flashlight still held plenty of teeth because they were vital to the Republic's war effort against divisions. Therefore, becoming one of their allies or external collaborators as they called it allowed his company and himself to enjoy solid backing from the state. The murkier portion of the state, to be sure, but one that comfortably stood on its own. Even so, VS decided to push aside his decision on the matter. There was still time left for him to uncover real evidence during his cover role as a liaison mech designer. He just needed to intensify his efforts in the coming days. I should be getting some dirt on the company from Riella soon enough. Chapter 987 Coveted Demographic. The thought of handing over 3 crystal lords for free pained Ves a lot, but Riella didn't lie when she stated that this was how Bentham worked. However, while unpleasant, the tribute he instructed the LMC to hand over directly benefited Riella's position within the blood clause. Ves knew what she was doing by demanding this request. She intended to raise her value within the criminal enterprise by calling attention to her ongoing association with Ves and his multi-billion credit mech company. Even though she renounced her ties to the Larkinson family, blood was thicker than water. If Riella proved to her superiors that she could ask Ves for favors, then they would surely place more importance to her in their ranks. I'll also benefit as well. With Riella, Ves had a trustworthy contact inside one of the biggest gangs on Bentham. His previous request to her was just one example in which he could leverage his connection with Riella to obtain something he needed from the blood clause. The value of this connection was extremely difficult to come by for any other mech company. It wasn't every day a relative of a business owner outright joined the ranks of one of the 3 major gangs of Bentham. Even so, Riella became a huge black sheep to the Larkinson name for that reason. While it would have been okay to meet with her occasionally, Ves couldn't associate himself too closely to her. The press probably already had a lot of things to say about his earlier visit to the Rain District, but at least his new status as a war hero allowed him to get away with the act. I shouldn't push it too much, though. Next time I'll meet Riella, I should ask her to come to me instead of the other way around. Since he had some time left, he began to browse the galactic net. Over the past couple of days, his appearances in public already garnered a considerable amount of interest. The only problem that stymied the news portals was that when they looked up his records, all of the details about how he earned his decorations was firmly confidential. So the various news portals began to speculate a number of wild tales instead. Ugh! Don't they have better things to do? Tales about punching aliens in the face, rescuing stranded brighter women in the frontier, and more started to make the rounds. They attributed all sorts of insane feats to him without possessing any shred of evidence. Fortunately, only the sleazier rags deigned to exercise their imagination. The more respectable journalists merely stopped their stories there. This also meant they stopped reporting on Ves and moved on to other news. However, I haven't disappeared entirely. He grinned. Small ads that tied V's recent appearance to his LMC could be found on nearly every news portal that reported on him. While these ads weren't too extravagant and would disappear in a week, right now they served their purpose in converting his raised public profile into increased exposure to his mech company. He began to search for mention of the LMC in the various publications and found that it garnered abruptly more attention. The Living Mech Corporation, a hidden gem. The mech company founded by a war hero. Veterans loved the LMC's 2 mech models. Ves especially felt gratified by headlines and features where various veterans showed an increased interest in his products. He knew that fellow servicemen appreciated his awards the most, and therefore felt much more favorably inclined towards him and his products compared to the average civilian. Veterans make up an important demographic category in the mech market, Ves remarked with a smile. A lot of former servicemen discharged from the mech corps still piloted mechs in the private sector. The ones that lusted for battle and excitement joined a mercenary corps, while those who pursued steadier careers opted to work for a security company. All of those respectable outfits loved to hire military veterans. Mech pilots who survived the war had proven their chops in battle and injected valuable battle-proven experience into their ranks. In addition, their systematic training left little doubts about their competence. Ves once heard the Larkinsons talk about how this was a deliberate measure. The Bright Republic invested a lot of money and resources in training their mech pilots, so letting them go after a tour or two sounded wasteful. However, if these discharged veterans subsequently joined the various private outfits of the Bright Republic, wouldn't that bring them more in line with the state? Overall, veteran mech pilots fought better, harder, and with more discipline than their non-military colleagues. Most of those outfits in fact tended to be founded by veterans, or eventually came into the control of one through proving their ability to fight and light. Thus, to say that all of the local mercenary corps and security companies was completely separate from the military wasn't entirely true. The influential and pervasive network of ex-servicemen formed a strong but unobtrusive means for the state to continue to exert control over these independent outfits. That also makes them one of the most coveted demographics to win over. Ves chuckled. With Marcella, who was a veteran of the previous war herself, taking the initiative to blitz the local news portals with a concerted market campaign, Ves expected to become known to every veteran within a week. And many of these veterans have buying power. The LMC will be sure to receive a lot of orders. For now, though, his attempts to promote the LMC was ultimately a sideshow compared to his current mission. If he couldn't give Flashlight the evidence they sought, how should he deal with Leland's request? Should he play along and fabricate fictitious evidence, or should he honestly report he found nothing of concern? The key is whether Leland speaks for himself, his superior within Flashlight, or the entire intelligence agency. Ves regretted that he missed the opportunity to clarify this particular point. Even so, a snake like Leland would probably lie or provide a non-answer to this question. He had very little to go on to determine whose interests he served if he went ahead and fabricated evidence. If the Ministry of Economic Development and Spotlight are susceptible to corruption, how can Flashlight remain an exception? Unfortunately, Ves knew too little about Flashlight to ascertain its true state. He only possessed a shallow relationship with them so far, and would remain firmly at arm's length. His intuition couldn't tell him the answer either, but he faintly believed that Leland hadn't gone rogue with regards to this additional request. If Leland hadn't distorted the facts too much, then kicking over the KNG would certainly provide a very welcome wake-up call to the various institutions that care more about their own profits than their actual duty. Ves sighed and laid down on his bed. When he thought about fabricating damning evidence to drag the KNG through the mud, he couldn't help but recall the first time he met the Happy family. Estella's motherly care and Antoine's fatherly concern over their two lovely children touched his heart and melted some of the harshness that built up during his previous travails. How could he bring so many troubles to such a loving and sincere family? There was a small, yearning desire in his heart to start such a family himself. He too wanted to seek a more fulfilling life. Still, when he thought about all of the benefits he could obtain from Flashlight, he regained his determination. Ridding himself from the shackles of the Ministry of Economic Development benefited him directly, while absolving the Caternavis of any crimes gave him no favors at all. His self-interest came above any fanciful notion of morality. As long as it doesn't happen to me, I can live with my actions. He fell asleep shortly after. The next day, he regained his composure and pushed the thorny matter to the side. Ves finally received a message from Riella stating that the LMC completed the transfer of 3 precious mechs in her care. "Do you have the item I requested?" Ves asked over the comm. "Yes, sure. It took a few favors of my own. You're lucky that I'm kind of a big deal in the blood claws, or else they wouldn't have let me in at all." The two Larkinson cousins quickly agreed on a place and time where they could meet. After freshening himself up, he rode a military shuttle to the entertainment district, where he previously reserved a private room at one of the upscale establishments there in his personal capacity. Bot started to bring in various sumptuous breakfast dishes when Riella arrived. "Wow, that's some fancy-looking chow. Don't mind if I take a bite." As they began to eat breakfast, Riella nonchalantly threw a data chip at Ves. He hastily dropped his fork in order to catch it in the air. Even though a data chip couldn't be damaged so easily these days, he didn't want it to drop in his glass of coffee. Is this? Yup. That's what you wanted. The two were tactful enough not to mention the exact nature of the data chip's contents. Previously, they met in a bar at the Rain District, which was pretty much under the control of the Blood Claws. This restaurant, on the other hand, was either completely independent or served some other influence on Bentheim. Either way, it would be a very bad idea to talk about sensitive matters without something like a signal jammer at work. Even so, as long as they talked about the topic in a vague and indirect enough manner, it didn't hurt too much to ask some questions. How much do the Blood Claws know? He asked carefully. Riella munched on a croissant while speaking. From what I gather, the people you wanted me to look into mainly pay their dues to the Peace Association. One of the big three? The very same, Riella confirmed. From what I gather, Three Eyes Jackson, who heads the Peace Association, is an acquaintance of the family of one of the two. I see. Riella probably meant that the Navis family who owned the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Bentheim possessed a definite connection to one of the biggest three gangs of Bentheim. The Blood Claws had two rivals of roughly equal strength. The Peace Association under Three Eyes and the Fellowship of the Deprived under Great Siren Kshanda all maintained a tenuous peace with the Blood Claws. The three of them collectively carved out the planet's choicest turfs among themselves, leaving the scraps that wasn't worth their attention to the rabble in the dirt. How far has the Peace Association's influence stretched? He asked. Dunno. You can read that for yourself in the data chip. The Blood Claws constantly keeps an eye on their rivals, so you can be sure the intel I brought you is reliable. From what little I went through, their cozy relationship stretched back decades. VS nodded. While such a long and evidently fruitful relationship sounded very shady, it was just a normal business practice on Bentheim. No court in the Republic would condemn the KNG for maintaining a harmonious relationship with Bentheim's underground. If the KNG fell for this reason, then pretty much every other company on the planet was equally as guilty. Still, due to the improper nature of this relationship, the KNG needed to be very discreet about the exact ways they paid their tribute to the Peace Association. If the KNG already did something shady on the side, who was to say they didn't take it a step further and use the same means to collaborate with the BLM? Obtaining this intel would help him narrow down where the KNG performed all of their shady activities. This not only saved him a lot of time by pointing him to the most suspicious aspects about the company, but it also gave him valuable ammunition for a possible Plan B. After all, mention of smuggling mechs off the books to the Peace Association could easily be distorted into an accusation of smuggling mechs to the Bentheim Liberation Movement. Chapter 988 Underground Connection. After VS returned to the base, he studied the contents of Riella's data chip. As promised, she really did retrieve a fair amount of dirt on the Caternavis group and also the Navis family for that matter. VS decided to look into the Navis family first, because the KNG could never have grown so fast and with such momentum without the capital to back up their ambitions. Turns out the Navis family has been laundering money for the Peace Association. He immediately recognized. Money earned through illicit means couldn't be spent so easily. Running them through legitimate businesses helped underground organizations clean up their dirty money so they could spend it in the open without drawing an excessive amount of scrutiny. I guess it's too much to expect a bank on Bentheim to keep their noses clean. To their credit, money laundering only formed a small proportion of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Bentheim banking activities. It could even be said that the additional money injection allowed the ICBB to be more generous in investing in some of the local businesses with promise. Through increasing the circulation of money in Bentheim's economy, the ICBB therefore formed a positive influence to the planet. Many other banks are probably engaging in similar schemes, Ves concluded. The ICBB and the Ves family's involvement in laundering money for one of the big three gangs of Benthimes made Ves apprehensive. If Ves ever damaged their business interests, then he'd be sure to draw the ire of the Peace Association. Despite its seemingly benevolent name, the gang led by Three Eyes Jackson could be just as cruel and ferocious of the blood claws. Pissing off the Peace Association is a very bad idea. The Ves family's relationship with the Peace Association extended to the Ves group. The Mech Company enjoyed a considerable amount of attention and protection from the gangs since its inception. On top of the KNG's political, military, and local connections, it also has a firm bond with Benthime's underground. The sheer amount of connections the KNG forged almost made Ves faint. The more people cared about the company, the more people Ves pissed off if he dragged the company through the mud. It seriously made him consider Leland's request yet again. Fabricating evidence in the absence of any legitimate evidence of treasonous behavior incurred numerous powerful enemies. The calculus didn't seem very favorable to him. Was the backing of Flashlight really worth pissing off so many powerful figures? After a moment of thought, Ves eventually narrowed his eyes in determination. The only way to thread the needle is to dig up evidence of actual misdeeds. I don't believe a mech company of this size, background, and history is completely clean. There has to be something fishy. The strange way that Katter and Ves ran their company just didn't mesh well with Ves for some reason. The business of producing and selling lower-end mechs and mass-pressured mech manufacturers into operating as lean and efficient as possible. Yet the KNG seemed to reject that approach in their employment policies. Where do they get the money? Ves asked himself. The KNG spent lavishly on their employees, yet Marcella told him that she believed the company actually made a loss for every cheap mech they sold. At such a time, the KNG should have tightened their belts and streamlined their operations, but Ves actually witnessed preparations for future expansions. The company's cozy relationship with the Peace Association couldn't account for the entire shortfall. As Ves read through the intel meticulously gathered by the Blood Claws, the KNG only allocated around 5% of its profits and production capacity to servicing the Peace Association's needs. This sounded like a reasonable proportion to which the KNG could just attribute it as inefficiencies or spillage in their administration. Handing over 5% of their stuff to a gang sounded like an unofficial industry standard for large companies. In exchange for providing tribute, the gang subsequently extended their protection to the company. The documents provided by Riella frequently stated that none of the Blood Claws should ever touch the KNG and the Ves family because the Peace Association would certainly retaliate. Every business operating in an area where gangs held sway needed to accommodate the local powers. This was an unavoidable reality. Even his LMC continued to pay tribute to Walter's whalers. In general, the KNG spends a lot more money than they get from the Peace Association. It wouldn't make sense for the gang to be generous enough to lose money to the KNG. Extra cash infusions by the ICBB can't explain it all because the bank needs to remain profitable as well. This returned Ves to his initial question. Where did the KNG get the money to make up for their shortfall? From the Ministry of Economic Development? Unlikely. Even if Marcella stated that the KNG has received generous subsidies and interest-free loans, the ministry is still a profit-seeking institution at heart. From his logical deductions, Minyi-CDEV wouldn't violate their basic interests when showing political favor to a particular company. So where did that leave the company? Maybe I should look at their production capacity first. He recalled the sights he saw when touring their manufacturing and repair complexes. He pulled up the reports he wrote after visiting the facilities and tried to draw mental maps for each of the 4 sites. He loosely compared the figures of their claimed production capacity to how many mechs these complexes could actually pump out when running at full tilt. This involved a lot of educated guesswork, but Ves was very familiar with how much time, manpower, resources, and time it took to produce a single mech. After he spent a full hour on projecting the theoretical maximum production capacity of each complex, he found out that there was around 20% left to spare. Either they lied when they told me their official production figures, or they are spending that 20% on producing off-the-books mechs, he guessed. Ves ruled out the possibility that the complexes all ran below their maximum capacity. From what he personally seen of the hectic but tightly run operations at all 4 sites, every available workplace saw an abundant amount of activity. The KNG is also in the process of expanding the facilities of all of their complexes. A company would only do so when there's no free capacity left to spare. Of course, Ves might have made a miscalculation somewhere and overestimated the effective production capacity of the KNG's complexes, but he didn't think so. The company was too well run. The productivity of their well-remunerated employees was near the top of the local industry standard. Perhaps the key to answering the question where the KNG made up their shortfall was to look at how they made use of this 20% production capacity. Perhaps 5% could be attributed to providing tribute to the Peace Association, but where did that leave the remaining 15%? Ves simply didn't believe that a tightly run company like the KNG just left that 15% on the wayside. Even so, they could have spent that 15% production capacity for anything, from accumulating lots of spare parts to pad their inventory to selling more off-the-books mechs to the various gangs in Bentheim. For the coming days, I should spearhead my investigation into finding out where this spare capacity is being spent. He did exactly that as he revisited the manufacturing complexes in his capacity as a liaison mech designer. Of the 4 complexes, the KNG allocated the least amount of military production at their Durham complex. Therefore, Ves could not visit this facility with the excuse that he was overseeing the production of mechs for the Mech Corps, seeing as there was none there. Nonetheless, visiting the Hasten, Ansel, and Moseville complexes under Jeff's constant company didn't leave Ves with enough liberties to dig in too deep in areas that had nothing to do with the production of military mechs. It was inspiring to Ves to see how the KNG handled the production of so many different kinds of military mechs. The Mech Corps imposed strict standards on their production, something which Ves used as an excuse to make a thorough inspection in this area. He reviewed the records, interviewed key personnel, and spent hours observing the work being done on fabricating the mechs destined for military use. Besides doing his due diligence as a representative of the Mech Corps, his deep inspections also provided more data points which he used to corroborate his estimation of the KNG's true production capacity. Each time he returned from his visits and revised the numbers, his initial conclusion didn't sway, though it trended downwards a bit. There's around 10 to 15% spare capacity lying around. It differed from site to site. The company ran a very tight ship at the Haston complex. As the center of production of all of their cheap, low-margin mechs, it was very important for the KNG to avoid unnecessary expenses. Besides paying the Haston mech technicians a lot more generously than their competitors, the company generally did a good job keeping the Haston complex running smoothly. The Ansel complex, on the other hand, fell somewhere in the middle. The highly capable Ansel mech technicians ensured that every space-borne mech that rolled off the production lines adhered to a high standard of quality. However, they tended to be a bit too perfectionistic about their work and didn't deliver mechs as fast as possible. Even so, the very low rate of errors means that the Ansel complex doesn't have to go back to fix them. It's rather inspiring to see them work. Ves dreamed of running the LMC's mech nursery like the KNG's Ansel complex, even as he decried the cost. Still, He learned so many lessons on how the K&G ensured a high volume of production of many different mech models at a time while maintaining an excellent level of quality. Even if he didn't apply all of the practices in the LMC, just a handful of clever methods would be enough to raise the mech nursery's efficiency as it slowly expanded its scope of production. Compared to the large and established Haston and Ansel complexes, the Mosville complex raised the most questions to VS. As a hybrid site dedicated to producing spare parts and servicing heavily damaged mechs, the variety of stuff going in and out was extremely hard to track. According to the intel gathered by the Blood Claws, the Peace Association's influence here was the greatest. Lots of mechs go in and out. Lots of parts go in and out. Lots of materials go in and out. VS described his observations of that complicated location. The higher the complexity, the higher the level of confusion among the workers. Hardly anyone there has a total picture of what goes on there, including the residential mech designer in charge. More stuff going in and out meant more openings to fudge the numbers or smuggle things out without drawing attention. The main complication here was that the highly complex supply chains running through the Mosville complex prevented any single person from acting out without permission. In order to divert a significant amount of spare capacity to off-the-books activities, it required the collusion of at least dozens of people, ranging from mech technicians to the security guards in charge of monitoring the facilities for impropriety. Are all of them in it? He asked himself. Probably not. If he ran something like this, he would have limited most of the shady activities to a trusted work crew. As a fairly new addition to the K&G, the personnel working at the Mosville complex consisted of a mix of old hands and recent hires from the city. When VS looked over each work crew, he found one large group of mech technicians to consist almost entirely of old hands from Ves Mechs before the merger. An experienced chief technician called Errol Nyquist headed this team of experienced mech technicians. Chapter 989 Chief Technician Nyquist. VS felt as if he acted out the role of an old-school detective in dramas as he investigated Chief Technician Nyquist. The only problem was that VS wasn't a detective, nor could he borrow his official authority to conduct his investigation openly. He needed to be discreet and circumspect in order to hide his true intentions from the Caternavis group. Above all else, he could never let them suspect that he worked on behalf of an intelligence agency. Fortunately, the scope of Chief Technician Nyquist's work also included the restoration of military mechs. While mech regiments possessed robust repair operations, as VS personally witnessed when he served aboard the Wolf Mother and subsequently took on the position of temporary head designer, they only possessed a limited amount of capacity. Sometimes, a major battle which drew thousands of casualties and wrecked hundreds of mechs overwhelmed the repair capabilities of the mech regiments. It would take months for the mech regiment to restore the mechs back to working condition. As long as they could ship their wrecked and damaged mechs back to Bentheim efficiently, why not make use of the abundant amount of repair capacity there? This calculus resulted in a significant amount of military repair orders for the K&G's Mosville complex. Of course, the K&G mainly repaired copies of mech models that it produced itself, as they were very familiar with its construction. The Mosville complex also possessed an abundant stock of spare parts that saved the repair crews a lot of time in putting the military mechs back together. Naturally, the delicate nature of entrusting the repairs and restoration of military assets to a civilian mech company required stringent controls. Even outside a liaison mech designer like VS, the work being done on military mechs also involved other active servicemen. Before VS approached Chief Nyquist, he first wanted to talk to the highest-ranking serviceman sent to supervise the repair activities. "I am Senior Mech Technician Darrell Rowland, sir." The man saluted VS even though he wasn't obligated to do so. VS eyed the mech technician and noticed the telltale signs of injury, even if he did a good job of hiding it. "Are you hurt?" "Just some old injuries, sir," The war's been pretty bad to me. Got both of my legs blown off when the Vesians bombarded the carrier I was on with missiles. The docs regrow my legs, but it's easier said than done to work them in. Together with my other injuries, I probably need another year before the Mech Corps sends me back to my Mech regiment. In the meantime, I'll enjoy this vacation while it lasts. Alright, Daryl. I just want to talk about your work, is that alright? You're the boss. I'll provide whatever you want, sir, the man said diligently. Ves couldn't help but smile. His new reputation as a distinguished mech designer and war hero already saved him a lot of effort in earning Daryl's trust. Let's begin with your overall impression of the workers at the KNG. What do you think of the mech technicians, managers, and everyone else who works here? The man shrugged. Kind of normal, I suppose. They're not so different from the mech technicians back at our mech regiment. They're a bit more corporate in their priorities, but they've always done right when it comes to doing their part to help the war effort, sir. That didn't tell Ves anything new. Tell me one thing that dissatisfies you most about the Mosville workers. Don't be shy and don't hold back. Obviously, Daryl didn't want to badmouth the people he worked alongside with, so Ves needed to be a bit more direct to force a critical answer out of the disabled mech technician. Well, it's awfully busy here. Even though the company plans some expansions down the road, work on that has been slow on account of how little free space there is left. Everyone is trying to squeeze in more work. The KNG's mech technicians do what they can to keep up their quotas for the mech regiments, but there is already so much going on that they can only do so many things at a time, sir. Hearing this perked up Ves. It reinforced his own observations and strengthened his estimation of the KNG's utilization of its production capacity. So it's all hands on deck at the Mosville complex? Yes, sir. Recently the company went on another hiring spree, picking up various mech technicians laid off from the many mech companies that shut their doors in recent times. It's not that easy to integrate them into the KNG, and they can only be entrusted with the least important duties for now. Tell me about the workers in charge of working on the damaged military mech sent back from the front lines. Oh, they're a pleasure to work with. They don't try to shirk their duty and they don't cut that many corners. Ahem, even if they do, I always make sure to call them out, sir. Sure. Ves dismissed that remark. Give me your impressions of all of the chief technicians you've worked with. What are their quirks? How do they work? What are their good and bad points? Daryl began to ramble about the many chief technicians in charge of various aspects and work crews. There weren't that many of them, but each of them played a vital role. At some point, Daryl came to Errol Nyquist, the chief technician that Ves most wanted to hear about. Chief Technician Nyquist is a veteran of the previous war. Served at a frontline mech regiment just like me. That makes it a real pleasure to work with him, as he understands the needs of the Mech Corps best. Many times, he even argued back against the managers on our behalf, sir. So you have a good relationship with Chief Nyquist? Oh, we're practically friends. We regularly meet up for a drink in downtown Mosville every week along with some other buddies. Errol is a good man, both to the company and to the Mech Corps. This is also why the company entrusted him with repairing the most important military mech shipped back from the front lines, sir. The glowing praise that Daryl continued to pile up on Chief Nyquist made Ves rather uncomfortable. He suspected that Nyquist deliberately grew close to Daryl in order to shape the injured serviceman's perception of the company. This tainted the active serviceman's opinions. Ves probably couldn't get any unbiased information from this talk. His mood lowered a bit, and after asking a few more perfunctory questions, he dismissed Daryl. As the mech technician awkwardly walked back to his job with his newly grown legs, Ves tried to figure out how to approach the pivotal Chief Nyquist. Obviously, a veteran mech technician who advanced to chief technician would be anything but clueless. Maybe I should just talk to him and go from there. He decided to call up Chief Nyquist for a meeting. When the man dropped his current work and came up to Ves, he looked mightily irritated. Just because you've been sent by the Mech Corps doesn't give you the right to go pull workers off their jobs. For some reason, Ves already earned the man's ire. It turned out the recognition he received from the Mech Corps only helped him up to a point. In cases like these, Ves knew that he should put up a firm and unyielding front. He could not let this chief technician dominate this conversation. Chief Nyquist, as a liaison, it is important for me to gain a thorough and complete understanding of all of the work being done for the Mech Corps. You're the most senior and trusted chief technician in this complex, so I'd like your cooperation in helping me gain a better picture of how the KNG contributes to the Mech Corps. Chief Nyquist shrugged. I don't know what to say. We've partnered up with 5 Bentheim mech regiments, taking care of most of their military mechs. As of now, we've partnered up with the 5th Storm Enders of the 2nd Bentheim Division, the 1st Volari Starhawks, and the 6th Moseville Mainstays of the 3rd Bentheim Division, and the 3rd Carousel Clowns and the 5th Sparky Nuts of the 7th Bentheim Division. I'm a Sparky Nut myself, so I'm proud to serve my old mech regiment from Bentheim. Ves was familiar with all of the mech regiments that Nyquist mentioned. The 1st Volari Starhawks especially caught his attention because of the rise of Ves Larkinson, one of his cousins who seemed to have propelled himself into the ranks of expert candidates. The thought of the KNG as the main supplier of Ganso's mechs put Ves into an awkward position. As far as their diligence went to meeting the needs of the Mech Corps, Ves had very little to complain about. In fact, the KNG probably went above and beyond the expectations set by the state and made sure to deliver soundly fabricated mechs that were all robust enough to survive the rigors of war. Dragging down a patriotic mech company that treated its obligations to the military with reverence put a foul taste in his mouth. Ves tried his best to keep his thoughts hidden in front of Chief Nyquist. Even if the Mosville complex is servicing the needs of 5 mech regiments at once, this site is way too big to spend all of your time on repairing their assets. How much of this site's repair capacity is being spent on military mechs? I'd say about 25 to 35%. The chief answered easily. We're doing all of the repairs at cost. That's a lot of capacity that we could have used on more profitable jobs. In fact, no company ever manages to break even, really. There's depreciation, wasted opportunities, unmet demand, and more that all drags down the company's profitability. However, we have all done our duty to the state without complaint. And I'm very thankful for that. Ves repeated, this time sounding much more sincere about it. He did genuinely recognize the KNG's earnest efforts. However, you mentioned unmet demand. Since up to 35% of the company efforts are allocated away from meeting the needs of your customers, I imagine you are hurting quite a lot. Not as much. With the war, some outfits are taking part while others have skedaddled. Many mech pilots have also been lured into enlisting in the Mech Corps, so there's less demand for mechs. A lot of mech companies shut down as well, though. There's less competition, so each company enjoys a greater share of the pie. That doesn't sound as impressive when the pie has shrunk by 30% or more. As Ves continued to ask other questions about his work, Chief Nyquist kept answering only the minimum necessary. Getting pertinent information out of this man was very tough, especially since Ves couldn't reveal his true intentions. He found little opportunity to talk about his work outside of the company's obligation to the Mech Corps. After Ves finally dismissed the chief technician, he tried his best to keep the frown off his face. While he didn't know what he wanted to get out of this conversation, he felt as if he heard nothing except for what the KNG wanted him to hear. What a loyal company man! He sighed. This only strengthened his conviction that Chief Nyquist served as the linchpin to the KNG's illicit activities at the Moseville complex. For some reason, Ves figured there was something more to Nyquist than his loyalty, and his background as a former serviceman of the Sparky Nuts. Who is he really? Fortunately, he wasn't alone in his investigation. At the end of the day, Ves returned to his quarters at the military base and met up with Leland for their daily briefing. He put forth his request to his case officer. I want you to investigate Chief Technician Errol Nyquist, who works at the K&G's Moseville complex. Why? Because if anything shady is going around at that site, he's sure to be involved. It will help me out in my investigation if you could handle this on your end. I'll see what I can do, Ves. He should have a detailed record if he's a former serviceman. Leland stared intensely at him. Just remember that time is running out. Right now, I'm not very satisfied with the lack of progress on your part. My superiors expect a full report at the end of your investigation. You better be ready to give them one. Ves got the message, as much as he didn't want to. Understood. I will be sure to meet their expectations, one way or another. Chapter 990 Integrity. Flashlight worked quickly. At the start of the next day, Ves woke up to a data pad placed onto his desk terminal. He quickly picked it up and began to read its contents. Chief Nyquist's record. It was a fairly complete one at that. It began to describe all of the official events of Nyquist's life, from his birth, to his enrollment into a technical school, his enlistment in the Mech Corps, his service record of his time with the Sparky Nuts, and his honorable discharge after the war. As Ves read through the record, he found a lot of notable points that enriched his understanding of his current subject, but none bore much relevance to his investigation. Nowhere in this record states that he has any connections to any other entities. His extensive but mostly boring record only tied him strongly to the Sparky Nuts and Ves Mechs, which eventually transitioned into the Ves group. However, this time V's intuition slightly encouraged him to question Chief Nyquist's background. There was something about the chief technician's shifty ways in deflecting yesterday's questions. It felt a bit too practiced and deliberate. While that wasn't enough reason to mark out Chief Nyquist as a suspicious fellow, Ves thought there might be more to him than his clean record suggested. Despite the pressure on him to dig up something concrete on the Ves group, Ves did not spend all of his time on his investigation. Besides his side activities in promoting his public profile in the hopes of increasing the public's interest in the LMC, he also got back in touch with another Larkinson. Ves! Looks like my favorite cousin is doing well. I'm really impressed with your uniform. Melinda! Ves smiled and greeted her at an establishment in the entertainment district. He immediately noticed the new bars on her uniform. You're a captain of the Planetary Guard now? I have been for more than a year, she wearily replied. It's not as good as it sounds. My responsibilities have quadrupled, and it's already a hectic job trying to keep the peace on this planet. There are hundreds of major incidents happening all over Bentheim every single day that require the intervention of our mechs. Even so, you're one of the few Larkinsons of our generation to make it to the rank of mech captain. Pa, compared to your accomplishments, this is nothing. She dismissed his praise and tried to remain sober. The other Larkinsons serving in the Mech Corps such as you and Ganso are the real heroes in the family. Ves smiled. I'm just a mech designer. A filthy rich one, and now a war hero to boot. I bet our aunts and uncles back at the Larkinson compound have an entirely different view of you now. The money you rake in for the Larkinson estate has made many of them greedy, but now that you've earned more valor in battle than most of our mech pilots of this generation, they'll probably rein in demands a bit. The family's been out for money, have they? Never in their dreams did they realize that one of us could ever be so successful in starting up a business. The mech industry is notoriously difficult to get into. How did you ever manage to excel as a mech designer? Oh, luck and opportunity, mostly. I'm also quite good at studying if I say so myself. VS didn't like to talk too much about himself, so he changed the topic by asking a few questions on her various encounters. As a mech officer of the Planetary Guard, she witnessed plenty of unsettling incidents, from a crazy mech pilot rampaging at a mech academy because he failed a class there once to stopping the usual BLM terrorist attacks. The Bentheim Liberation Movement is still keeping that up? VS asked with a puzzled frown. He would have expected them to lay low in anticipation of the upcoming Vision attack on Bentheim. They've grown less in scale, but they're just as destructive, the older cousin replied. Instead of rampaging around with smuggled or unregistered mechs, they've sent squads of expendable foot soldiers to attack important infrastructure such as logistical centers, factories, strategic fuel depots, and more. I don't know where they've come up with so many true believers, because almost none of the people they send out ever make it back alive. This sounded much more in line to a future preparation of an invasion. However, even if the BLM hasn't deployed their mechs lately doesn't mean they discarded them all, right? This put Melinda in a foul mood. Yeah. I'm not sure what the BLM is up to, but the brass thinks they're planning something enormous. Whatever the separatists are up to, it's enough to send the entire Planetary Guard into high alert. How goes the effort in rooting out their hidden mechs? She snorted. The investigators are pretty useless. The BLM is always good at hiding their mechs, and this time they've dug even deeper. I'm pretty sure they've got men on the inside to warn them of our raids. This was the sad reality of trying to stamp out a separatist movement that had been around for centuries. After some time of chatting and reconnecting, VS got struck by a sudden impulse. Say, Melinda, as a captain of the Planetary Guard, you do a lot of investigative work, right? I'm a mech pilot, VS. I mostly stop incidents as they happen. Tracking down the bad guys is a job left to others. Even so, you've witnessed plenty of shady stuff, so you must know a thing or two about it, right? Currently, I'm working as a liaison mech designer to the Caternavis group. Have you heard of this mech company? She nodded. It's one of the rising mech companies on Bentheim. They're quite clean and proper compared to some of the other mech companies. Well, please help me out on this. There's a chief technician on their payroll who I can't quite figure out. As VS described Chief Nyquist to her, the mech captain smirked and crossed her arms. I know why he trips your suspicions. You've got good instincts, VS. Please enlighten me. From what I've learned, there's nothing too suspicious about his background. Melinda raised a finger. There's one point you've neglected in your investigation. 2 points, actually. The first one is his youth. Where was he born? Where was he raised? Which friends did he have, and is he still in touch with them? The second point is that these kinds of records only center around a single individual. What about his family? His record might be clean, but what about his father? What about his mother? Maybe he has a sibling who is also a delinquent. VS widened his eyes. I didn't realize all of that. A single record alone isn't useful enough in catching the bad guys. It's only a starting point where you can jump off into other directions. Right now, I don't know the exact reason why this Nyquist trips you to this extent, but in cases like these it's always worth following up on his background. VS looked at Melinda with a pleading expression. I'd like to ask a favor of you. I'm not as experienced in investigating someone's background as the Planetary Guard. Can you look into his life for me? I'll owe you one. She frowned. It's highly improper to investigate a random citizen without cause. If you think I can abuse my authority within the Planetary Guard, you're completely mistaken. I'll have to file a report and receive permission from my superiors before I can embark on an action like that. I can't just tell them that I want to investigate an upstanding citizen of the Republic as a favor. He forgot himself. Not every institution of the Bright Republic was susceptible to bribes and influence. At the very least, Melinda was completely incorruptible. "Isn't there anything you can do?" "Not without cause, VS. That's the law." He dropped his request as he saw the futility in attempting to convince Melinda to bend the rules for him. He belatedly realized that a straight-laced Larkinson like Melinda adhered to her training as a Larkinson to always serve with honesty and integrity. VS happened to miss this kind of training, and so had never been indoctrinated in these values. That was probably a huge oversight on the part of the Larkinsons. The problem was that VS influenced so many people these last few years that he began to develop a cynical view of society. He thought he could get anyone to bend or break the rules as long as he paid a sufficiently attractive bribe. VSE had trouble adjusting to the current situation. After spending so much time with people who believed the ends justified the means or those who tolerated any kind of misdeeds as long as they got a result, interacting with someone who was actually honest messed him up quite a bit. It was as if he spent so much time with liars, cheats, and low lives that he forgot how normal people functioned. VS shook his head. He couldn't deal with this problem right now. He decided to change his tack. "Is there anything else you can do to give me a hand?" Melinda thought for a moment. "I can give you advice and my opinion on some matters, but that's the extent of the help I can give you. As a member of the Planetary Guard, there are many rules that dictate my behavior. While we are charged with ensuring public safety on Bentheim, we also have to respect the individual rights of our citizens." "I understand," he replied, though he couldn't quite mask his disappointment. "What's the matter with you, VS? How come you care so much about this investigation? From what it sounds like, the Mech Corps just wants you far away from the fighting. There's no need to poke around at the KNG. We've never received any complaints about them or tied them to anything that crosses the line." How could he open up to Melinda? Besides the inherent insecurity of this venue, he also couldn't let her know about his many sketchy deeds. "It's hard to describe," he said a little lamely for lack of anything better to say. "The war has been rather hard on me. I can't tell you anything about what I've been through, but sometimes I wonder how many dangers the galaxy still holds. If there's anything you want to lay off your chest, just know that I'm here for you, VS. That's what family is for. Us Larkinsons always have each other's backs." He couldn't tell her about the secrets he learned at Aeon Corona 7. The origin of the MTA and CFA. The hidden influence of the 5 Scrolls Compact on humanity's history. The existence of Sigrind and the hybrid AI alien entities' escape into the wider galaxy. All of this was just a sample of the many revelations that burdened his mind and that he could never reveal without suffering the consequences. Of all the secrets he just thought about, the continued uncertainty about Sigrind continued loom over his mind. Keeping to their current accord was tenuous at best. It could never last forever. Either the AI would expose VS as a holy son, or VS would expose Sigrind as an escaped sentient AI. The moment one grew strong enough to disregard the consequences of exposure was the time the other one's secrets came out. VS needed to hurry up and grow stronger as a mech designer and a man of influence if he wanted to survive the inevitable storm that followed. The worst part about this lingering uncertainty that VS had no clue when Sigrind grew strong enough to bear the consequences of exposing VS. It could be a year, a decade, or maybe even a century. However, there was no doubt in his mind that a sentient AI possessed an extremely remarkable capacity for growth. The longer Sigrind accumulated his power, the more frightening he became. So VS turned to Melinda and gave her a brittle smile. "I'm doing fine. There's nothing for you to be concerned about." Chapter 991 Overly Competent. When VS came back to Leland to ask for additional investigation and monitoring of Chief Nyquist, the intelligence officer did not exactly acquiesce. The point of the mission is to find evidence of separatist collaboration in one of our domestic mech companies, Leland reminded VS. With the important requirements that it has to be done fast and discreet. Drawing upon too much flashlight assets will increase the chance of exposure, which will be the end of us and investigation. VS frowned. Is there anything you can do? I can put a tail on him to observe what he does in his off hours. I can also assign an analyst to investigate his background. That's all the assistance I can provide. Can you make do with this help, VS? It's better than nothing. Flashlight probably employed hundreds if not thousands of people on Bentheim alone. Yet all Leland could do to help him in this potentially critical mission was to assign 2 low-level people to investigate Chief Nyquist. After Leland left, VS lay down on his bed with a pensive expression. He felt he couldn't complete his mission in the short time remaining. With 1.5 weeks to go until he arrived at the deadline, he faced so many constraints that he could hardly move where he wanted to and ask the questions that he wanted answered. Fast and discreet. That's impossible. If they could take their time to investigate the Caternavis group's suspicious activities, then they'd be bound to find a skeleton or 2 in the company's closet. If they could perform abrupt raids on their properties and interrogate some of their key personnel, then they could also uncover the company's skeletons through those means. Yet with either of those options available to VS, he felt as if he was bound in place with no way to make any moves. VS eventually came to a conclusion. If I can't succeed through conventional methods, then I'll just have to cheat. In fact, Leland already intimated to VS that he could be more creative about the evidence of enemy collaboration in his report to Flashlight. While VS already resolved to do what was best for his career and his company, he still held some misgivings on this course of action. He would much prefer to avoid this option unless he had no other choice. Therefore, VS reluctantly put it aside and tried to figure out other ways to solve the problem. Perhaps, he might be able to find a way if he reunited with the system. While VS didn't dare to carry around the system while he served with the flagrant vandals, now that he returned to Bentheim, what stopped him from summoning Lucky and the calm that held the system wrapped around his neck like a collar? Yet VS quickly shook his head. The risks are too great. Bentheim possessed too many eyes and ears. Leland also indirectly told him that he was under constant surveillance whenever he stayed in public and in areas friendly to Flashlight. In effect, that meant that he constantly risked exposure no matter where he went if he ever used the system, especially to achieve eye-catching effects. He couldn't even rule out that even now, some agent of Flashlight was monitoring him right now under stealth. Struck with paranoia, VS quietly concentrated his mind and began to engage his sixth sense. Finding nothing amiss, he became a little bolder and swept his quarters with tentacles extending from the ephemeral cloud of spirituality in his mind. Nothing. That did not entirely reassure VS. Normal people did not possess strong spirits that could interact with reality, and VS did not know whether his spirituality was sensitive enough to pick up their presence. Suffused with paranoia, VS couldn't find it in himself to relax and rest. After a while, he raised himself from his bed and sat behind his terminal. In any case, he could easily go without sleep for a week, especially after his additional physiological enhancements. Since time was running short, VS found it pointless to waste valuable hours to maintain a normal human rhythm. He idly browsed the galactic net, checking up on the war but finding surprisingly little reliable information. The sentiment among the citizens of the Bright Republic grew more pessimistic due to the mounting casualties and a lack of success in dislodging the Visians from their newly conquered star systems. As he read back on some of the major battles of the current war, he couldn't help but grow a little cynical. He never did get a solid answer on whether the Bright Visia Wars was a sham. What was the point of this war? To settle grievances that began during the founding of these two states? To avenge the fallen of the previous wars? To settle geopolitical tensions? All of those reasons seemed distant and pale. To the average brighter, they just fought against the Vesians because they tried to invade them every generation. As for the Vesians, both their lower and upper classes always hungered for territory and military exploits to further their careers and domestic ambitions. To most of us, the wars are real enough. Just the deepening hatred between our two states has grown too heated. After a largely fruitless trawl through the galactic net, Ves resumed his investigation for the next few days. He revisited the Ansel and Haston complexes in order to uncover anything amiss. While he found several points that he wished to study further, his cover role didn't allow him to do so without drawing suspicion. Everywhere he went, either Jeff or some other goon from the KNG followed him around. Nothing Ved did ever escape their eyes. Many times, Ves just wanted to shed all pretenses and turn over every rock the company placed to hide their shady activities. As a mech designer well-versed in the production of mechs, his knowledge and experience both helped him map out where unregistered mechs and parts were being built and sent. Yet even if he knew or strongly suspected such activities, what could he do? As a liaison, it wasn't in his power to call these kinds of activities out. Preparing tribute to the Peace Association wasn't suspicious in itself. Ves needed to uncover more concrete proof. While a couple of people continued to look into Chief Nyquist, Ves deliberately cut short his visits to the Moseville complex. Instead, he began to spend more time at the Ansel complex. Not only was this the site where the KNG produced its vital space-borne mech designs, Ves also had a feeling that something significant went on here. Though it was only his intuition that warned him of something out of sight, as he spent more time here he slowly figured why he felt uneasy here. Some of the Ansel mech technicians were too competent. It sounded strange. The technical schools brought up some of the best mech technicians in the Bright Republic. Their proximity and partnership with the Ansel University of Mech Design ensured that any mech technician that graduated from Ansel would be the perfect worker for any mech designer. Therefore, the Ansel mech technicians were clearly a cut above. However, no matter how talented a mech technician became, they could never match the depth of knowledge and theoretical know-how of a mech designer. Having worked alongside many different kinds of mech technicians with the Whalers, the Blood Claws, the Mech Corps Proper and a deviant mech regiment such as the Flagrant Vandals, Ves witnessed almost every variety of mech technician that the Bright Republic had to offer. Certainly, the high-quality mech technicians from Ansel was still somewhat new to Ves, but even so, their competence should have limits. People who are too good to be mech technicians can easily opt to study mech design instead. The barrier to entry to study mech design didn't pose too much hindrance to those determined to become a mech designer. As long as any decent student was good in math and science, they didn't need to go through much to get accepted. Many people, including Ves, actually thought that the barrier to entry was far too low. Too many institutions pumped out too many mech designers each year, far more than the market could accommodate. Yet despite how overcrowded the mech industry became, people always dreamed of making it big. Therefore, the competence of mech technicians always came up to a hard limit. The career of a mech designer was far more glamorous than a mech technician. Even if they failed, their starting point as a mech designer allowed them to get much better jobs than any mech technician. Therefore, Ves found it slightly weird that some of the mech technicians employed by the KNG in their Ansel complex showed skill above the realm of their profession. It didn't make any sense. Where did they come from, and how come they were content to work as average mech technicians in a boring place like this? Ves only caught the discrepancies due to his familiarity with mech technicians of many different stripes. The average person or mech designer who mostly spent their time at work in a design lab wouldn't be able to sense the subtle differences. The more time he spent here, the more these differences became apparent. While not a lot of mech technicians showed extra ability, they nonetheless held vital responsibilities within the plant. However, the KNG openly treated them as normal mech technicians, not even elevating them to chief technicians, which they ought to have become. All of these questions in his mind continued to build up, but he couldn't voice them to Jeff or any of the managers at the Ansel complex without drawing suspicion. He needed to find their origin in another way. Yet every other way demanded too much time or drew too much suspicion. VS felt as if every possible direction had been blocked off by some reason or another. He began to hate this mission. With time beginning to grow short, VS felt more and more pressure to begin writing up a report where he creatively included some controversial claims. No matter how shocking and unlikely his fabrications sounded, the fact that they came from him, a member of the reputable Larkinson family and a decorated mech designer, already furthered Flashlight's political aims. He realized why he felt so deeply uncomfortable about the act of fabricating evidence. He would let his family down. More than that, by abusing the credibility that the Larkinsons built up for so long, he would inflict untold damage to their reputation. His recent meeting with Melinda only emphasized the current differences between a crooked mech designer like him and a straight-laced mech officer like her. Rather than regarding Melinda as an aberration, it was actually him that had deviated from the Larkinsons. While VS hadn't spent much time among the adults of the Larkinson family, he knew that they were mostly simple mech pilots or norms pursuing boring civilian jobs. Even the highest-ranking Larkinsons such as Uncle Ark or Grandfather Benjamin never showed an impropriety during their long careers. Now that he thought about it, VS found it rather strange. Why did the Larkinsons insist on staying honest in a society where nobody played fair? This is why the Larkinson family never became big despite how much we've contributed to the mech corps. Yet being a Larkinson himself, VS also kind of understood why none of the Larkinsons ever reached beyond their means. They were perfectly content with their current role. Trying to hog for more power wasn't always a good thing, because the games people played at that level was incredibly risky. Families rise and fall all the time. It's admirable for the Larkinson family to maintain the same height since the founding of the Bright Republic. Integrity wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It gave the Larkinsons a trustworthy reputation, and while they would never climb up the upper reins of power, it provided valuable long-term stability to the family as a whole. No matter what VS thought of himself, he was still a Larkinson. Everything he did reflected back on his family in some way. Sure, he didn't feel much of a burden when he exploited some advantages through crooked means, but it was a different story if he implicated the rest of his family. Therefore, VS really didn't want to fabricate evidence. It wouldn't necessarily hurt him, but it would be stabbing the Larkinsons in the back. I need to find another solution. Chapter 992 Cover Story. As time began to run out, VS only came up with 2 strong leads that he felt might definitely lead to something that Flashlight would be pleased with. While he hadn't made much progress on figuring out why Ansel employed overly competent mech technicians, Leland did return one day with a much thicker set of documents. This is everything we can dig up about Chief Nyquist on short notice. Overall, his life isn't too remarkable for a military veteran. However, we did find something notable about him when we tracked down his former colleagues when he served with the Sparky Nuts. Oh? VS turned to Leland. His case officer wouldn't say anything if he didn't find it important. Did you find something connecting him to the BLM? Not as such. Instead, when we pried open the lips of one of his old buddies, they mentioned a very important detail that is missing in his record. He had a wife. What? How come his record states that he never married? In fact, VS already found it rather questionable why Chief Nyquist never married after he returned from the war. The man did not even have a single girlfriend, even though he should have appealed to many women with his military background and his stable, well-paying career at the KNG. His wife was another mech technician on the same combat carrier he once served aboard. They both shacked up and tied the knot in an unofficial ceremony. VS understood now. Fraternization is forbidden by the Mech Corps, but a lot of servicemen do it anyway. That's the practical truth. Leland smiled wryly. Don't you think that flashlight or the Mech Corps doesn't know what's going on? The monitoring systems alone catch thousands of intimate encounters aboard the ships every single day. Yet you never hear about anyone getting court-martialed over this offense. Do you know why? Because they're just being humans. Love and affection isn't something which you can stop. VS quickly concluded. Controversy over the regulations on fraternization has existed for thousands of years. In general, a military force operates better with them in place than without. Even so, we don't crack down too hard on this behavior as long as it doesn't affect the fighting strength of our units. Only the most egregious cases where a superior abuses his power to coerce someone in a relationship are addressed. So Nyquist used to have an intimate relationship with a fellow mech technician, and the Sparky nuts did nothing to stop it. VS repeated. He began to feel some déjà vu. Don't tell me his secret wife got killed? Killed in action. There's no ambiguity about it. She was one of the many confirmed casualties of the previous war, Leland stated unemotionally. This affected Nyquist's performance for a while, but the war ended quickly before his slide became noticeable. He quit the Mech Corps shortly after to pursue a civilian career. VS closed his eyes and recalled the last time he met a widower who lost his unofficial wife due to battle. Recalling how the grieving and unhinged Ves Larkinson pulled out a gun and shot at V's face made him shudder in unease. If not for wearing his squalene armor, he wouldn't have brushed off the assassination attempt as an exercise in futility. The flagrant vandals were all lucky that someone maddened with grief and loss like Davis acted impulsively rather than with deliberate calculation. Yet what if they did the latter instead of the former? Those who lost the loves of their lives and never got over it couldn't be judged with common sense. What would VS do if he was in the same position? Would he hate the Vesians for taking away his lover, or would he be like Ves Larkinson and blame his own side instead for recklessly endangering his wife? What a huge mess, he uttered. Not necessarily. Leland nodded calmly. Thousands of widowers emerge after the end of each war. Most of them are able to cope with their losses and restart their lives. From what the Mech Corps has observed of Chief Nyquist, he has never showed any animosity towards the Republic. Maybe he's hiding it well. Even so, more than 20 years have passed without incident. While that doesn't rule out anything, most people aren't that patient if they wanted to take revenge. While Leland didn't read too much on Chief Nyquist's love life, VS couldn't help but keep recalling the example of Ves Larkinson. Perhaps it was just his personal experiences biasing his judgment, but he felt that this detail about the chief technician's life was a critical clue. However, even if VS believed that Chief Nyquist held a lot of resentment against the Bright Republic for allowing his unofficial wife to be killed in action, this detail only provided a motive at best. It was hardly the smoking gun that VS could use to prove impropriety at the KNG. Has the tale assigned to follow Nyquist found out anything of note? He asked. No. Chief Nyquist works long hours at the Mosville complex and only goes home to sleep. Occasionally, he gathers together with some fellow veterans and coworkers at a local bar, but other than that, he's thrown himself in his work. Such a boring pattern left very little clues to anyone keeping an eye on him. Even without Leland mentioning it, VS already knew there was no point in following Nyquist around if he was determined to maintain a low profile. I think it's best if you put the tailing agent on his drinking buddies, he suggested. Nyquist is way too vigilant and hardly exposes any openings for us to find fault. Leland nodded in agreement. That's reasonable, but it's highly likely you won't find anything. None of his drinking buddies possess sketchy backgrounds. It's better than nothing. Right now, Ves gained a slight sense of progression in his investigation. It was nothing to go on as of yet, but it confirmed his feeling that Chief Nyquist was a person of interest. The next day, he resumed observing the operations at the Ansel complex instead of the Moseville complex. He couldn't approach Nyquist directly without setting off alarm bells, so he basically bet on Flashlight's investigator to find out if his drinking buddies were involved with anything problematic. In any case, in the name of inspecting the quality of the military mech production for mech regiments such as the Valari Starkhawks, Ves began to take a more hands-on approach in his inspection there. He stayed away from the KNG's commercial mech production but deliberately got close to the sections where all the military space-borne mechs took shape. He began to interact with the mech technicians assigned to their production. Openly, he displayed nothing but diligence in his cover role as a liaison mech designer. He asked pertinent questions, offered some advice in his perspective, and generally found it reassuring that the KNG never fudged the production. Even so, Ves couldn't help but find some of the oddly competent mech technicians to be a little fishy. The more he interacted with them, the more he felt how out of place they seemed. Only a handful of these strange mech technicians were assigned to the production of military mechs. Most of them had been assigned to work on the more profitable, and therefore more vital commercial space-borne mechs. They're all Cadre loyalists as well, it seems. Different from Chief Nyquist, who came from the Navis side of the mech company, the Cadre workers from before the merger held themselves to a higher standard. This was mainly because they worked on more expensive machines with slightly higher profit margins. Right now, the KNG's murky finances made it difficult for Ves to figure out how much money they were losing. However, Ves already vaguely figured out that their space-borne mech sales helped compensate for the serious losses their frontline mech sales accrued. In fact, now that Ves noticed the discrepancy, he noted faintly that the Cadre workers resented the Navis side of the company for dragging down their financial stability. The merger isn't as seamless as it appears. Perhaps Estella Cadre and Antoine Navis may have become a happy couple, but that didn't mean their employees felt as enthusiastic about uniting their companies. Ves already knew that mergers often led to failure as the merged entity couldn't completely resolve all the incompatibilities or failed to settle on their new identity. The KNG's merger hadn't led to any extreme setbacks, yet some of the underlying differences still remained. Unfortunately, none of that had to do with the overly competent mech technicians. Ves found out that all of them had been recent hires from the Ansel technical schools. In fact, many of the mech technicians here were already familiar with each other from their school days. That shot down his theory that they were secret mech designers pretending to be simple mech technicians. What is up with them, then? Even as genuine mech technicians, they were far too good to work in a normal manufacturing complex. With time running out, Ves felt he needed to do something more drastic. When he met up with Leland, he demanded something extreme. Do you remember what I told you about those suspiciously good mech technicians at the Ansel complex? I'm not getting anywhere by hanging out with them at work. There's something fishy about them, and I need to question them more directly. What is it you're asking of me, Ves? Help me interrogate them, Ves declared. We need to take the direct approach and kidnap them and take them somewhere quietly so I can ask the questions that need answering. Leland immediately shook his head. That's way too loud, Ves. There is no way we can hide all of our traces from the KNG. They will know if something has happened to their own men. We only need to do it once. Accidents happen. As long as it doesn't occur twice, it's just a coincidence. The KNG employs thousands of mech technicians. They won't notice anything amiss from a single absence. Even so, that is a risk that we can't take. Flashlight's involvement might get exposed, and if there's one objective we have to fulfill at all costs, it is to keep that a secret. Ves turned around to Leland and began to stare at him intensely to the point of mustering up his concentration to blast his case officer with focused waves of spirituality. Even though it shouldn't do anything to a norm, perhaps some vestigial spiritual sense in Leland grew uncomfortable. That, combined with the intense stare, put the intelligence officer under faint pressure. Isn't Flashlight allowed to do whatever it wants? Right now, there's an obviously suspicious lead in front of me, but I need to go further if I want to get anything concrete out of it. Even if the interrogation doesn't lead to any explosive revelations, I'll always be able to distort what little we do manage to find out into a bigger problem for the KNG when it comes down to it. A lie with a kernel of truth at its basis is a lot more convincing than a total fabrication. Perhaps that last argument persuaded Leland a little, because he buckled in the end. Fine. I'll see what I can do. I'll prepare the backup strike team to pick up an individual of your choosing to take into custody. The preparation will take at least a day because we need to prepare a cover story for that individual's disposal. You're going to kill him after we're done? Ves suddenly frowned. Don't you have mind-altering drugs that can make someone forget what happened on that day or something? We do, but they leave distinct traces behind. There's no way we can prevent the KNG from growing suspicious if one of their employees is met with a mishap. It's much safer for all of us if we get rid of this loose end in the most direct fashion possible. Ves found it rather eerie that Leland showed no remorse or hesitation about disposing a loyal Brighter. There is no option to keeping him alive? Why not put him into a coma for a few years? Don't kid yourself, Ves. Every condition that incapacitates someone can be reversed. Flashlight cannot afford to leave behind any living witnesses, Leland said with a tone of finality before taking a lighter tone. Luckily, deadly incidents constantly take place on Bentheim. From shuttle crashes, rampaging mechs, gang shootings and terrorist attacks, it's trivial to dispose of someone who knows too much. It'll be even more believable if more people die as well. This time, Ves couldn't help but stare at Leland with shock. In the name of secrecy, Flashlight would even be willing to kill innocent bystanders if it helped sell their cover stories. Chapter 993 Sebastian Royal. The arrow had already left the bow. Now that Ves threw out his request, Leland enthusiastically began to put the pieces together for the kidnapping and disposal operation. While Ves only requested the kidnapping, the Leland insisted on the disposal part in order to cut off any loose ends. Even though Ves had half a mind to cancel the request, the intelligence officer fully bought into his arguments as to why they needed to interrogate one of the mech technicians working at the Ansel complex. Ves truly needed to ask some questions. He just felt uneasy about the price to accomplish this without drawing any suspicion from the KNG. After spending a lot of time around Flashlight's people, he should have been more cognizant of their modus operandi. Prizing secrecy at all costs, they weren't above dirtying their hands as long as they achieved their goals. It made him wonder who Flashlight answered to. Which government official or institution did they have to account for their many shady activities? To Ves, it seemed as if Flashlight did a lot of dirty things off the record. They couldn't be held accountable for their misdeeds if no one caught them in the act. Perhaps this was why Flashlight prioritized secrecy to the extreme. They just wanted to cover their own butts, nothing more and nothing less. It shouldn't have surprised Ves that Flashlight was no less self-serving than the other tainted institutions of the Bright Republic. The Ministry of Economic Development, SPOT, the Bright Senate, and so on all prioritized their own interests over their public duty. Ves even began to doubt this mission had any relation to Spotlight in the first place. Did Spotlight and Flashlight really obtain word about possible separatist activity at the KNG? Or did Flashlight target them for an unrelated reason from the start? Right now, the latter possibility seemed more likely. It would be just like Flashlight to pick out a random functioning and highly productive company as a victim for their political crusade. As for the reason why Flashlight picked the KNG specifically, VS found many possible reasons. First, the KNG was intricately tied with the Ansel University of Mech Design. That prestigious school held a lot of sway among the upper ranks of the Bright Republic's mech designers. Taking them down a notch by crucifying some of their prominent alumni would temper their arrogance, as Leland already stated. The second reason was that while the KNG was a big mech manufacturer with an even bigger impact in the industry, they weren't too big to fail. Unlike some other monolithic companies, the KNG competed in markets with plenty of competitors to fill the gap if they ever abruptly closed their doors. As for their military production, it would hurt the Volari Starhawks and the other mech regiments to lose their fixed suppliers of mechs and parts. Yet this pain would only last for a few months before they partnered up with another company. The KNG's many connections would all be implicated by this company's decline or fall, doing untold harm to many different people. Yet as long as the Bright Republic itself could endure damage, Flashlight wouldn't shy away from engineering such an event. Perhaps they slept easier at the thought that the Bright Republic needed such a shock to prod the other institutions into working more sincerely. Or maybe Flashlight simply wanted to damage an arm of one of their rival organizations. All of these cynical didn't get him anywhere, so VS quickly pushed them out of his mind. No matter what, working with Flashlight at least allowed him to get on their side. In exchange for getting on board their train, VS would at least be able to insulate himself from these kinds of incidents to an extent. The Caternavis group, for all of their connections, didn't deter Flashlight at all. They might have even dragged the mech company into the military intelligence agency's crosshairs in the first place. Every organization has enemies. The more friends you made, the more enemies you incurred. That seemed to describe the KNG's current predicament. All of their backing offer no protection against an enemy determined enough to take them down, such as Flashlight. Maybe the Larkinson family is wise to remain beneath their attention. With their clean reputation and honorable service, the Larkinsons never faced any threats from within the Republic that they needed to be concerned about. Certainly, they had rivals and enemies, but none of them played on this level where the ruining of a large and successful mech company was just another Tuesday for the big players. Unfortunately, I'm already in too deep to get out. I also have to pick a side if I want to get ahead. The earlier argument he came up with to collaborate with Flashlight still applied. Compared to the Ministry of Economic Development, which supervised so many companies that they couldn't even offer effective to the KNG, partnering up with Flashlight sounded like a better deal. They were dangerous, for sure, but VS would rather be on their side than align himself with their enemies. As VS performed some research from his terminal throughout the night, Leland returned to his quarters in the next morning. "Get up, VS. It's showtime." "What?" He looked surprised. "Is it already done?" "Yup. It took shorter than I thought to arrange all of the pieces of the plan. Flashlight is already very practiced in these kinds of ops, so I only had to borrow some of their existing infrastructure and assets to cover every aspect. We've already caught the mech technician you wanted. If we go now and interrogate him, we can dispose of him before the afternoon and minimize the time he spent missing at the KNG." Both of them moved quickly. This time, they didn't take a normal exit but rather left the quarters through an underground tunnel. It was through this passage that Leland could sneak in and out of the military base without being observed by anyone else. At the end of the tunnel was a small underground hall where an unobtrusive-looking air car with opaque windows greeted them. Once they entered, the vehicle automatically set off to a destination at the outskirts of Moseville. There, the aircar entered a garage of an office building under construction. No work was being done today, so VS and Leland met no one else before they arrived at an unfinished underground floor. Leland led them through the dark with only the light from his comm illuminating their passage. They came up to a reinforced door that was flanked by 2 burly operatives carrying weapons. "These are 2 of the members of the strike team that is backing you up," he said. "I'd normally like to introduce them to you, but the less you know, the better you're off." Ves gave him a bitter smile. "I am aware." The 2 operatives silently allowed them to enter. Inside, the hollow room had been arranged in a familiar arrangement. A simple table rested in the center. Behind it, a drugged and sedated mech technician sat shackled to his metal chair. On the other end of the table sat a single seat. "You should take a seat, Ves. I'll be standing at the side. For now, you'll be asking the questions." "Okay." Having been on both ends of an interrogation, Ves was already somewhat familiar with the dynamic. As the person asking the questions, he needed to get the person providing the answers to take him seriously. Seeing as how his earlier trick against Leland seemed to achieve some results, if only tentatively, Ves concentrated his mind yet again. "Wake him up, please." Leland pressed a button on his comm, causing some hidden module placed against the mech technician's skin to inject a substance in his bloodstream. The kidnapped worker for the KNG abruptly shook off the drugs clouding his mind. "What the? Where am I?" "Sebastian Royal." Ves spoke with command. His spirituality echoed with his words. He belatedly caught the kidnapped man's attention. "You are in trouble, Stan. Do you mind if I call you that?" Stan still seemed woozy from the drugs pumping into his bloodstream. Leland already mentioned that the various chemicals would make him more susceptible to answering his question at the cost of his lucidity. It seemed the elephants pounding inside Stan's consciousness also caused the spirituality trying to affect him to be completely ignored. Ves only shrugged at that but maintained the effect in case it might give Stan a helpful push. In any case, it didn't take too much effort for him to maintain his concentration. Why am I not at work? I'm supposed to be at work." As Stan sobered up a bit, he finally realized his predicament. It didn't help that this barren and cold room seemed straight out of some crime drama. "Where am I? Who are you? Wait, I recognize you. You're Ves Larkinson." Neither Ves nor Leland did nothing to hide their faces. As Ves already spent a lot of time at the Ansel complex, most of the workers there knew who he was. Now that Stan called him out by name, Ves already knew that there was no way for this fellow to survive the day. Even if flashlight didn't clean him up, Ves would have done it himself. He closed his eyes for a bit in resignation before opening them up again with greater concentration. In order to make this dirty business worth it, Ves needed to succeed in extracting useful information out of his victim. "Stan, as a liaison, I am not only charged with supervising military production at the KNG. I'm also tasked with digging out any improprieties. I'm sorry to say that your suspicious behavior has caught my attention. We know you are hiding something." Ves spoke that last words while resonating with his own spirituality, momentarily giving them more force. "How can that be?" Stan grew panicked. Perhaps the strong waves of that last phrase impacted him a bit, because the mech technician never questioned V's claims. "I have always worked hard for the company. I'm one of the best performing mech technicians at the Ansel complex. I'm due for a promotion." "It is exactly because you are so good that you have drawn our suspicions," Ves retorted back. "There are limits to mech technicians and you have exceeded every one of them. Someone as good as you should have been a mech designer. Why are you pretending to be a mech technician?" That I am just a good study." "Nonsense! You were never good in school in your early years. You barely crawled your way into one of Ansel's technical schools, whereupon you somehow shaped up and became a prolific mech technician, but even then nothing about your school record suggests you're a prodigy." I just became better at my job with the help of the KNG, alright? They take care of us and helps us with our studies. Again, that's complete nonsense. A mediocre learner would never make the amount of progress you've achieved in so little time. You have to be as good as a mech designer to do so, but you are definitely not smart enough to be a mech designer, at least normally. So tell me, Stan, what is your secret? The man shook in his seat and darted his eyes towards Ves and Leland and back again several times in a row. Ves didn't say anything but kept pushing his spirituality towards Stan to pile up the pressure. While it didn't appear the effect was as remarkable as being subjected to the force of will of an expert mech pilot, Ves nonetheless felt as if he did manage to achieve some effects. One of the reasons why Ves picked Stan out in the first place was that he seemed most susceptible to pressure. The man already acted a bit nervously at work. He pushed himself harder than anyone else, as if he was desperate to gain a promotion. A quiet minute passed by while nobody said anything to Stan. His nervousness combined with the drugs affecting his mind practically did most of the work in wearing him down. Ves only offered a coy smile to Stan, as if he already knew what dirty little secret the man really hid. It was the kind of smile that gave the illusion that Ves had everything in control. All right. I'll tell you, Stan finally cracked. I am taking Enoncolantis 3, alright? This caused Ves to blink and interrupt his intimidating act. Enoncolantis 3 is a mental performance-enhancing stimulant, Leland explained, catching his confusion at the strange answer. It's one of the more obscure stimulants you can find in the black markets because it's fairly expensive. The upside is that in pill form, it enhances someone's cognitive functions for at least half a day. It's also quite troublesome to detect by most scanners, so it is in high demand to many workers. So that was what Stan always seemed jittery. He was a substance abuser. Chapter 994 Toxic Expectations. Substance abuse existed for a long time. It still happened at an alarming frequency even during the Age of Mechs despite many measures in trying to stamp it out. These days, the focus on the use of stimulants and drugs mainly fell into two categories: recreational substances and performance-enhancing substances. Leaving aside the strong demand for recreational substances, many humans constantly made use of performance-enhancing stimulants in their daily lives. From cramming for an upcoming exam to performing more vigorously at work, performance-enhancing stimulants filled a very desperate need to humans who ordinarily lacked confidence. To Ves, it sounded like a sad occurrence, but it wasn't necessarily a bad trade-off for their users. By absorbing a potent stimulant, they could temporarily boost their performance in their studies or their work for a critical event. As for the cost and side effects, as long as someone only used it for a short time when they really needed it, then they were acceptable prices to pay. In exchange for credits and some negative impacts on someone's health, they could achieve a critical chance to elevate their lives. From students trying to pass an entrance exam for a prestigious university to employees trying to pass through crunch time where work piled up for days, as long as they made use of a quick boost, they would all be able to further their careers. Substance abuse, huh? Ves muttered after his surprise faded away. He personally witnessed several instances of someone growing too reliant on performance-enhancing stimulants. Back when he studied mech design at Rittersberg, there were many students who failed to keep up with their courses. To these marginal cases who were at the cusp of failure, just a simple stimulant gave them a lifeline that allowed them to pass their exams and continue their studies. Yet a stimulant only lasted a few hours to a day at most. What then? Those who managed to pass an exam only passed a single hurdle at a single instant of time. In order for anyone to obtain a degree in mech design, they needed to study for at least 5 years while and pass dozens of exams. That also didn't include the constant assignments and practical work that every aspiring mech designer needed to perform continuously. Therefore, 1 stimulant was never enough. 10 stimulants was never enough. 100 stimulants was never enough. Someone who depended solely on performance-enhancing stimulants to perform adequately in their studies should not be qualified at all. His university never bothered to screen out these edge cases. That was because after months or years of increasing use of these kinds of stimulants eventually led to self-destruction. Usually, the substance abusers built up some sort of tolerance that made these drugs less effective. This pushed them into increasing their dose. When that didn't help, they resorted to more potent substances, which usually came with much heavier adverse side effects. This pattern repeated over and over until finally their bodies and minds became too damaged for them to function normally. Ves thanked his luck that he was intelligent and motivated enough to study mech design at Rittersberg without having to resort to such desperate means. Yet many people who faced a difficult choice might have made a different decision. It appeared that Sebastian Rohl happened to be one of them. Yet why did this mech technician feel the need to resort to this option in the first place? "You don't understand," Stan said with a desperate voice. "I have to work hard for the KNG. The company is going through tougher times. Anyone who slacks off or is too slow at their jobs get fired. Do you know how much the company pays us? We need to show that we deserve to work there." "Ah," Ves uttered. The other shoe finally dropped. It seemed the KNG's employment policy finally showed another crack. Strange. I haven't seen any of that during my time at the KNG. We'd never throw any shade at the KNG. The company has been good to us. We all wanted to pay them back. If we aren't working hard enough, they'd fire us and replace us with one of the many others waiting in line to join the company. Lately, it's not enough to put in 100% of my effort. I have to put in at least half as more to help the company go through these hard times." Ves crossed his arms. "There's more to that, I believe. The private market may be having a glut of mech technicians now due to all of the companies that have shuttered, but the mech corps is always eager to replenish their losses. You're afraid they'll draft unemployed mech technicians like you, aren't you?" A pulsing shock ran through Stan. "I don't want to go to war. I'm just a mech technician. I don't belong on the front lines." Someone like Stan was young enough to have missed the previous war. Therefore, he was eligible for the draft. The only reason why the mech corps hadn't snapped him up was because he already worked at the KNG. The mech corps generally left mech technicians alone if they already worked for a company, especially one as large and productive as the KNG that already contributed to military production. That afforded the mech technicians who worked there shelter against being sent to war. While the Bright Republic constantly encouraged its citizens to answer the call of battles, the horrendous casualties suffered in each generation scared many of them away. Ves unconsciously looked down on Stan even more. "I get it. The KNG is bleeding money, so they're pushing their workforce harder. You weren't originally a very good mech technician, so in order to keep up with the higher expectations of the company, you turned to help. My question is, how long have you been using?" The mech technician didn't want to answer, so Ves slammed his fist against the metal table. "Tell me." "Damn it, I started using since I got hired, okay. I wasn't confident I could keep up." "Stan here is a heavy user for sure," Leland spoke from the side. "You can tell from his nervous tics and how he's always restless that he's been using performance-enhancing stimulants for years." "I've been starting off with the lighter stuff," Stan said hopelessly. "Just a little bit, okay? Helped me learn stuff and keep up with the work at the same time. I kept trying to lay it off once I studied enough, but there's always more to learn. Then the war happened. The company suddenly demanded more from their workers at that point, right?" "Yeah. It didn't happen immediately. Our workload got a little tighter, and there was less time for me to study at the company library. Then we spent pretty much all of our time at the production lines, yet even then it wasn't enough. People started getting fired when they were just a bit too slow to keep up, and that's when we all got spooked. At the start, Stan only injected himself with stimulants he obtained from the local gang in Moseville. Selling performance-enhancing substances was big business in Bentheim, and pretty much every gang offered them, so it was trivial for Stan to get his hands on something. Yet for Stan, the lighter stuff wasn't enough for him anymore. He needed more potent stimulants. The gang hooked him up with more expensive stimulants, and for a time the mech technician managed to keep up with his job. Until even that failed to give him the boost he needed to hang on to the expectations set upon him. The downside of his excellent performance resulted in greater pay but also greater responsibilities. If he stopped taking stimulants one day, not only would he drop down to a standard below his previous track record, but he would outright crash to the bottom due to the severe withdrawal symptoms that inevitably followed. Even so, Leland had something to say about the particular stimulant that Stan admitted to using. Inoculantis 3 is a difficult drug to obtain. It's synthesized in the frontier because the core ingredients can only be harvested from exoplants that is found there. Not every sells it, and when they do, the prices are inevitably high. Ves frowned. What's the use of this stimulant? There are two major advantages. First, it boosts a human's cognitive functions more effectively with comparatively less side effects. Second, it's very hard to detect in ordinary circumstances. Most detectors installed in workplaces like the KNG's Ansel complex is capable of screening out many ordinary drugs, but Inoculantis 3 is definitely not one of them. It's too rare and difficult to detect. The demand for this product is high, but the supply is rather difficult. Ves summed up. How much does it cost to take a single dose? In pill form, I'd reckon no less than 1,000 credits per brain pill. Ves turned around in shock. That much? Even though Ves earned enough money to fill a swimming pool with pills, he was still very much aware of the salaries of average mech technicians. Even the well-paid mech technicians of the KNG could never afford to take the drug continuously. Considering that Stan looked as if he swallowed a brain pill every day, there was no way he could ever be able to afford his addiction through his own salary. Where do you get the money to pay for your daily fix? He asked the man. Stan didn't want to answer. He kept his mouth shut while his body was going through continuous shudders. Ves looked at Leland, who shrugged. I did not anticipate that Stan here is a substance abuser. The sedatives and other drugs we pumped in his bloodstream are clashing against his withdrawal symptoms. We picked him up from his apartment while he still slept, so he didn't have any time to take a brain pill. That explained the exaggerated neurotic movements from the man. Back at the Ansel complex, Stan didn't behave too different from a well-motivated employee. The slight oddities in his demeanor didn't necessarily point to any substance abuse, especially considering that each employee coming to work needed to pass through a scanner. Yet those scanners only looked out for known substances. The massive underground pharmaceutical industry constantly cooked up new drugs and stimulants that creatively gave their users the fix they craved without running afoul of a detector. Ves hadn't heard of Inoculantis 3, so it must have been developed recently. However, he was very much aware of what kind of drugs that brain pills encompassed. These kinds of upscale performance-enhancing stimulants sold very well among professionals. Their high prices offered no hindrance to promising talents who wanted to gain some sort of edge over their colleagues in order to obtain a promotion. In fact, mech designers ought to be one of the most prevalent users of brain pills. For a mech technician to be able to sustain the daily usage of such an upscale product was weird because no mech technician could afford its use for long. Therefore, no matter if Stan was already starting to go through withdrawal, Ves really wanted to know how the mech technician paid for it all. Tell me, Ves repeated, putting his strong spirituality to bear. Stan simply shook his head in a neurotic manner. Tell me! Ves slammed both of his fists against the table. The abrupt impact caused Stan to jump, though his restraints kept him tied to his seat. The pressure bearing down on him from Ves and his own body was too much for him to endure. I passed on information, all right. They kept asking me questions and I had to answer them if I wanted to get my next brain pill. Both Leland and Ves lit up. This was what they wanted to hear. Who did you report to? Ves pressed on. Who supplied you with brain pills in exchange for intel on the KNG? I don't know. They never told me who they were. When you deal with stuff like this, you always try to find out as little as possible. At this, Leland sighed. Useless. An indirect connection like this takes too much time to follow up. It depends on the information that Stan has provided, Ves replied before turning back to the mech technician. What did you pass on? All kinds of information I could get my hands on. Technical specifications, production schedules, personnel lists, security arrangements, maps, stuff like that. That didn't necessarily lead to the BLM. It could have been one of KNG's competitors trying to keep tabs on the Ansel complex. As Stan answered more questions, Ves did not find the smoking gun he was looking for. A loyal employee turned informant to some unknown party was not the major offense that Flashlight sought to indict the KNG. Chapter 995 Combining Clues. At some point, Stan's withdrawal symptoms grew so severe that he could no longer coherently answer any questions. Neither Leland nor his strike stream possessed the required medical expertise to counteract the effects, and trying to return to the man's home to grab his brain pills took too long and risked exposure. Ves and Leland stepped out of the interrogation room. Ves looked disappointed while Leland adopted an expression of distaste. Incidents like this are all too common. The important point is that we're not dealing with amateurs. Anyone who is able to distribute Inoncolantis 3 in Bentheim won't be so careless to leave a direct trail to their actual identities. It could be the BLM, but it could also be the Blood Claws or even the Peace Association that supplied Stan with the brain pills. So there's no way you can follow up on the source of the pills? Leland shook his head. Whoever has been supplying Stan with the pills will probably lay low and disappear as soon as word of his disappearance and subsequent death spreads. Damn. That meant that investigation that channel was a dead end. There are other mech technicians at the KNG with the same traits. One incident is a coincidence is enough. Another incident that follows close to the previous one will definitely alert the KNG and a number of other organizations. I won't authorize another kidnapping. I'm sorry, Ves, but this line of inquiry ends here. If you want to follow up on this case, then you'll have to do so in another fashion. With Leland closing the door to questioning another addict, Ves had very few options left if he wanted to uncover the identities of the suppliers. Besides, there wasn't that much point to investigating the suppliers. Flashlight wanted to find evidence of deliberate, high-level collaboration with the Bentheim Liberation Movement. Even if the BLM hooked up a dozen mech technicians with brain pills, so what? The KNG could always throw them under the air car, argue that they were clueless victims to the BLM's nefarious schemes. What Ves needed to do was to paint the KNG as traitors instead of victims. Let us suppose the BLM is gathering intel on the Ansel complex through the use of informers, Leland said. This shows that it's unlikely they have a man on the inside at that site. While it might be possible that they do have their own man inside and that they are merely gathering information from other sources to verify the information coming from their agent, it's too much of an effort. It seems much more likely that the BLM is merely fishing for information to plan for a future terrorist attack. Ves couldn't argue with his logic. Even he believed this was the case. So all of this was a waste of time? Well, you could always use that to back up your case that the KNG is in cahoots with the BLM. Leland grinned. If you present the addicted mech technicians as separatists instead of informants, then you'd likely be able to strengthen your case against the company. That entailed fabricating an accusation that Ves knew wasn't true. He didn't want to resort to this option if possible, so he merely shook his head and said nothing more of it. Instead, he turned to another subject. How will you take care of Stan? The other members of the strike team has already prepared a cover story. We'll put him on his daily commute and shoot it down. His death won't attract too much attention among the dozens of other occupants going to work. We'll blame the attack on Vision agitators trying to destabilize Bentheim. They've already staged hundreds of random attacks like this to terrorize the populace, so one more attack will hardly seem unusual as long as we leave behind the right traces. Ves regretted hearing this answer. Lots of people boarded air transit every day, and the biggest vehicles fitted hundreds of people. Knowing that Flashlight did not shy away from dragging innocent people to their deaths just because they were at the wrong place at the wrong time sat very poorly with Ves. As he stared at Leland, Ves figured the intelligence officer deliberately divulged this information. For what reason? To test him? To try and see if Ves would still be committed to working together with Flashlight? It might be all a lie. Ves didn't know. As they exited the construction site via their discreet air car, Ves constantly pondered on the consequences of his actions. He continued to do so once the aircar dropped him off at the military base, whereupon he showed up in public again and went to work in a normal fashion. Once he arrived at the Ansel complex, the news had already reached them. One of their colleagues had been killed in an air transit accident. Stan is dead! Over 30 people got killed! It's the Visions again! Their spies are everywhere on this planet! Work at the Ansel complex inevitably slowed as everyone couldn't help but become affected by this sudden tragedy. One of their own had been killed in a terrorist attack. Ves watched wide-eyed as he tuned into a Mosville news portal reporting live on the event. The crash site of the air transit not only killed its occupants, but also crashed into an office building, killing several workers inside. Leland hadn't bluffed at all. He truly did manufacture a tragedy to take care of a loose end. Over 30 people died, which was a truly excessive number of casualties just to silence a single person. The only consolation to Ves was that the investigation on Chief Nyquist's drinking buddies bore fruit. The strange thing was that one of them slightly panicked when he saw the news and hastily ran to a suspected safe house while being followed by an agent of Flashlight. That evening, Leland greeted Ves as he tiredly returned to his quarters with the good news. I'm not sure whether the person we tailed is part of the cell or group that's responsible for supplying the mech technicians working at the Ansel complex within Oncolantis 3. Perhaps word of an attack on a KNG worker has spooked our person of interest due to other reasons. Nonetheless, his haste and lack of precautions has given us a firm lead of suspected BLM activity. Who is the person of interest and why are you so sure he's related to the BLM? Leland handed him a data pad with a record of the man in question. Delten Swan is a former ship raiding from the Sparky Nuts. These days, he works for an industrial company based in Mosville. He married once but he divorced after a few years. We suspect he is a member of the BLM from the way he gained entry into the safe house and what little we managed to observe of what transpired inside. As long as we prepare more listening devices to record Delton's subsequent meetings, we can firmly prove that Delten is a specialist. Yet that's not enough, is it? Ves remarked. Delten Swan doesn't even work for the KNG. It's good to see that you have a bright head on your shoulders, Ves. You're right. Our target is the KNG, not Delten and not this Chief Nyquist. Therefore, it's not enough to prove that Nyquist is aware of Delton's association with the BLM. We need to provide evidence that Chief Nyquist is part of the same cell, and even then we need to prove that he's more than an informant. When VS began to list what he needed to do, he became depressed. You're asking for a lot, but there's not a lot of time left. From what we've learned, it's possible that Chief Nyquist is working for the BLM, but it might be that he's just feeding information to them instead. Leland nodded in agreement. I've looked into Chief Nyquist, and he's a careful and experienced man. There's a high chance he'll lower his head and do absolutely nothing that could draw suspicion on him. The BLM may be contemptible in many ways, but they are very competent in training their assets to blend in with the environment. If they could just take Chief Nyquist into custody in an official and above-board fashion, they would be able to learn the truth. Yet such an act would also increase the chance of exposing Flashlight, so Leland would never go along with such a measure. Again, VS felt as if his hands were tied behind his back. The demand that this investigation needed to be done fast but quietly continued to stymy him over and over again. Yet having spent some time with Leland, VS became a little more familiar with his mindset, methods and priorities. Leland and by extension Flashlight wasn't above resorting to drastic actions as long as they didn't risk exposure. VS gave Leland a speculative look. If I may suggest something, it's better to present genuine evidence of separatist collaboration, right? Right. Then why not take advantage of what we've found out to stir the pot and agitate the BLM even further? Oh? Do you have a plan, VS? You know that it's very risky for us to make a move right now, especially right after a terrorist attack. From the clues they gathered about Chief Nyquist, they learned that he lost someone he loved to the war. They also learned that he associated himself with what appeared to be a core member of a BLM cell in Mosul. Putting those two clues together strongly suggested that Chief Nyquist wasn't merely an informant like the recently deceased Stan, but a true man on the inside. VS increasingly became more assured of his suspicion that Chief Nyquist was up to no good at the KNG. Yet even if VS and Leland reported their current findings, the KNG would still be able to paint themselves as victims. Whether real or not, VS needed some way to tie Chief Nyquist's suspected affiliations and purpose to the higher-ups of the KNG. A single chief technician, while holding a substantial amount of responsibility at his workplace, was not a representative of the company. Leland knew this as well, so he wondered what VS wanted to suggest to prove whether such a tie existed. What if it didn't exist at all? On this, VS already resigned himself to bending the truth a bit if it came down to it. In any case, BLM involvement seemed extremely likely now, so he did not have to fabricate a complete lie. A chief technician is not important enough, but if the presiding mech designer turns out to be a separatist as well, what then? Every mech designer assigned to supervise the operations at the different complexes are directly handpicked for the job by Mrs. Catter or Mr. Navis. An apprentice mech designer called Carl Stoddard is currently in charge at the Mosville complex. It would be a severe failure on the part of the founders and leaders of the KNG if they directly picked a separatist to be in charge of one of their 4 major complexes. How do you suppose we do that? We know where one of their safe houses are, right? We also know who frequents that place. Couldn't you employ one of your operatives to plant some fake evidence there that suggests that Carl Stoddard is one of their own men? It's possible, Leland said with a thoughtful but not entirely encouraging expression. It's also exceedingly risky in many ways. I don't like this plan of yours. It's too much risk for too little reward. Even if we manage to implicate Mr. Stoddard, he's not the big fish that Flashlight is hoping to catch. The KNG will be able to weather the storm as long as they pay a price. VS knew this. Therefore, what he said next surprised even Leland. What if I tell you that I'm convinced the KNG is facilitating the supply of mechs for the BLM at their Mosville complex? Chapter 996, A Daring Scheme. I'm not a detective. VS began to explain to Leland how he came to his conclusion. But I'm a mech designer. More than that, I'm a business owner during my civilian career and spent a long time holding the position of head designer. I'm quite familiar with production and repair operations, both of which happen on a very large scale at the KNG's Mosville complex. Leland grew increasingly intrigued. Have you managed to come across any hard evidence to back up your statements? Not yet, but I've inferred it by combining the clues we've found with my own observations of the site. You have to be aware that the Mosville complex stands out among the KNG's properties because it is their main service and repair center. Both the company's commercial and military clients send their damaged mechs to Mosville for servicing. Do you know how many parts get restored instead of replaced? What's the difference? The intelligence officer asked. Damaged and faulty mechs can be fixed up in two ways. Either you hammer its broken parts back together, or you take it out and replace it with a functional spare part fabricated on the spot or taken out of an inventory. The mech technicians at the Mosville complex does both. In fact, most of the time they have a crew that is dedicated to identifying and ripping out broken and malfunctioning parts, another crew that is responsible for taking parts from the site's abundant inventory and assembling them onto the frame of the damaged mech, and finally a third crew which is solely tasked with processing the damaged parts. Leland began to see which aspect about the operations at the Mosville complex drew the most suspicion. If I wanted to siphon away mechs from that site, I'd take control of the third crew. Exactly. Ves grinned. In fact, it works best if the first crew is in collusion with the third crew. The first crew would pick out damaged but mostly functional parts for replacement, and pull them out of the damaged mech. The third crew receives those valuable parts and assigns some of them for recycling or disposal despite the fact that they can still be used after some refurbishment. Even so, it sounds as if the third crew needs to be in on the entire scheme for it to work. This also threw Ves for a loop for a while. That's true. It's not easy to fudge the numbers of what can be recovered from recycling or scrapping the supposedly damaged parts. However, if the activity is small enough, it's possible to get away with it under everyone's noses. Chief Nyquist happens to be working for the third crew. Not only that, he's assigned to an important position in supervising the repairs for the military mechs that are sent back by the Bentheim mech regiments. This immediately alarmed Leland. Do you mean that if Chief Nyquist is in a position to supply military mechs to the BLM? Such an occurrence would be a huge scandal. Whether or not Katter or Navis truly collaborated with the BLM in person didn't matter at that stage. Just the fact that the BLM got their hands on exclusive military hardware, and in substantial numbers, would be enough to tarnish the KNG's reputation and damage their relations with their backers. If the separatists only got their hands on crappy bargain bin mech models, then the threat they posed could easily be dealt with by the authorities. If they got their hands on more expensive budget and mid-range mech models, then it would be a major crime for any company to supply them with these kinds of mechs. However, the damage wouldn't be too big of a deal if only a single mid-level manager or chief technician was responsible for smuggling commercial mechs to the BLM. Once it became known that the KNG actually smuggled out mechs that belonged to the military, the crime was much more severe. From his experiences with the internally developed mech models of the flagrant vandals, he knew that while they may not be the most expensive mechs in use, the true value of military mechs lay in how thoroughly they were designed. Almost always involving a senior mech designer, they not only incorporated their specialties, but also made use of several exclusive military component licenses based on more advanced tech. Mech regiments also wanted to avoid their military mechs falling into the hands of their enemies. If the Vesians scavenged an intact or functional mech, they could study its performance, quantify their parameters, and identify their weak points. This would be an absolute disaster for the mech regiment in question. The next time they fought against the Vesians, their military mechs might suddenly become 10 or even 20% less effective. Therefore, the KNG absolutely violated the trust extended by the Valari Starhawks, and the other mech regiments that decided to entrust the production and servicing of their military mechs to the company. Just think about it, Ves said grimly. Since the current war broke out, the 5 partnering military mech regiments sent back thousands of their mechs for repairs or replacements. If Chief Nyquist smuggled out enough functional parts to the BLM to reconstruct, say, 100 military mechs, then the discrepancy won't grow large enough to alert the people around him. This is a scheme that slowly took place over the past several years. It shouldn't be so easy, Leland retorted with some skepticism. The KNG and the military mech technicians that are sent to assist in the work should have prevented such a major scheme. VS already interviewed people like Darrell Rowland, a disabled mech technician sent back from the front lines by the Mech Corps. The man's hero worship for a veteran like Nyquist was very evident. The way the repair crews are put together makes it easy to obscure the details. Chief Nyquist is a very popular chief technician among his colleagues, and his former military service makes him very trustworthy among the workers sent by the Mech Corps. He won't be able to pull off this scheme alone, but remember that the KNG recently hired more personnel as well, pressured them to work harder. The existing workers are either too new and inexperienced to know any better, too eager to suck up to a popular and powerful chief technician, or too exhausted by their current workload to figure out if anything is wrong. If I recall, Chief Nyquist holds a high position on the work floor, right? Leland remembered. VS nodded. Yes. That's an important point. He enjoys considerable authority within the Mosville complex. Officially, he should also be in a position to pull some strings to allocate the right mech technicians to his work crew. Unofficially, he appears to be influential enough among his fellow chiefs to be able to influence the site's specific policies and procedures. Both of them paused for a time after VS explained his reasoning. Leland appeared to have bought the story, but then his skepticism took force. All of this sounds plausible enough, but you don't have the evidence to back it up. Mere speculation along with drawing upon indirect clues and observation is not enough to prove your case. We have a direction we can work with. VS defended himself. Look, I didn't really pay any particular attention to the third crew up to now, but now that I know what they might be cooking up, I can look specifically for signs that point to such activities. In addition, your men can follow up on the company that processes the supposed scrap. The workers at the Mosville complex is supposed to pull apart and crush any damaged parts that are marked for disposal, but I believe this step might have been skipped occasionally. The BLM needed to subvert several steps in the chain to put this scheme to work, but VS didn't think it was impossible to do so. Chief Nyquist's vital leadership role, as well as the overall negligence and distraction of the managers there due to the recent difficulties, left a lot of openings for the BLM to exploit. For example, VS was pretty sure that plenty of recent hires assigned to work with Chief Nyquist might be moles sent by the BLM. As a chief technician, it wasn't too difficult for Nyquist to assign specific individuals to his work crews. However, the key requirement to back up his assertions was to find real proof. Leland promised to look into the recycling and waste processing companies responsible for processing the Mosville complex's waste output. Perhaps it would be possible for his men to tie the recently identified people holed up in one of the BLM's safe houses to one of those suspect companies. However, he also questioned whether it would still be necessary to drag in Carl Stoddard, the mech designer appointed by Catter and Navis to supervise the Mosville complex. Is Mr. Stoddard even involved? I'm 40% certain, VS replied. As the man in charge of supervising the processes that go on in the complex, he's responsible for what is happening there. While I'm sure he's also distracted by the recent setbacks and difficulties the KNG is experiencing, as long as he's a semi-competent mech designer, he should have picked up some signs. And if he's innocent? VS shook his head. He's not innocent. If he's not sympathizer or a mole for the BLM, he's at least criminally negligent for allowing some of the workers under his charge to smuggle out a substantial amount of military assets. Only the severity of Mr. Stoddard's crimes is in question, and I don't mind pushing him deeper into the pit he dug for himself to strengthen our case. To VS, there was a substantial difference between accusing an innocent mech designer for treason as opposed to exaggerating the blame on a criminally negligent mech designer. Since Mr. Stoddard was already doomed, why not make use of his fall to Flashlight's advantage? Leland saw the merit in V's suggestion. As the mech designer in charge, Carl Stoddard's implication in this scheme will definitely blow up the controversy even further by tying Mrs. Cadder and Mr. Navis more directly to the accusations. I would have preferred to implicate the two journeyman mech designers directly, but I can live with tarnishing one of their most trusted subordinate mech designers. That was when VS smiled in satisfaction. If everything went well and he found the proof he needed, perhaps he could avoid an outcome where he dragged down Cadder and Navis directly. As long as they could prove they weren't involved in the scheme, they could avoid being taken into custody. The company might be able to survive as well, though in a much diminished form and without much of the backing it previously enjoyed. Even if the company was forced to close its doors, Cadder and Navis could always start a new company on a clean slate. As journeyman mech designers, neither of them lacked in competence. Even if they completely lacked any funding or assets, they could still attract plenty of outside investment willing to make a quick credit on proven winners. To VS, he felt better if the happy family would be able to stay together. Neither Leaf or Aislinn Caddernavis would see their father or mother taken into custody and be locked behind bars for a couple decades. Of course, VS reminded himself that he actually needed to prove his assertions. With time continuing to grow short, he returned to the Mosville complex the next day and paid particular attention to the work performed by the first and third crews. He first paid a visit to the workers of the first crew, the ones responsible for identifying and ripping off broken parts from military mechs. It was difficult to observe whether they did their jobs properly as VS couldn't come too close. Another problem was Jeff, the relations manager sent by the KNG's headquarters. The man continued to annoy VS by distracting him with his talk. Like an annoying fly that buzzed around his head, VS couldn't swat the representative of the company away. I must say, VS, the Mosville complex takes good care of the mech shipped back from the front lines. Everyone here works hard to meet the needs of the military. We here at the KNG pride ourselves on helping the war effort by saving valuable mechs that still have some life left in them. Not only do we work fast, but we work with utmost care. None of the mechs we have sent back has ever received any complaints about their soundness. Could this annoying fly please shut up? Chapter 997 Control Problems. As long as the right people were in on it, any kind of fraudulent scheme could take place at a mech production site. Security and monitoring systems ordinarily caught anything that took place on company property, but they possessed deliberate holes. VS half suspected that the monitoring and security systems had already been hacked or compromised in some way. If the humans in control of those systems had been bribed, coerced, or deceived into shutting down the monitoring, anything could take place. The Caddernavis group already selectively compromised those very same systems in order to do their shady business with the Peace Association. However, smuggling out parts of military mechs was a much more egregious offense. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that anything involved with military mechs needed to be treated with the strictest care. This was why VS guessed that the BLM had definitely placed some men on the inside, particularly one of the controllers of the monitoring system. He figured that Chief Nyquist only needed 8 to 10 accomplices at minimum to be able to subvert enough security and prevention procedures to be able to maintain the scheme while keeping everyone else in the dark. As he made his various inspections, he drew a lot of attention from the workers in the vicinity due to Jeff's noisy company. The relations manager seemed to do his best to stop VS from observing the work in peace and without alerting anyone close of the presence of a guest. Nonetheless, even with the distraction, VS managed to note several questionable points. he witnessed parts with heavy damaged exteriors but functional internal components marked for scrap. Ves knew his mechs, so even at a distance he could already observe that those handful of parts were anything but unrecoverable. Certainly, while the mech core deserved to receive the best, and it wouldn't be getting that if they received mechs made out of refurbished parts. No matter how well a crew tried to repair a part, prior battle damage always left some marks. Yet to fabricate new parts to replace lightly damaged parts was a substantial waste of time, resources, and production capacity. If a repair crew replaced every single scratched part with freshly fabricated ones, then they would quickly incur a substantial amount of expenses. Therefore, most repair operations found it much more efficient to restore salvageable parts whenever they could. That the repair crews at the KNG's Mosville complex sometimes violated that rule practically aroused V's suspicion. He hadn't paid any attention to it before, but now that he looked out for it, he realized that for every 100 cases, perhaps 2 or 3 would be fraudulently marked unsalvageable without good cause. As Ves spent more time flitting around the shop floors, he noted that only a single crew responsible for assessment and disassembly was responsible for the fraudulent evaluations. It happened to be one that contained several of Chief Nyquist's friends. "That's one link," Ves muttered to himself before he resumed his seemingly random inspection. Jeff saw no rhyme or reason for these random inspections. They had walked throughout the entire complex more than once in the past few hours but never stuck around long enough. "Is there anything you are looking for, Ves?" "I am just doing my job," he said. "So far, I'm very impressed by the efficiency of your operations and the productivity of your workers." Indeed, the KNG truly did its best when it came to working on their commercial mechs. Ves did not find that the workers pulled off any significant shenanigans when it came to the company's core products. It should have been the same case for the military mechs entrusted in the KNG's care. Yet Ves found to his befuddlement that the suspect teams of mech technicians actually included some enlisted mech technicians who should have known better. Either the mech technicians dispatched by the mech corps had been bought or influenced into participating in the scheme, or Ves misjudged the situation. This was because Ves determined that it didn't involve around a dozen people or so, but at least double that amount. For a moment, Ves doubted whether he saw correctly. The more people involved in a scheme, the higher the chance of getting caught. Could the BLM really be so daring to involve that many people? Evidently they did. The more Ves looked, the more his doubts cleared away. He definitely detected signs of fudging, and it didn't concern a few bolts or plates here and there. This wasn't the kind of fraud to overcharge the mech corps for costs that the company hadn't actually incurred. This was straight-up theft of military property. As Ves left the first work crew and tried to observe the work being done by the third work crew, he saw more signs of fudging, though only once or twice among hundreds of legitimate procedures. This was also how they kept their secret schemes so well hidden. The sophistication of their methods and the practiced way they blended sketchy moves among a ubiquitous amount of legitimate procedures made Ves suspect they had years of practice. Ves turned to Jeff. "How often does Mr. Stoddard make the rounds like I am doing now?" "Oh, I'm told he personally makes an inspection each and every day. Sometimes he completes a round in the morning and another one at the end of the day." "That's very diligent of a mech designer." "Mr. Stoddard takes his responsibilities very seriously." Jeff spoke with utmost confidence. "Mrs. Catter and Mr. Navis often has high expectations for their top subordinate mech designers. Carl Stoddard is one of our rising talents, and we have high hopes that he will be able to advance to journeyman in the next 2 decades. In order to facilitate his affinity with mechs, our bosses have sent him to supervise the Mosville complex." "Ah. So he doesn't have much practical shop floor experience?" Jeff laughed awkwardly. Mr. Stoddard is a practiced mech designer who has assisted Mrs. Catter and Mr. Navis in many design projects. His work on our latest designs have been pivotal in streamlining and optimizing them for the market. In other words, Carl Stoddard seemed to be the typical out-of-touch mech designer who never got his hands dirty. VS could understand why Catter and Navis assigned him to supervise the Mosville complex, where a lot of mechs got taken apart and put back together. With that much activity, Stoddard would eventually be able to understand the practical side of working with mechs. Yet to VS, it sounded as if Stoddard, for all of his diligence, was still learning on the job. With such an inexperienced mech designer as the highest authority at the Mosville complex, was it any surprise that Chief Nyquist and his accomplices could run a scheme unchecked? What an enormous misjudgment! Catter and Navis should have assigned someone they trusted with a lot workshop and factory experience to supervise the dizzyingly complex amount of operations that took place here. To send a mech designer with great design ability, but non-existing workshop experience to supervise an entire complex completely missed the mark. It would be like asking a very good mech pilot to design a mech. Just because a mech pilot was related to mechs didn't mean he possessed the qualifications to design a mech. The same logic applied to assigning virgin mech designers to a major manufacturing complex where thousands of people worked, and an even greater amount of mechs, parts and supplies got shipped in and out every day. VS subtly shook his head. He felt enormously disappointed at the lacking supervision of this facility. For all its importance to the company and sensitivity in working with military hardware, the KNG placed the wrong people in the wrong positions. As for the people who were supposed to back Stoddard up if he dropped the ball, one of their core chief technicians turned out to be one of the ringleaders of this scheme. VS became more and more aware that Chief Nyquist played a vital role in keeping everything out of sight. Without the indispensable help of such a core figure at the Mosville complex, a scheme of this scale could never happen. The total failure in safeguarding military parts and equipment served as a cautionary tale to VS. He knew that one day, something similar might happen one day at his own company. Right now, the LMC only erected a single manufacturing complex, and ordinarily VS worked right on top of the manufacturing floor where most of the work was being done. However, what if the LMC expanded in the future? What if they set up a brand new manufacturing complex on Bentheim, or in a foreign state? It would be impossible for VS to visit those premises in person in order to inspect if any of his employees tried to fudge the numbers or pull off some kind of scheme. Resort to technology? As VS personally witnessed here at the Mosville complex, technology was anything but omnipotent as long as they remained susceptible to human manipulation. Control and supervision problems always existed in any large-scale endeavor. Neither the LMC or KNG would ever be able to prevent such instances completely. Even so, the KNGs for major manufacturing and servicing complexes were all situated on Bentheim. Could it hurt Mrs. Catter or Mr. Navis a bit if they branched out some time to check up the operations at every site? Of course, that is why they placed Mr. Stoddard here. The presiding mech designer's job was to be an extension of Catter and Navis's will. Certainly, VS had no reason to question Stoddard's actual loyalties anymore, but just because he represented the will of his bosses didn't mean he possessed their skill and discernment. This was the critical flaw that left a huge opening in the repair and replacement operations at the Mosville complex. Stoddard's loyalty and devotion could not make up for his lack of competence in this area. The more VS observed the abject failures of those who were supposed to be in charge, the more he felt as if he witnessed ongoing shuttle crash. Something like this could never be sustained forever. Eventually, those responsible would slip up and get caught. VS wondered what would happen at that moment, and how the BLM planned to respond. In his introspection, he may have gotten too close to some of the shiftier operations, because Chief Nyquist himself suddenly appeared. "Mr. Larkinson!" What brings you to these parts? I'm just checking how your workers are handling our military mechs, Ves quickly replied. I have a personal interest in how you are treating the space-borne mechs for the first Volari Starhawks. One of my cousins Ganso is a rising mech pilot at that mech regiment, so I want to do my part behind the front lines to ensure he and his comrades receive the best mechs that Bentheim can provide. Chief Nyquist gave a reassuring smile to Ves. Family. I understand your concerns. I'm personally on top of many of the mechs we receive from the Volari Starhawks. Let me show you around how thoroughly we inspect and restore the functionality of their damages. Through his insistence, Nyquist casually guided Ves away from the areas where sketchy activities probably took place. Inwardly, Ves applauded the chief technician's smooth way in diverting him away. However, this only strengthened his belief that Chief Nyquist definitely played a pivotal role in this scheme. As Ves got shown around the safer areas of the complex, Ves couldn't help but wonder if he had been a little too inquisitive for his own good. While he observed a good number of improprieties, had he been too blatant about his searches? Even as a liaison mech designer, Ves had been way too nosy compared to others who held the same job. Yet Chief Nyquist showed no particular interest in him once they walked away from the more sensitive places. Ves resolved to complete this investigation as fast as possible. Chapter 998 Continuity. At the end of the workday, Chief Nyquist finally left their company. Ves hadn't seen anything of note, but the observations he made earlier gave him plenty of ammunition as long as he submitted his report fast enough. As Ves was ready to return to base, he turned to Jeff for one more question. Say, if Mr. Stoddard advances to journeyman one day, will he still decide to work under Catter and Navis? What stops him from parting ways with his employers and start his own business? The KNG already signed an MTA-enforced contract with Mr. Stoddard that offers several options in the event of his advancement, the relations manager answered. It is a very standard contract in the mech industry. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it yet. Many major mech manufacturers attract design talents with these contracts. What do these contracts entail? Upon event of the advancement of a mech designer to journeyman, they receive at least two options. The first option would be to continue to work for the company. Newly advanced journeymen not only receive better treatment to fit their new status, they are also offered a certain amount of shares, usually 10% or more depending on their commitment. I have heard of those kinds of arrangements, just not as concrete, Ves replied. A favorable advancement contract like this used to be so far away from him that he never looked into it. 10% sounds kind of small, though. That is just the standard minimum convention in the industry. Both the mech designer and the company can negotiate a different proportion of shares if they like. Also, it is very fair considering that a newly advanced journeyman has taken none of the risks and contributed very little in the startup, growth, and maturation of the mech company. Every new journeyman starts with around 10% shares, and slowly builds up as they contribute more in the company. They are being paid in shares? Yes. Jeff nodded. A newly advanced journeyman is not that much better than an apprentice, but after a decade or so of seasoning they would usually be able to match the prowess of an older generation journeyman. It is fair to remunerate them with a greater stake in the company they increasingly help build up. This is also a good way to keep a promising journeyman committed to the company. In some cases, the older journeyman relinquishes more shares to the younger journeyman in order to provide the company with continuity. That sounded like a very far-sighted arrangement to Ves. The younger journeyman essentially inherits the company from his former boss when the latter dies or retires. The pivotal role of journeyman mech designers meant that they wouldn't be resigned to work for just salary when working at a company being led by an older journeyman. At the very least, working for a senior mech designer allowed them to enjoy the tutelage of a superior in the profession, but working for another journeyman yielded very little benefits to someone of the same rank. Therefore, offering these talented and independently capable mech designers a stake in the company was essential to retain these talents. A mech company headed by one or two journeymen like the KNG owed all of their success to them. This worked fine when Kader and Ves still had at least half a century or more time to lead their company. Yet what happened after they became too old to work? The KNG would stagnate and decline until it eventually collapsed after it failed to design new mechs that equaled their older products. Therefore, continuity became a very serious issue to mech companies highly dependent on a small number of mech designers for success. As Jeff explained, it was no use for the founders and owners of a thriving mech company to hold 50% of its shares when the value of that company eventually dropped down to zero. Therefore, instances where the first-generation mech designers slowly sold or rewarded their shares to a promising second-generation mech designer happened frequently. The older mech designers only kept enough shares in the company for their own heirs to live on, but not much more than that. Of course, it would be best if the second-generation mech designer was part of the same family as the first-generation mech designer. Yet the odds weren't optimistic, as very few mech designers ever advanced to journeyman to begin with. Therefore, it did not surprise Ves that Kader and Ves treated Stoddard favorable to the point of eyeing him as a possible heir to lead the KNG in the future. Still, most mech companies failed to provide for continuity. Ves heard of many successful mech companies shuttering their doors because their lead designers died but failed to attract a successor. What is the other option that Stoddard can pick if he rejects the offer of a stake in the company? Oh, he is still free to found his own company or work for someone else. It is just that in the event of setting up a company, he's obliged to offer at least 10% of its shares or more to the KNG. Our company did spend a lot of time and effort on nurturing him to become a journeyman. It is only fair for him to pay something back. If he works for something else, he'll have to hand over 20% to 50% of his earnings, depending on a complex formula. It's mainly heftier in order to compensate for the fact that he might work for a potential competitor. All in all, these kinds of contracts all aim to have the younger mech designer pay something back to the older one. To be honest, Ves didn't find them very favorable to the younger mech designers, but if they didn't sign them, the company would focus their efforts on nurturing a more pliable young talent instead. These considerations only applied to mech companies led by journeymen or higher. Companies led by apprentices and lower like the LMC didn't merit such considerations. So many companies at this level already existed that they constantly rose and fell by the hundreds each year. Finding a replacement mech designer to take over for the older one was also a lot more trivial because so many apprentices would jump at the opportunity to take over the helm of an established mech company. Is Stoddard the most promising mech designer at the KNG? Oh, who can predict if an apprentice can grow to a journeyman? Jeff replied sheepishly. You know better than me how difficult it is to take that leap. The KNG employs many apprentices, and we've put 3 more colleagues of Mr. Stoddard in charge of the other manufacturing complexes. A rotation also existed to give other promising apprentices of the KNG a chance to get close to a major manufacturing site. Stoddard wouldn't preside over the Moseville complex for longer than a couple of years. At that time, some other fresh-faced apprentice would take over, and the entire learning progress began anew. While such an arrangement helped a larger number of mech designers enrich their understanding and feel for mechs, the gaps were equally as evident. The effective degree of supervision they could provide was practically minimal if hotshot mech designers constantly shuttled in and out after spending only a year or two to hold a position. They needed at least that much time to become competent enough to properly discharge their responsibilities. As a business owner who might one day be in the same position as Kader and Ves, he understood their position. In a free labor market where mech designers could work for anyone they wanted or work for themselves by starting their own businesses, it was really difficult to attract capable and talented mech designers. Therefore, Kader and Ves essentially had to bend over backwards to an extent to retain promising talents. Mech designers with value mostly knew how desirable they were. Employers who wanted to hold on to them not only needed to treat them with respect, but also take a step further and treat them like princes. They had no other choice. It would be far too difficult and costly to hire an existing journeyman mech designer who in most cases were already their competitors. So the most practical solution is the approach adopted by many companies and institutions. Ves knew that many of them scouted and brought in talents early. While their employers nurtured and invested into the development of these talents, they simultaneously indoctrinated them in order to capture their loyalty and affection. Companies and institutions went through all of this trouble because it was one of the most cost-effective if time-consuming means of providing for continuity. Having observed and heard from Jeff how the K&G managed continuity, Ves again reflected on how the LMC should approach the same issue. Eventually, it came down to his own capabilities. Ves bet that senior mech designers didn't have to worry that much about this issue, at least when it came to hiring journeymen to join their design teams. The difference between a senior and journeyman was that the latter didn't have much to offer to other journeymen. Therefore, to compensate for the lack of benefits in terms of tutoring and guidance from a superior in the profession, they wanted to be paid with shares in the company instead. Ves disliked the latter option for multiple reasons. Who wanted to dilute their own control over the company they founded and raised by their own efforts. Also, the more journeymen he hired, the more he had to dilute his own share in his company. This simple truth probably prevented most companies from accumulating too many journeymen. Only a large government institution such as the Mech Corps dared to employ hundreds of journeyman mech designers without offering shares. Even then, the military only got away with it because they partnered up with a large amount of senior mech designers, each of which offered valuable learning opportunities to many journeymen. A low-ranking novice mech designer like Keddies didn't deserve this kind of consideration. There were so many of them that some on the government even thought their numbers needed culling every now and then. Yet any mech company that tried to make it big couldn't grow without a sufficient amount of talented and high-ranking mech designers to support their expansion. And these mech designers were all self-serving in a way and would never work for peanuts as pay. The more promise they held, the more benefits they demanded. Ves also saw the solution to the LMC's dilemma. As long as Ves improved far enough to be considered as an authority in the field, some journeymen would love to work under him as long as they received his tutelage. Perhaps this is also another reason why so many high-ranking mech designers become professors at various universities. Any mech designer capable enough to instruct students in their profession gained a reputation for good instruction. The more prestigious the school they taught at, the greater the attraction. In this way, all of those mech designers who worked as professors as a side job would be able to attract talented mech designers into working for them with much less compensation than in a purely commercial setting. What a slick arrangement! There were quite a lot of advantages to giving back to the profession by becoming a teacher. However, it wasn't so easy to become a professor at a decent university. Ves could forget about becoming a teacher for prestigious institutions such as the Ansel University of Mech Design or the Limar Institute of Technology. Yet it was exactly those kinds of teachers that attracted hundreds of ambitious journeymen to come work for them for free. Ves shook his head. He was too far away from reaching those heights. Right now, the LMC already did brisk business with apprentice-level mech designs, so Ves saw no need to attract expensive talents to come work for his company for the time being. Thank you for enlightening me on the K&G's policies regarding continuity. You've taught me a lot of useful insights. No problem, Ves. Jeff smiled at him. Mrs. Kader and Mr. Navis has personally instructed me to accommodate you to an extent. We hope to build an enduring relationship with you. A future partnership or cooperation isn't out of the question once you end your military service. Any ordinary apprentice mech designer would whoop and jump at such an attractive offer. Yet to Ves, he saw no merit to cooperate with a company that would soon be tarnished by the report he planned to submit. Chapter 999 Feeling Warm. After his long and insightful talk with Jeff, Ves said goodbye and entered the military shuttle sent to pick him up. As the armored vehicle lifted into the air, it flew back to the military base at a steady pace. Ves looked forward to returning, because he observed enough clues to write a damning report. As long as Flashlight or the Mech Corps moved fast enough, they'd be able to uncover the evidence he planned to point out. Even if he misjudged some of his observations, the accusations would still be able to stick as long as 10% of his claims turned out to be true. Seems like there is no way to avoid a reckoning. He no longer cared that much about Flashlight's inclinations on making the KNG suffer. Having gathered plenty of evidence of improper handling and outright stealing military mech parts made him rather angry and disappointed at the big mech manufacturer. Yet, even as he blamed the KNG, he couldn't help but fear such an outcome taking place at his own company one day. Ves knew that the important takeaway from this incident would be to be more thoughtful on how to delegate responsibilities. Regardless, this has been a very eye-opening lesson to me. Running a mech company is way more difficult than I initially thought. Katter and Navis already deserved a lot of credit for growing their company to this extent. The only domestic mech companies that surpassed the KNG all enjoyed the direction of senior mech designers. Therefore, Ves did admire them for their successes and didn't think their life's work should be shut down. However, he had no say in the government's handling of the company and their owners. Depending on the severity of the problem as well as the agendas of those in power, Katter and Navis could either receive a slap on the wrist or lose all of their property. In the worst case, they might not even be able to escape jail, though Ves didn't think this option would be likely. Without evidence of their direct involvement in the scheme, they couldn't be blamed directly. However, Ves knew that they held ultimate responsibility over military production in their facilities. Regardless of how many lower workers failed to do their duties, ultimately the negligence and lack of effort on the part of the owners allowed them all to get away with their misdeeds. He put aside his deliberations when the shuttle landed at the parking zone of the military base. As Ves waved the shuttle pilot goodbye, he walked towards the building that held his quarters so he could pass on his conclusions to Leland. The intelligence officer would be able to live with the accusations he planned to report. Ves felt a little relieved that he didn't have to report too many falsehoods to meet Flashlight's expectations on how he chose to fulfill the mission. Once Ves put this sordid experience behind him, he figured he earned enough kudos from Flashlight to enjoy their backing and protection in earnest. He deserved it. After all the hardships he endured and the risks he took, Ves definitely expected Flashlight to compensate him sincerely. Hopefully, this would be the last dangerous mission he took part in. A mech designer like him belonged in a quiet, well-defended research base like Frozen Point. Even if he got assigned to an unfulfilling chore of a job again, Ves resolved to never complain about his duties again. As Ves walked halfway back to the officer barracks that held his quarters, a bright light instantly flashed across the base. Arg! Moments later, Ves finally felt an excruciating pain. A powerful laser beam burned a hole right through his service dress uniform, punched through his chest and burned another hole on the way out. Alarms instantly rang out across the base and a host of mechs and security guards jumped into action to secure the entire premises. A handful of emergency responders already raced towards the open spot where Ves collapsed. Assassin! Who fired that laser? Triangulate its origin point and secure the area. Sir, we've detected that a high-powered laser rifle has been fired inside the premises of our base. Damn it! The sniper is someone from the inside. Spread out. Spread out. Don't let the sniper get away. Also, immediately account for every personnel and guest at our base. Ground all vehicles and don't let any of them enter or exit. As the guards and officers stationed at the base went into action, Ves felt hot, numb, burned, pained, and woozy at the same time. Surprisingly, Ves managed to hold on to his consciousness, enough to realize three important facts. First, the sniper aimed at his heart. Ordinarily, this would have resulted in an instant fatality when struck by a laser weapon, but it just so happened that Ves did not possess a normal heart anymore. Aside from his recent gene optimization treatments that made his body cope a little better against heat and burn damage, his half-alien traits saved him at the critical moment. The Jutland organ that Dr. Jutland implanted his body had at first surrounded his heart before slowly merging together to combine their functions. This strange and wondrous organ, which now integrated the functions of a heart, was virtually immune to the energy damage which laser weapons typically discharged. No matter how hot or energetic a laser beam such weapons fired, a Jutland organ eagerly gobbled them all up without sustaining any damage as long as the incoming energy didn't surpass their appetite. Only the weapon's discharge of a massive mech-grade laser rifle would be able to induce his Jutland organ to collapse. The second fact was that he'd been shot from the back. This assassin not only managed to fool the military base's stringent monitoring system, but also managed to fire off a shot without alerting Ves at all. This stood in stark contrast to the assassination attempt he suffered much earlier in his career. Back then, an assassin armed with a massive deployed railgun attempted to kill him several times. Yet at those instances, Ves always received advance warning due to the strange flicker of spirituality he perceived. This time, the assassin avoided giving themselves away, thereby giving Ves no reaction time to defend himself. The irony was that the railgun-armed assassin back then was probably better at his job than the laser-armed assassin that succeeded in striking Ves without warning. The third fact struck Ves while the first responders finally reached his body and began to erect foldable armor screens to protect him from follow-up shots. For some reason, he hackingly coughed out a laugh due to the sheer absurdity of what he perceived. The laser beam that punched through his uniform and chest, mostly leaving his Jutland organ intact along the way, also burned away his ribbons. The Mech Corps will be pissed. Ha! Even I'm pissed. Mr. Larkinson, please remain still, one of the emergency responders said as they got over their shock that he managed to survive a shot through his heart. Your condition is too critical for you to talk. A large chunk of his lungs, arteries, flesh, and other important pieces of himself got burned or vaporized. Ves didn't need a medical degree to figure that out. Yet strangely enough, his Jutland organ not only protected his heart function, but also siphoned away the damage immediately around it, thereby leaving enough parts intact to maintain some basic functioning. For some reason, he managed to maintain his consciousness throughout the aftermath. Even though the emergency responders injected him with loads of sedatives before carting him off to the nearest infirmary, his body functioned far too well to be laid low by these trifles. It still hurt a lot to have a hole burned through his body, though. Half of the time, Ves screamed or moaned in pain. As the entire military base went crazy in their hunt for the sniper, the doctors at the infirmary first placed him into a tank filled with some sort of medical goop that instantly soothed the pains in his body. He felt as if much of the pressure of his wounds subsided a bit. Now that V's condition stopped deteriorating through this measure, if only temporarily, the doctors ordered the entire tank to be brought to a military hospital which possessed the facilities to treat such a severe wound properly. Hang on, Mr. Larkinson, the doctor said on the other side of the tank as a lifter bot grabbed hold of it. I'm not sure why you've managed to survive such an attack, but you'll live. You have to. What happened next started to blur a bit in his mind. As the sedatives mixed in with the medical goop started to affect his body, Ves had difficulty staying awake. He was sure he blacked out at some instances, as every time he regained consciousness for a little bit his surroundings kept changing. First he saw through the transparent cover of the tank that he'd been brought inside an armored shuttle. Next he woke up to the sight of medical experts scratching their heads over his medical file and all the aberrations they mentioned. How could they even begin to treat a half-alien freak like Ves? Sometime later, he thought he woke up in the middle of an operation that sought to transplant clone tissue into the missing portions of his body, but he wasn't sure. After a few more jumps in lucidity where Ves only vaguely gained awareness of what went on, he finally woke up for real. Even though he felt weak, pained, and hopped up with far more sedatives than he thought was healthy, Ves couldn't help but release a laugh. His lung function also recovered due to the expert medical treatment he received. Ha ha! I survived. Damn it, for all the trouble it's given me, the Jutland organ is certainly miraculous. Indeed. Another voice spoke from the side, instantly causing Ves to jump in his bed. Leland! You're here! I am. His case officer said and offered Ves a strangely pleased smile. You've gone through a rough time, Ves. I'm very glad to see you haven't been taken out. I worried for a moment, but I was sure you'd be able to pull through. The strangely enigmatic smile on Leland's face did not fit this situation. It actually caused Ves to grow suspicious. A horrifying realization dawned upon him. It wasn't the BLM who attempted to assassinate me, right? It was you. You ordered it. One of the members of the strike team probably did the deed. The sniper fired within the premises of the base. Who was in a better position to assassinate someone inside the base than Flashlight that could easily subvert its existing security measures? Leland grinned deviously at Ves. I didn't want to let you know, but since you already figured it out, oh well. I admit it. I ordered the hit. Now don't worry, Ves, I never intended to have you killed. I have access to record and I'm aware of your unusually strong physical state. I ordered my men to aim at your abnormal heart organ with complete confidence that you'll survive. And you have. You utter piece of crap. Ves was so furious he wanted to scream at this slimy bastard. How could Leland do something like this to him? How could Flashlight let him get away with it? No matter what his Jutland organ was capable of, it didn't change the fact that he could have died. Leland ignored the anger directed at him. Instead, he moved on to business. The assassination attempt has alarmed the Mech Corps. They definitely bought it. Now is the time to capitalize on it, Ves. Soon enough, the Mech Corps will dispatch someone to investigate the matter. Tell them that you suspect that the KNG or BLM is responsible and explain to them what you suspect is going on at the Moseville complex. The Mech Corps will definitely be inclined to believe your claims due to attempt on your life. So that was why Leland ordered Ves to be struck by a laser beam. It was all to strengthen his case against the KNG and agitate the Mech Corps into treating his investigation with greater urgency. What if you miscalculated? Ves asked. What if I died? Then your family would be compensated and you'd be buried a hero. Leland shrugged. In any case, you would have died while you worked as a liaison to the KNG, so the company would definitely fall under intense scrutiny. It sounded as if Leland didn't particularly care whether Ves lived or died in the first place. To him, the needs of Flashlight came first, and he would do whatever was necessary to achieve the greatest outcome that benefited the agency. Chapter 1000 Elsewhere. The Nixian Gap. Known as an endless area of sparse but incredibly spread out asteroids, nebulas, black holes, anomalies, and other junk, it stretched across many light years. Situated in a corner of the Komodo star sector, it also happened to cross over into majestic Teal and Vicious Mountain. The sheer amount of asteroids spread around this area was so large that many astrologists speculated whether a large amount of star systems all blew up at once in recent stellar history. The sheer amount of oddities that took root in the Nixian gap certainly suggested deliberate intent. Perhaps a war between precursor alien races detonated an entire space region. No matter what happened back then, the Nixian gap became a major headache to the nearby star sectors. The slightly discordant space-time and chaotic situation turned it into a major pirate haven. The rare incidences of highly desirable exotics also turned it into a major treasure hunting destination. The Nixian Gap was just as prosperous and chaotic as the Ferris Star region. The only difference was that different pirate gangs and alliances held sway here, taking root deep within the far-flung asteroid fields that took a huge amount of time to reach through regular FTL. This made it extremely difficult to hunt anyone down. Any outlaw that wanted to hide from any pursuers could easily get lost in the countless asteroids floating in this expansive region of space. At this time, a light carrier flickered in space. Her engineering base sustained heavy damage and most of her systems ran on emergency backup power sources. Mechs coated in black and luminescent purple colors shaped in barbaric patterns surrounded the hapless craft. More light carriers and converted carriers surrounded the stricken carrier as well. A handful of mechs in the same colors had been turned into wrecks earlier. The most surprising aspect about this battle was that they'd been sneak attacked by the same side. At the bridge of the surrounded ship, the corroded hand, the mercenary commander paced nervously across the deck. The corroded relic was the flagship of the Oblivion Hand, a notorious dark mercenary corps based in the Nixian Gap. Yet, from leading more than a dozen ships, the corroded relic suddenly found herself alone as the rest of the fleet turned against the flagship and the loyalists of the leader of the Oblivion Hand. How could this happen? Commander Arnold Defoe thundered, to the consternation of the bridge officers. The Oblivion Hand is my outfit. I built it from my own hands. How can they betray me for that treacherous bastard? Dark Cleaver was my right-hand man. I treated him well. Yes, sir, our blast doors are being compromised. Bang! Shut up! Defoe roared while he blasted the poor sod's face with his custom ballistic hand cannon. This isn't over yet. Fetcher Paul is due to return at any moment. My right-hand man might have failed me, but my left-hand man has been with me forever. He'll surely bail us out. Unfortunately, the blast doors to the bridge abruptly slid open, having been overridden through some unknown means despite the dark mercenary commander's investment in its systems. A number of heavily armed and heavily armored exoskeleton soldiers in Oblivion Hand colors immediately stomped inside, gunning down the feeble resistance of the lightly armored bridge officers. The battle ended in seconds. As blood, smoke, heat, and suffering suffused the bridge compartment, the exoskeleton soldiers wordlessly turned around and stomped away. Moments later, a single man garbed in a piloting suit entered the massacre-suffused bridge. The blast doors slowly slid shut again at a silent command from his calm. Commander Arnold Defoe. I've come to relieve your command. You dirty traitor! Arnold yelled as his legs and arms had been apart. If not for the emergency measures of his combat armor, he would have already bled to death. I took you in. I recognized your talents. How could you have become known as the Dark Cleaver in these parts without my nurturing? You were nothing but a rat before I picked you up. Is this how you repay me? Let's not kid ourselves. The Dark Cleaver calmly shook his head. You used me because you killed your old mech champion in a fit of rage. In fact, you killed hundreds of your own men whenever they disappointed you or when you woke up on a bad day. The Oblivion Hand is my property. I can do whatever I want with my possessions. Your possessions don't agree, Commander. We've all collectively decided that the Oblivion Hand is due for a change in leadership. How did you do it? Arnold Defoe hissed. How could you have taken control of my mechs and ships? I made sure to wire them all up to my comm. No one except for me has ever touched my comm. The Dark Cleaver smirked. This is a big galaxy. Nothing is impossible. You're so paranoid that it made it easy for us to use your back doors against you once we've taken control over them. Thanks for allowing us to shut down the mechs and ship systems that were under the control of your die-hard loyalists. It really saved us a lot of effort. Before Commander Defoe could utter another word, the Dark Cleaver simply extended out a laser pistol and shot the man in the head, making sure to vaporize his former boss' brains. It's done, the new commander of the Oblivion Hand announced. It's about time, a female voice commented as a small, miniature shape of a woman materialized beside him. She sent a dirty glance at the corpse lying in the center of the deck. You schemed against Commander Defoe for more than a year. Why didn't you just let me kill him in his sleep? You know what I'm capable of. Instead, you sent me to sabotage electronics, help you defeat other mech champions in duels, and steal valuables from other outfits. I needed to take over the Oblivion Hand openly. Assassination would have thrown them into chaos and would have set Fetcher Paul against me. Now that I've turned the men here against Commander Defoe in an open and above-board manner, he'll fall in line. And if he doesn't? Then we'll hunt him down. The two shared a companionable silence for a while. The tiny crystalline woman floating beside the Dark Cleaver suddenly raised her palm, which held a miniature comm customized for her stature. What is it? News from home. Wait, what? What's wrong? Our son. He's been shot in the middle of a military base on Bentheim. VS. What is the Bright Republic doing with VS? How incompetent can they be to let an assassin take his life in their own base? I should go back to teach them all a lesson. Don't, the Dark Cleaver said. Right now, we still need to hide you from our pursuers. Remember what is at stake. He willingly abandoned his son, his family, his career, and even his very own name in order to escape the repercussions of what he and his wife had done. Their powerful enemies still sought their traces, and while he and his wife did their best to erase their traces, the abilities of their pursuers were too unfathomable for them to rest easy. I really want to go back, she glowered. Not yet. It's not time yet. How long must we hide and scurry in the Nixian Gap like rats? A decade? A century? However long it takes for our pursuers to call it a day. That's not going to be easy, seeing as they are able to track me somehow. Then we keep moving. Now that I'm in control of the Oblivion Hand, I'll be able to decide where to bring the fleet and throw off their tracking method. It's easier for you to stay by my side this way. It will have to do, the tiny crystalline form sighed. Elsewhere, a gorgeous, dark-haired woman garbed in a dashing uniform entered a lavishly decorated office. A tall window loomed behind a desk where a single old matronly woman glanced up at the new entrant. Calabast, you've earned great merit for us earlier, the old woman said. Are you truly willing to call it quits, just when you are in consideration of being put on a fast-track promotion? The younger woman set down a data pad on the desk that contained a file that served as her formal resignation papers. Life as an operative here doesn't suit me. This phase in my life is over now. It's time to move on and enjoy my spoils while I'm on a steadier assignment. I've heard of your intention to settle down as a deep cover agent. Why choose the Ilvain Protectorate? That's a dull state that's filled with insular heretics. There is hardly anything there that warrants our attention. Calabas grinned. It's not the Ilvain Protectorate that interests me. My position there is merely a means to an end. I'm only there so that I can reunite with someone interesting in the next state over. The old woman quickly lost interest. Even if she wanted to retain Calabast, her identity made her untouchable. If she wanted to leave, there was no one who could stop her, especially after the contributions she made. As Calabast prepared to end her role as a hotshot operative, elsewhere, on Cloudy Curtain, a woman laid down on a sofa placed in the penthouse office of the headquarters of the biggest and only mech company on the planet. Right now, she held a mechanical cat in her grasp and rubbed her face against his bone-like metal exterior. "You're so adorable, Lucky! Who's a good boy?" "Meow." Aside from her casual clothing, she also wore a poofy beret that hid her horns, though it didn't obscure her bright green hair. Ever since she arrived at Cloudy Curtain half a year ago, she received a mixed welcome. None of the old fogies knew what to do with her, and she had very little opportunity to flex her mech design skills. The first person who welcomed her to the company in earnest was Calcy. If not for her friendship and help, Kitties would have never been able to feel at home at the LMC. These days, she mostly spent her time practicing her sword skills, studying the textbooks in the company library, and playing with Lucky. At this time, the woman sitting behind the desk in the expansive office suddenly stood up. "Huh! What's up, Calcy?" "We're leaving. Pack up some luggage. The Barracuda is waiting for us. Bring Lucky with you as well. The cat will be good company." "Why? What's going on?" "Ves got shot at Bentheim. It's plastered all over the galactic net." "What?" Keddies furiously shouted as she jumped to her feet. She inadvertently threw out Lucky from her grasp, but fortunately the mechanical cat instantly asserted himself in the air while meowing indignantly at Keddies for her rough handling. "Is he dead?" "Fortunately, no. A laser went through his chest, but he somehow managed to survive." Keddies chuckled. "That's just like our boss. He's good at surviving. Still, he should be locked up somewhere safe, right? Will the military let us visit?" "I'm not sure, but I'll call his grandpa Benjamin to pull some strings. I'm sure the Mech Corps will be understanding enough to let us visit." "Good. I'm bored here and I never visited Bentheim before." As the two pivotal women arranged their visit to Ves at Bentheim, elsewhere more people related to Ves went through their own difficulties. For example, Carlos gritted his teeth as he crawled his much slimmed body out of the ruins of a bombarded mech workshop. The Vesians moved up their positions on this planet and managed to fire off a large volley of missiles at the base where Carlos worked at. As the defending mechs belatedly went into action to push the Vesians back, those left behind dealt with the aftermath. "Mr. Shaw!" A couple of off-duty mech technicians ran to the workshop. "Your arm! It's been blown off." "I'll live," Carlos uttered. "Bring me to the infirmary." "No, wait. Don't help me. Try and dig out other survivors from the workshop first. There may be others that need your help more than I." "But Mr. Shaw, your injuries look bad." "They won't kill me. My hazard suit already stabilized me. Go save the others first before you attend to me. This is just a flesh wound." As the mech technicians reluctantly left him outside the wrecked workshop to help out those that needed the help, Carlos looked up in the sky of this planet in contention and chuckled at someone who wasn't there. "I hope you're having a better time than me, Ves. With your talent and ability, I'm sure you're comfy and safe in some kind of design base." As Carlos dreamt of spending his time during the war at a luxurious hidden base placed far away from the fighting, the man he thought was living the life right now just finished grumbling at Leland.